ours. To God be the glory. Positive vibes guaranteed with these healing affirmations. Start your day with a positive mindset and fill your heart with love and gratitude, helping you to overcome self-doubt, anxiety, and negativity. Repeat these affirmations daily to attract positive energy, manifest your dreams, and live a happier, healthier life. Healing is ours. To God be the glory. Positive vibes guaranteed with these healing affirmations. Start your day with a positive mindset and fill your heart with love and gratitude, helping you to overcome self-doubt, anxiety, and negativity. Repeat these affirmations daily to attract positive energy, manifest your dreams, and live a happier, healthier life. Healing is ours. To God be the glory. Positive vibes guaranteed with these healing affirmations. Start your day with a positive mindset and fill your heart with love and gratitude, helping you to overcome self-doubt, anxiety, and negativity. Repeat these affirmations daily to attract positive energy, manifest your dreams, and live a happier, healthier life. Healthier life. Repeat these affirmations daily to attract positive energy, manifest your dreams, and live a happier, healthier life. Healthier life. Healing is ours. To God be the glory. Positive vibes guaranteed with these healing affirmations. Start your day with a positive mindset. Fill your heart with love and gratitude, helping you to overcome self-doubt, anxiety, and negativity. Repeat these affirmations daily to attract positive energy, manifest your dreams, and live a happier, healthier life.
Hey everybody, we're back. We are back now. We're going around the world and we're going to see some cases, some different courtrooms and how they handle their cases. I figured since some of you guys have been going through withdrawals of court cases. You see, we flying around, right? You see the picture, our thumbnails of us flying around. I'm taking y'all on a exploring tour of all different cases around the world. Since we are in the Eastern District, we're going to go off to the West Side to see how they handle some of their court cases. We're going to find some interesting things going on. But before we do that, we do have some news, some upcoming news that I want to share with you guys. I want to share some stuff that is going on in this world. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about the news, current event that's going on. Let's talk about this. Is all right. Hold on, y'all. We're going to talk about this for a minute. Fair use. Let's go ahead on and put on our fair use banner. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for the purpose such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, and scholarship. So, guys, we are going to take a look what's happening in the world today. Well, you know, our justice system in Georgia is always involved in something, right? Well, there's a claim that this inmate is part of a scheme. While he's behind jail, there's a scheme going on. And let's go ahead and talk about it. All right. All right, let's go.
TV in the investigation of a jury duty scam in Sarasota County. 2 people, including an inmate from Georgia, have been indicted for scamming a Sarasota
scheme that included the use of drones to deliver prepaid phone cards to that prison from where that Georgia inmate accused in this case made those fake jury duty calls to targets right here in Sarasota County.
The goal of the jury duty scam is to convince a victim that they need to immediately pay a fine to avoid arrest for missing jury duty, or that there is a warrant for their arrest for having missed jury duty.
And that scheme was working well for one crime ring until now. According to the U.S. Department of Justice, Anthony Sanders, a 28-year-old Georgia inmate, and girlfriend Marlita Andrews impersonated a Sarasota County deputy to scam a woman out of more than $12,000. They allegedly threatened her arrest and, with instructions sent via text messages, forced her to make 3 Bitcoin transactions.
Once the victim entered that phone number into the Bitcoin ATM machine, a text message was sent with an authentication code. The scammer told the victim the code, and she inputted it into the Bitcoin ATM machine to complete the transaction.
And that victim wasn't alone. Authorities say between November 2023 and February 2024, approximately $80,000 worth of Bitcoin passed through one of the suspect's accounts. One Sarasota man said he almost fell for a similar jury duty scam call just last month.
He went further into detail, stating that at this point, because he initially made contact with me, I was not allowed to hang up the phone. I wasn't allowed to speak with anybody else. I wasn't able to tell anybody else the matter or what was going on.
Now knowing that call was likely part of this elaborate scheme by Sanders and Andrews' alleged ring.
Always do my due diligence. You know, if something sounds like it's too good to be true, it likely is, and it could be just somebody trying to take advantage of you in the moment.
The suspects could face up to 20 years in prison if convicted of the charges.
Many of these scams, if they just would have picked up the phone, called law enforcement, checked with a family member or relative, told somebody else what was going on, we would not have these kind of situations and have this many cases.
In Sarasota County, Aduria Chumba, 10 Tampa Bay.
Keep in mind here, the law enforcement agencies and the courts are reminding everyone that staff will never threaten you with arrest over the phone, demand payment, ask for gift cards or Bitcoin to avoid arrest. Legitimate jury summons will always come through regular mail, and when in doubt, call the court, the sheriff's office, or police departments.
All right, y'all heard that, right, guys? So when y'all get these little scamming phone calls about trying to get you going to jail because you didn't do your jury duty, call the court. Call the court. Don't get caught up in the scam. All right, let's go ahead on. We're going to the west side. The west side. I know folks wanted to go and for us to go check out Fulton County. Well, let me tell you, I'm tired of Fulton County. I want to see what's going on in other courts. So now we're going to go all the way to the west side. All right, here we go, y'all. Court's in session.
All right. Ms. Lesh, anything else ready, or shall I turn to Ms. Simmons or Mr. Coger?
I'm going to address one more matter for now, and this is on the 9 o'clock calendar. Mr. Hobson, Robert Hobson, present with us over Zoom. He's been very patient.
Robert Hobson.
Good morning.
Good morning. I have a mailing address for you. Starts 1325 4th Avenue East. Is that still a good mailing address?
Yes.
Okay, are you getting text message reminders for court?
Yes, I am.
Excellent. We're on for trial confirmation counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Not to sound like a broken record, but we're asking to strike the trial dates, reset confirmation to February as Attorney White will be signed to this case, enter a good cause excluded period under 3.38 unavoidable circumstances.
Mike sounds
I was
so.
just gonna say, an objection to continuing, I would note this is also on for a conditions review. There were scram violations, 12:30 to 12:31. It says confirmed drinking event, and then confirmed obstruction, 12:30 to 12:31, as well, during which alcohol was detected. The pretrial services or the violation report indicates that the defendant said that he was not drinking, but was with a female who was drinking alcohol. With this being the, at least in-state history, this is the third DUI. I have not checked out-of-state history. State would be asking that bail be imposed.
Your Honor, if I may respond, and with your consent to remain seated, so
That lady need to get off the jury. Simmons, she need to get off.
This is the first alleged alcohol
Turn off the
consumption or
camera.
scram violation, is my understanding, and the charges of this offense are from early July of last year. There are special circumstances, and that is the reason that we are requesting a reset here. Mr. Hobson has both an ignition interlock device and a scram device. The ignition interlock device in his vehicle, of course. It's my understanding that he drove friends to a store. They purchased alcohol at the store. He was driving them home. Alcohol spilled in the vehicle at some point, essentially. But the alleged detection started prior to that. So we're obtaining the ignition interlock device reports because obviously if he had consumed alcohol, he wouldn't be able to have blown into the ignition interlock device and started his vehicle. There are also 3 witnesses who I highly anticipate will be able to testify as to the matter that they saw him blow into his ignition interlock device and his vehicle started thereafter at the time of the alleged violation of alcohol consumption. We're also asking for a reset. This hearing was set and we were notified of this hearing at 1:37 p.m. yesterday. That it simply is not enough time to prepare a full defense, notify our witnesses, a full hearing on this matter.
All right.
And just to quickly add, I certainly do not want to imply that I'm making the argument that scram never works. I've heard that in prior hearings, that is not our argument. We're simply proposing that scram, like many things in life, is sometimes effective, but not perfect.
Based on the potential for getting the results from the ignition interlock, depending on the timing of that and potentially the witnesses, I can see where defense might need some additional time to prepare a response to the alleged violation. Since we are already setting this over from the counsel, I'm just going to set the conditions review along with that next hearing, which should give defense time to get that information. What do we have? February 21st again, or what do we have for Mr. White? February 28th, and trial dates? 5th and 6th of March. Okay, Mr. Hobson.
Yes.
All previously imposed conditions do still apply. I'm not going to address that alleged violation today, but your attorney will be changing to Mr. White. Your next court date is February 28th for trial confirmation, March 5th and 6th for trial. Get in contact with Mr. White. Is Mr. White going to be working directly for Thurston County Public Defense? Okay. So you can just get in contact with him through Thurston County Public Defense, and that'll be it for today, but don't do anything that you have been ordered not to do. It sounds like there is at least an allegation that you did. So be extra careful between now and then, all right?
I will.
Okay. And if I didn't say it out loud, I am acknowledging that there is good cause for an excluded period and allowing that continuance. Okay, Ms. Lasher, anything further?
My last matter is on the 10 o'clock calendar, and this is number 5. Ms. St. Pierre, she was present over Zoom previously, but I'm waiving her appearing on her behalf. Same situation as before. Attorney White will need to be assigned to this case. We're asking to strike trial dates, reset confirmation, and her good cause excluded period under Rule 3.3E.
And I'm sorry, I didn't hear, did you say? That she was
That would be Crystal St. Pierre on the 10 a.m.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear.
Previously present over Zoom, waiving appearance.
Okay. No objection to continuance.
Okay. So strike the panel, strike the jury dates, and set some new dates. You said that. Okay, February 28th at 8:30 and March 5th and 6th for trial. Okay, and that was your last matter?
For now, Your Honor. Thank you.
Oh, for now. Okay. Ms. Simmons, are you ready?
I am indeed, Your Honor. John Lucas is present in the courtroom. He is here today for his jury trial confirmation. He is sorry about the suspense.
That's all right. On the 9:30. And that would be
Santa Claus. Santa Claus.
number 5
Wake up,
on
Santa
my
Claus.
calendar. Good morning. You are John Lucas.
That ain't Santa Claus. Santa Claus is Donovan.
You are John Lucas. Excellent. He's stepping forward to the desk, to the council table now. I have a mailing address for you. Starts P.O. Box 3254. That is still a good mailing address.
Yeah.
Is your hearing as bad as mine? Do I need to speak up?
Or else have one of those little boxes.
We can get one.
Thanks.
Council, how are we proceeding today?
Look like I'm part of the court, right, y'all? Look like I'm in the courtroom.
Ms. Simmons?
Am I back?
Yeah, you.
We have.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Yep.
I thought it
Yes.
had dropped. It dropped. Mr. Lucas is present in the courtroom. He's here for his jury trial confirmation.
You are cutting in and out, unfortunately. Mr. Lucas is present. He is now wearing hearing amplification, but Ms. Simmons, you are actually apparently frozen at the moment. We're on for trial confirmation. How are we proceeding?
Your Honor, my internet apparently is going in and out. We have a speed trial with.
Uh-oh. Got problems. Houston's, we got problems.
We have a speedy trial waiver. New commencement date of January 17th, new final start date of March 18th.
And Your Honor, just because Ms. Simmons did send me a note, I believe that she said the trial waiver need to meet strike and reset is what I see.
Okay,
But
the waiver, was this done?
wondering if maybe Ms. Strickle is trying to get in to speak.
Was this waiver signed while you were in custody? Is that, no?
Custody.
It's all right, Mr. Lucas. I'm trying to determine,
He said custody.
This was
Your
set
Honor.
for a 60-day waiver. There we go.
Well, it was probably done in error. I can change it, Your Honor. My internet is going in and out. Mr. Lucas and I spoke. We have not yet met. We have an appointment scheduled next week. It was set for 60 days in error. I will just go into Laserfish and change that. It's supposed to be set for 90.
Okay. New court date will be February 28th at 9:30. Trial March 5th and 6th. And I do have, because I have that waiver, even if it needs to be corrected, it gives us at least enough time to make that happen.
And Your Honor, I apologize. You said trial March 5th and 6th.
Yes.
Is it possible to change those dates just because I think I might need to be taking leave on the 6th? I'll confirm that. And I'm the assigned DPA on this case. Is it possible? 12 and 13.
Oh my God, they so discombobulated in here.
March 12th and 13th.
Yes, I'll need to check with witnesses, but on my end, it's fine.
Okay, and we'll have written confirmation of those dates for you in just a moment here.
Okay.
They are so discombobulated.
Anything further on this matter, Ms. Simmons?
No, thank you, Your Honor. Thank you for your patience, Mr.
He got a
Lucas.
happy looking judge. He's a happy looking judge.
Okay, we're handing him the new dates now.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Simmons, do you have any other matters ready, or shall I turn to Mr. Coker?
I have a couple of matters ready for people who have been here for a bit, Your Honor.
Oh, Lord.
Okay.
I'm going to call Talon Daniels. He is present on Zoom. He is number 1 on the 9:30 a.m. calendar today, here for his jury trial confirmation.
Talon Daniels.
Uh-oh, Mr.
Good
Daniels.
morning.
Is he driving? I hope he ain't driving.
Good morning. Sorry, my mic was muted.
That's all right. I have a mailing address for you. Starts 3724 Ensign Road Northeast,
It's only one judge.
5-302 for the unit. Is that a good mailing address?
Two things on.
Yes, sir.
And are you getting text message reminders for court?
Yes, I am.
Okay, Ms. Simmons, looks like we're on for trial confirmation.
And Your Honor, we're just asking to strike the future dates, and we're asking for an excluded period. Mr. Daniels and I have yet to meet, and we need to be able to do that to determine how we're going to resolve his matter.
And no objection, Your Honor.
No objection from
Thank
the
you, counsel.
state. And, okay, under the circumstances, I will strike the current dates, strike the jury panel. We'll set some new dates. What do we have available?
I bet you February 28th again.
March 7th
Ah, March 7th. Okay.
at 9:30. 12th and 13th for trial. Mr. Talon,
Yes, sir.
I am going to authorize this continuance. You can talk to your attorney what it means when I say it's an excluded period. But you need to get in contact with Ms. Simmons through her office. And that conversation needs to occur, or you might wind up just heading straight to trial without even talking to your attorney. And I don't think you want that.
No, sir, I don't.
All right. Okay. So your next court date will be March 7th at 9:30. Get in touch with Ms. Simmons before then. In fact, as soon as you're able to, okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. Anything
He's
further on
rolling.
this one, Ms.
What?
Simmons?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
He's rolling up one. I can't see that. You lying.
That'll be it for
He's
this
in
morning then, Mr.
California.
Daniels.
Then delete the state.
But get in touch with her just absolutely as quickly as you can. Give her
Okay,
time
I
to get
will.
off the calendar this morning, though.
Okay, I will. And I'll give you a call later on today, Miss Simmons.
Thank you. Take
Okay.
care, Mr. Daniels.
All right. Appreciate it, you guys.
Okay, next matter, please.
Your Honor, Elijah White is present on Zoom. He is number 7 on the 10 a.m. calendar here for his second pretrial.
There go Elijah.
Elijah White,
He's right there in front of you with the glasses, Judge.
good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
I have a mailing address for you. Starts 1115 Southwest 134th
Man, we
Street,
getting all these
apartment
people's
101.
addresses.
Is that still a good mailing address?
They give
That is
me
correct, Your Honor.
addresses like that.
And you're getting text message reminders for court?
I signed up, but I didn't get any, Your Honor.
Let's check that telephone number.
Oh my
then.
God, they're gonna give his phone number online. Lord have mercy.
What is a good number? We have had some problems with the system lately, but what's a good number anyway?
Lord, don't write his number down.
206
Oh Lord.
714
No, Lord, y'all get the man's number.
2589.
Lord, blah, 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 blah.
714-2589.
Correct.
Now everybody gonna call that
Yes.
man on live.
2589. 714-2589. There we
Jesse
go.
said you write the address. Look, we see
Okay,
a crime on y'all.
Ms. Simmons.
Oh no.
Your Honor, I'm unable to access JABS. I don't know when the next court date is. I'm just going to keep that future date.
Look, we see a fine
And then
one.
January
Sorry.
29th for trial confirmation.
Perfect. And Mr. White and I are going to have to speak in the interim. So we'll just ask to keep that date, please.
All right, we will keep that date.
Your Honor, I have class on that day.
You can discuss that with your attorney. There are ways that can be addressed. That date was already set, and I'm just going to leave it in place. So. All right, that'll be it for this morning. We will see you back here on January 29th at 10:30. Talk to your attorney. She can make things happen. All right, that's it for this morning, and I'm going to turn briefly to Mr. Coker because I suspect he only has one matter.
That is correct, Eric. Go have a seat, James. I'm on the James Stacy matter. It's on 10 o'clock.
James Stacy.
And Mr. Coker, sorry to interrupt you. I can see that DPA Thompson has now seen my message. So if you wanted to wait and so I can get a response from him, I don't know if you wanted to let a couple other cases go and then we can come back to this.
Yeah, if we could do that, because Your Honor, we're close to a resolution. I'm just waiting for a response from Mr. Thompson. So we're okay. If we can call a couple more cases, I'll just have my folks sit here for a second. And then if
Okay.
Gabby, if he's approving it, I've got a plea form I can send right over.
Yeah.
Okay, if you,
we're done with this.
I believe that he
Judge,
is, his response
You
wasn't
see,
quite clear
Judge,
to me, but
we're gonna
I
go
think
move
that's
on
the way
to
that we're
somebody
going.
else.
If you're able to send it to me, maybe I can ask Amy if you're able to put my email address in the chat.
I've got your email, Gabby.
Oh, you do? Okay, perfect.
Yep, I'll send it right now. So if court could call a couple more cases, I can get this over there.
All right, I will happily call a couple more cases. I'll recall your case, Mr. Coker.
Thank you.
Ms. Simmons.
And Your Honor, in the essence of time and because of my technical difficulties, I'm going to call Milo Nielsen. He is on the 11 a.m. calendar. He is here for his jury trial confirmation today.
Milo Nielsen. Looks like we have two cause numbers, both on for trial confirmation.
What is Santa Claus doing over there? He's sneezing.
I'm here, sir.
Santa Claus.
Good morning.
Santa Claus, y'all.
Morning.
I have a mailing address for you. Starts 20307 10th Avenue South. Is that still a good mailing address?
It is, Your Honor.
Excellent. Ms. Simmons.
And Your Honor, I'm going to provide Mr. Nielsen with a telephone number. We're just asking to strike the current dates and have a resetting. Mr. Nielsen and I need to meet, and I will provide him with our office number to call and make an appointment.
And since we're on for confirmation, I'll hear from the state in just a moment, but
It must be a public.
Do we have
defender.
time to make that happen? Is there time in the system?
I can't access the internet, Your Honor, so I'm in someone else's office. I can't make a waiver. I can't check jabs. I'm having a little difficulty here, so.
All right, let's go to the.
Okay, well, I'll hear from the state.
Sorry, no objection to continuance.
Thank you, counsel.
Okay. With that, I will strike the current trial dates, strike the current panels, find, even though I would likely have found good cause on your request, given that you can't even access anything, Ms. Simmons, I will find good cause on that basis alone. And we can reset these dates. What do we have available?
All right, y'all. We're gonna travel someplace else. We'll be back.
March 7 at.
We'll be back to this judge later on. Let's go travel another spot. All right, we're traveling around the world, y'all. Traveling around the world. Here's another one right here.
November 4th. He was committed on to Department of State Hospitals October 23rd. I'm just going to set a review, approximately 3 to 4 months. I'll set that review on February 21st, if that works for everybody.
That's fine.
You say 3 to 4 months?
3 to 4 months from
okay.
the date of his commitment.
Yes, that's fine.
So I'll set it on February 21st at 8:30 in the morning, and all 3 matters for commitment review.
Thank you.
Is this a live thing or just pop live?
Yeah, just, and I have 2 photos that are being pre-marked. I'll just show you.
Color the matter of the People versus Creekmore, case number CR 24, text 7497. Mr. Creekmore is present in court. He's here with his attorney, Mr. Ma. People represented by Ms. Sharifi. Case is set for preliminary hearing. Are all sides ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are there any motions or stipulations before we get started with the testimony?
No, Your Honor.
You may call your first witness.
People would like to call Officer Marcos Gonzalez to the stand.
All right, you may. Officer, if you can make your way up to the witness stand, my clerk will administer an oath. You can have a seat. Thank you. Are they photos? You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, officer. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Good afternoon. Officer Gonzalez, M-A-R-C-O-S, Marcos / Gonzalez, G-O-N-Z-A-L-E-S.
And how are you currently employed?
With the Oakdale Police Department
And how long have you been a sworn peace officer?
for approximately 3 years.
Did you attend the police academy?
I did.
And during the police academy, did you take a course under testifying under Proposition 115?
I did.
Did you pass that course?
Yes.
Were you on duty on June 11, 2024 at approximately 4 p.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you, did you respond to a location at 1788 Lando Drive?
Yes.
And was that in the county of Stanislaus?
Yes.
And why did you respond to that location?
It was reports of a male acting angry in a backyard.
Okay. So when you arrived at the location, who did you speak with first?
I contacted Daniel Creekmore Sr.
And what did he say had happened?
He was upset with his wife. He said that he believed that she was engaging in infidelity and had left without him. She had left with his son, and they took off together.
And what was the son's name?
Daniel Creekmore Jr.
Okay. And did you speak with the his wife, the confidential victim?
I did.
And what did she indicate had happened?
She indicated that her and Daniel had gotten into an altercation in regards to her infidelity, and he punched her in the face.
When you say Daniel, there's a senior and a junior,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
So it was the senior?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, do you see Daniel Creekmore Senior here in court today?
I do.
Can you point out an article of clothing and where he is seated?
A red plaid shirt sitting right up next to the.
He's identified the defendant.
Okay, so the victim stated that they did she indicate whether it had gotten physical or not? The argument.
She stated yes, that he had punched her in the face.
Where did he punch her on the face?
I believe it's the right side of the face.
Okay. Can I please have those exhibits? Did you take photographs of these bruising on the victim?
I did.
Sorry, this is what I'm showing you. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
What I'm showing you is the 3 marks equals exhibits 1 and 2. Do you recognize these photos?
I do.
How do you recognize these photos?
I took them.
And
You think it's funny?
Is there any objection?
No.
They'll be received in evidence.
so who is in those photos?
It's going to be our confidential victim.
Okay, and can you describe what type of what do you see in those photos?
It's going to be a bruise near her right eye.
What else did the confidential victim tell you?
She stated that Master Creekmore had accused her of infidelity. She was trying to get away from him, get inside of the bedroom. He punched her on the right side of the face. She went inside of the room and locked herself in the room and cried herself to sleep all night.
Okay.
She also indicated previous incidences of domestic violence she never reported.
And during this time, was there anybody else with the 2 parties?
So nobody was with them, but there was others in the home. First of Bobby witnessed the altercation.
And what did Bobby say that, did Bobby give you a statement?
Yes.
And what did Bobby say?
He stated he saw the confidential victim attempting to get inside the room. Last Creekmore Senior was chasing after her. Once he got near her, he punched her in the face. She entered the room, and that was when the altercation ended. It's a lie.
He said it's a lie.
Do you know how long these 2 individuals have been together?
Approximately 29 years they've been married.
And
One time we got in trouble for.
All right, Mr. Creekmore, you can't just sit there and talk at council table.
Sorry.
If you want to testify, you'll have a chance to do so, but not right now.
no further questions.
Cross-examination?
So you received this call on June 11th of 2024?
I believe so. I can confirm with my report if I need to.
That's fine. If you want to clarify. Top of the report.
Yes, June 11th.
And she says that the alleged victim says that this incident occurred on June 9th?
Yes.
Did she tell you why she waited 2 days to report this?
She did not indicate why she waited.
Did you ask her why she waited 2 days to report this?
I did. She was in a heightened state of emotion. She was really not trying to talk to me at all.
Okay. She also admitted to you that she slapped my client with an open hand, correct?
She did.
She says that she did that first, correct?
Yes.
And you asked my client's son about that, correct? Daniel Jr.?
Yes.
And when you asked Daniel Jr. about it, he says that he didn't believe that the alleged victim slapped my client lightly, correct?
Absolutely.
He did not believe that?
Nope.
In fact, he witnessed multiple instances where the alleged victim was the aggressor against my client, correct?
Previously.
Previously. Where did the alleged victim say that my client punched her? What room was the house?
I believe they were in the hallway.
The hallway? She didn't say it was the bedroom. She said it was the hallway.
She said it was right outside their bedroom door. She was trying to get inside the bedroom.
And she says that my client punched her once?
Yes.
Did she say whether or not she fell down as a result of that punch?
I don't recall.
Okay. And you spoke to somebody by the name of Bobby, who may have witnessed the incident?
Yes.
Who was Bobby?
Their son.
Their son, okay. And he says that he saw my client punching the alleged victim?
Yes.
But did he say whether or not he saw the alleged victim slapping my client first?
He stated he did not see that portion.
Okay, but he arrived, did he say whether or not he arrived after that portion?
He merely said that he witnessed the confidential victim attempting to enter the room and the defendant punching the victim.
Okay. Did he say whether or not he called 911 after that incident immediately? I'm Bobby.
He didn't indicate, no.
Did you ask him why Bobby didn't call 911 after he witnessed that?
I believe.
Speculation. Well,
Did you ask him why? Overruled.
No.
And he didn't provide any reason why?
No.
Did Bobby say where he was standing in relation to the alleged victim when the punch occurred?
It was somewhere in the hallway. He said he had just witnessed it.
Okay. No further questions.
Do you have any redirect?
yes, just to clarify, did Daniel Jr. See the incident?
No.
Okay. And did Daniel Jr. state anything about Daniel Sr. being physical with him in the past?
Yes.
What did he say about that?
He stated his
relevance.
What is the relevance?
Goes to show.
Is there going to be a 17B motion?
There's going to be 17 baby.
I'll consider it for that only.
He stated that him and his father had been abusive with him in the past.
Okay. Sorry, just. No further questions, Your Honor.
Any recross?
No.
May I see those exhibits, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you have any, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor, but
All right, thank you for being here. You are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do you have any additional witnesses or evidence? As to the holding order, is that issue submitted?
That's submitted.
Do you have an issue? And so what is your motion?
We are asking the court to reduce this charge from a felony to a misdemeanor based upon a couple of reasons. The first is my client does not appear to have any federal criminal history on his record. The second issue is this appears at worst to be a situation of mutual combat where the alleged victim in this case admits to the police officer that she started the physical nature of this altercation by slapping my client in the head. We also have statements by my client's son indicating that in the past, he's witnessed the alleged victim being the aggressor in the physical altercations with my client. So we would argue at the very least that this is a case where there was mutual physical fighting on behalf of both parties, where it was the alleged victim who started the physical altercation with my client. So that would, in our estimation, justify a reduction down to a misdemeanor.
The thing that bothers me a lot about this is when people, parents of children, physically assault each other in the presence of their children.
That's terrible.
I find that to be extremely aggravating in terms of circumstances.
Yeah.
And
Uh-oh.
without that, of course, the court would entertain a 17B motion and grant it. But with that, that makes it really difficult for me to say this is misdemeanor conduct. To fight and have a physical altercation in front of your children is not something that is light conduct or misdemeanor conduct.
He got ready to say something to the.
I'm going to grant the 17B motion. I don't do it happily. I'm giving the defendant the benefit of the doubt in this situation. I am disgusted by hearing that children are subjected to physical violence because they're going to repeat it themselves. But I'm reducing this to I'm going to hold the defendant to answer. It appears to the court that the offense in the complaint, a violation of Penal Code Section 273.5A, has been committed. There's sufficient cause to believe the defendant is guilty thereof. I'm granting the 17B motion. It's going to be reduced to a misdemeanor, and we're going to set this over in another department. I'll set it, it's Department 6, and I will set it at 8:30 in the morning on January 28th.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. Our office is holding a disqualification for the judge in Department 6.
Be sworn, please. Administer an oath to Mr. Ma.
What is he doing? What is he doing, y'all?
Yes.
You can state your basis.
Yes. It is the the attorney for Mr. Russell. It is our determination that the judicial officer in Department 6, Judge Ramos Radcliffe, to whom the matter has been signed, is prejudiced against the parties, so that I do not believe that he can receive a fair and impartial hearing before that judge.
Okay, so we'll note on the minute order that 170.6 was orally provided today in open court. Let me ask, is time waived on this case?
Yes.
Okay, you do have the right to a jury trial within 30 days. I will set this over in Department 9 then, and I will set it at 8:30 in the morning. It'll be the same day, January 21st at 8:30. And is there a stipulation to return these exhibits?
What? That case, y'all. So he's not going to that other judge because they're saying that other judge is prejudiced against him. So they gave it to
Ms. Shaw would like to request a Marsden hearing. I don't know if we can have time to do that.
I'm going to handle Mr. McPeak's items.
Okay.
I'm not going to do that right now.
Okay.
Come in.
We're ready on the Guadalupe Salinas matter.
Okay. And you said Lyman, Lyman, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Little egg noodles.
Mr. Aziz?
Yes.
Calling the matter of the People versus Guadalupe Salinas. It is case number CR 24, tax 6766. Mr. Salinas is present in court. He is here with Ms. Lyman, who is making a special appearance on behalf of Mr. McPeak. Mr. Aziz is here representing the people. This case is on for an early case management conference. It's the first hearing. It's also on for AA compliance, 1 per week minimum.
Yeah.
Good morning, Your Honor. We do have proof of the AA.
You can just show it to Mr. Aziz, and the two of you are satisfied that he's in compliance, that I am as well.
We have more than one a week.
Okay, it was just a minimum of 1 per week, as I believe the order.
We're doing like 12.
Done. He's done, y'all.
So, Ms. Lyman, how did you wish to proceed?
If the court is so inclined, Mr. McPeak requests to put it over to February 18th. However, if the court wishes to set a prelim, we do have dates for that.
No, I think usually what has to happen in these cases is the DA's office has to file subpoenas or serve subpoenas for medical records.
We have those and.
You have it, you have everything.
Yes, and we made an offer based on that.
Okay, all right. I just didn't. I see it here on the 6th now. Okay, we'll go ahead and set a preliminary hearing. You have the right, Mr. Salinas, to a speedy preliminary hearing. That means a hearing within 10 court days, no later than 60 calendar days. Do you waive the right to have your preliminary hearing within those timeframes?
Yes.
Let's go off the record for the selection of a date. The last week of February is pretty good for the court.
Okay, could we do February 26th, Your Honor?
Let me make sure. Yes.
Okay.
So we'll set the preliminary hearing then on February 26th at 8:30 in the morning, and you are ordered to appear. Mr. Salinas, what is the time estimate? 45 to an hour?
Yes.
We'll note that. All right, thank you. And you had another matter.
Yeah, with don't know how to say her last name, Miss
Sharifi?
Smolak.
Smolak. Yeah.
Okay,
Miss Kennedy is.
so I haven't seen Miss Smolak all morning. Is she in the office today?
Last I saw her, she was doing a prelim in Department 1.
I still have to do that at 1:30.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Miss Kennedy has an interpreter matter.
Okay, let's take care of that, and that's probably gonna be the last thing. I mean,
Mr. Tostado, Your Honor, it's not going to contested hearing.
Okay.
And the interpreter is just right outside the door. So
great, thank you.
We got the chain gang outfit on.
Violation with the mileage violation.
Okay.
That's his interpreter right there. Or is that his interpreter?
Oh, I just was wondering what you're offering. Mr. Interpreter, you are Jacobo Gallegos. Jacobo, okay. Try to do that right. Call in the case of the People versus Tostado. It is case number CR 22, TAC 1008. Mr. Tostado is present in court. He is being assisted by a Spanish language interpreter. Mr. Jacobo Gallegos is a certified court interpreter. His certification number is 301049. Mr. Gallegos has an oath on file with our court. The defendant is present with his attorney, Ms. Kennedy. Ms. Sharifi is here representing the people, and Ms. Credit is here from probation. It was set for a violation of probation hearing, a contested hearing. I was told that it's not going forward to hearing today. What is the arrangement?
Mr. Tostado is prepared to admit the alleged violation of probation for credit for time served. His credits are 45 plus 44.
And will there be an extension?
Yes, Your Honor. March 5th of 2029.
Mr. Tostado, if you wish to admit that you violated the terms of your probation, I would order that you serve 89 days in custody, and I would give you credit for 89 days. I would extend your probation to March 5th of 2029. Understanding those consequences, do you wish to admit that you violated the terms of your supervision?
Yes.
When you admit a violation of supervision, you give up constitutional rights. You are entitled to have a speedy and public jury trial at which the I'm going to strike that. You are entitled to have a formal hearing on this violation at which the prosecution has the burden to prove that you violated the terms of your supervision. You have the right to appear and present evidence at that hearing. You can ask the court to issue subpoenas to bring to court witnesses and evidence favorable to you at no cost to you. You have the right to confront and cross-examine in court the witnesses who testify against you. You have the right to testify in your own defense if you choose to do so, but you have the right against self-incrimination as well. That is the right to remain silent and say nothing at all about this violation matter. It includes the right to deny it and require the people prove it at the hearing that was set today. Do you understand each of your constitutional rights?
Yes.
Do you have any questions about your constitutional rights?
No.
Do you give up those rights?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy, have you had sufficient time to discuss this matter with your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
And have you discussed within his rights and possible defenses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you satisfied he understands the same?
Yes, Your Honor.
And do you consent to the admission?
Yes, Your Honor.
It is alleged, Mr. Tostado, that you violated the terms and conditions of your probation by committing a new law violation. Do you admit or deny that you violated the terms of your supervision in that way? Admit it?
Yes.
The court finds the defendant knowingly, intelligently, and consciously waived his constitutional rights. The court further finds the defendant knowingly and voluntarily admitted the violation of supervision. And on the basis of that admission, the court finds the defendant willingly violated the terms of his supervision. The revocation order is set aside. Probation is reinstated on the original terms and conditions, modified insofar as the defendant is ordered to serve 89 days in custody. He's got credits of 89 days. which I arrive at by giving him 45 days of actual credit and 44 days of conduct credit. Probation will extend to March 5th of 2029. When you are released from custody, you must report to probation within 7 days. That's today. Anything else? All right. Good luck to you, sir.
It's right there. Move. Oh my goodness. You steady looking at me. Yes, he did. I just told him to bring it. Just because you want to know what's going on don't mean it yet. Come on, here. Stop bringing this bone everywhere. Keep his bone out of my room. A dog got his bone. That was quick, y'all. That lady having a hard time getting up. Pink hair. Pink hair said, give me a minute. They turned off the light on them. They said, get out. They said, get out. Get out. Get out. Get out. You gonna lock the door now. You gonna lock the door, make sure y'all get out of my courtroom. He's locking the doors, look, on the other side. Yeah, we have snow here. Why they're not leaving? I don't know. They still got it going. We just can't hear them. They muted us. Oh, they're gone. All right, we did travel. Let's go around the world. Let's go another spot. Let's go back to the other judge. That one is gone. Let's go, Mr. Santa Claus. Santa Claus is back. Let's see what's going on up here. Let's go to Santa Claus.
I will probably be answering the question you're about to ask me in just a moment here. So here's what I'm going to do with that warrant and with the prior history. Mr. Guzman, you are in front of me, at least by Zoom today.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. And I am going to quash the warrant because you are appearing here. But you know what? I am going to order that you be here in person for the next hearing on February 21st.
Okay.
Now, between now and then, you need to get in contact with your attorney and be in good contact with him. Everything needs to be worked out, whatever you guys are going to work out. But then I want you here in the courtroom, in person, for that February 21st hearing. You understand?
I can do that.
All right.
You said I
The
can
only
do
other
that.
thing was I was gonna say, it looks like one of the last notes in the docket is scram non-compliance. So I was gonna pull it up in Laserfish and see what that was, whether that was a violation. So it looks like that was also maybe a compliance review hearing that he wasn't here for. So I think that would need to be reset.
If there was a hearing he missed, then yes, we'll set that on the 21st as well.
I was just gonna see if that was that he's, doesn't have scram on, or it was a tamper, that kind of thing. See what it was.
At 5 after 12,
Understood.
I'm going to address that at the next hearing.
Okay, I think it was just
Okay,
that could be reset.
excellent. Next matter, please. Mr. Guzman, that'll be it for today, but I want you here in person on the 21st. All right?
I'll see you then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the next matter I can call is Mr. Donovan McCaleb, who's present with us on Zoom.
Donovan McCaleb,
Okay, it's Santa Claus, y'all.
Good afternoon. You've been with us since sometime earlier this morning. I have seen you there patiently waiting this whole time.
Here goes Santa.
I have a
Good
mailing
evening,
address
or
for you.
good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I have a mailing address for you. Starts 11731 Holm Road Southwest. That's still a good mailing address?
He can't hear.
That's correct.
It's like a delay for him.
Excellent. Council.
Your Honor, I was able to connect with Mr. McCaleb for the first time yesterday evening.
He's gone now. Yeah, he's
And
gone.
I need some more time to discuss his case with him. I gave him my office's contact information and he's going to set an appointment with us in the near future. I have also prepared a waiver of speedy trial in this case, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, given the circumstances and with that waiver, which again, I'll note it says 60 days and it should say 90. All right, what do we have available? So everything, since this waiver is only through March 18th, what do we have?
28.
February 28th at 10 a.m.,
And
March 5th and 6th for trial. All right, Mr. McCaleb, were you able to hear those next dates? Your next court date
He's gone,
is
y'all.
February 28th at 10 a.m. So make sure you get in contact with and remain in contact with your attorney between now and then, okay?
He's gone.
All right, thank you.
Oh, he's there. Okay.
Thank you.
Look at this guy. This guy
Next
looks
matter
pissed.
that's ready, please.
Your Honor, I can call Mr. John D. Lucas, who's number
He got
5 of the.
he got a lot of people. Let me go on to another judge. Hold on a second. We're going around the world. I'm gonna go to a judge. Hold on a second. Let's see what she got to say. Let's see what she got to say.
I would like to ask the court for an adjournment because last time that we were here, it was me and the council, and it was the court orders that the council provided their evidence and also their whatever exhibits that they were gonna present. They had ample enough time to take my exhibits, even though I wasn't complete. We were supposed to pick up today with the remaining parts of my exhibits to allow me to be able to see the evidence and cross-examine. They've had plenty of time to take my evidence and
Yeah, she's in Michigan,
cross-examine
y'all.
and create objections, and council failed to provide that information.
Well, let's see, looks like I did do an order back on September 3rd, requesting that the parties or allowing or ordering that the parties exchange documents that may have been in the evidence. Supposed to do that by September 10th, and it could occur via email.
So Denise did send some things, but then he
He gave
entered-
Mr. Greenblatt.
Mr. I'm sorry, what was his last name?
Greenblatt.
Greenblatt interceded and took over, and at that time when we were here, you had said that he had to submit the evidence, and if we were going to submit witnesses, that you were more than willing to sign whatever witness subpoenas that were needed, and I never received anything from him.
Okay. So, you were looking obviously for documents to be admitted.
Because Denise requested mine, and she took them, and she was able to give them to her counsel.
Okay, Ms. Greenblatt, what happened?
Your Honor, the parties exchanged exhibits and documents I believe last September 10th, 2024, prior to my appearance on this matter. Since then, and when we were here at the last hearing.
Well, what was the last hearing? Because I saw September 3rd is the only thing I see.
No, we came, it was in November, I believe it was in November.
Maybe I have another legal bill because
My notes always say September 3rd, and then it says next hearing. September 10th. No,
Your Honor, I want to jump in briefly.
Sure.
Parties prior to my appearance conducted a partial trial. To my understanding, the plaintiff did not rest her proofs.
Right, that's where I.
Then there was a subsequent trial date scheduled, and I believe at least one of the adjournments were at plaintiff's request because of
Let me check and see, that makes sense, because I only have notes from one day of testimony. So let me see if I can look in the JIS system and see if we have any notes as to what occurred beyond that September date, September 3rd. Okay, let's see. So it says the trial was set September 3rd. And it was, and then the 4th, it was scheduled to October 1st, continue the hearing. See what happened on October 1st. Oh, October 1st, it was, well, it became a pre-trial.
Would you like to elaborate on that? It's my understanding the court changed it from a trial date to a pretrial as a result of my entering an appearance in the event that the court wanted to revisit any scheduling order.
Right, right.
So we all appear. And then
that was set over to October 25th. And then I don't even see where it was. Here it is. And then on October 25th, it was set for January 10th.
You like it, Tank? I
Now,
like it
let's
too.
see. Other than that, I don't have any notes saying anything after October 25th. So let's see what happened. We did the trial on September 3rd. Day one, plaintiff presented most of her case. We adjourned it for her to finish one small area of testimony and to bring in exhibits to be admitted. Parties are ordered to exchange documents by September 10th. And that's what my note from the 3rd says. Then I see a hearing date was set in error. That was on September 27th. So the next hearing date was October 1st. Then on October 1st, I don't see any note. I see October 25th that says a pretrial was held because the counsel appeared. Exhibits were given to counsel. He may order a transcript of prior proceedings on September 3rd. Who adjourned trial date is today. So that's where we were. So you're claiming you didn't get something that was ordered on September the 3rd that was supposed to be exchanged by September 10th.
Yes, well, at that time, he took his exhibits and he was supposed to have given me whatever exhibits that he was going to enter. Now, I didn't, he took his exhibits, the court officer.
So that was after September the 10th. Because
Correct.
he came in on the case.
Yes, and he requested the documents.
October 25th.
Yes, the court officer ran him a copy of the file, gave it to him, and at that time I asked if I would be receiving whatever exhibits that he was gonna submit. I was told that yes, I would receive those. And we also both asked about witnesses, and you agreed that if whatever subpoena that we requested, you would sign it. I never received anything from counsel.
Okay, well, what are you presenting that she didn't get a copy of, Mr. Green?
I have nothing additional to present other than my client prior to my appearance sent her a series of emails as the court order by September 10th.
Yeah, right.
I had
And
no
were there
additional
documents attached to that?
information. I didn't request any discovery from the plaintiff, nor did the plaintiff serve my office with any request for discovery. I had nothing additional to add.
Okay, so ma'am, what he's saying is that whatever she gave you on an email.
Oh, well, if that's the case, if it's those 3 documents, then that's fine. If he's not submitting
Are you
any,
using anything else that's not those 3 documents?
if he's using anything else that's in addition to, then
Because the spirit of the order was to turn over things that were gonna be used at trial.
yes.
I have no additional information to furnish.
So in other words, he's not gonna be using anything else that is not.
I mean, I guess I would say this, and this would be something that's a matter of public record. And the only thing that I may speak to, and I'm not even sure if I'm gonna have it admitted or not, is the corporate entity status of my client's entity. It's a public record. It reflects the fact that she is a limited liability company in this regard.
Oh, well, then that's fine, because I'm not telling you, I was never no part of the LLC. My agreement was a partnership with an individual.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so that takes care of that part then. So today was the adjourned date from the 25th of October. Whatever we gave Mr. Greenblatt when we were here in October was probably these exhibits that were already admitted. That's probably what the court gave him. Okay, so from what I see, today is the date you were still testifying in your case in principle.
Yes.
And you had given us exhibits, and it looks like there were 14, maybe 15 exhibits. Let me check. Well, let's see, I see 14 were admitted, exhibit 15, I don't know that that was admitted, but exhibit 16, 17, 18, and 19 were admitted. And then that's kind of where we stopped.
You have it. Are you willing to, Your Honor, are you willing to restate the exhibits that were actually?
Yeah, sure. Exhibit 1 was a text message from 4/17/23. Exhibit 2 was a text message from 4/25/2023. Exhibit 3 was a text message from the defendant regarding something about her having insurance. Exhibit 4 was emails between the plaintiff and defendant regarding vendor purchases. Exhibit 5 was a text from the defendant dated May 3rd, 2024, saying something about emailing all vendor packages. Exhibit 6 was a text from the defendant showing that the employees wanted additional work. And something about showing contractors for work that went through the plaintiff. Exhibit 7 is a June 19th text from the defendant reaching out to the plaintiff. Exhibit 8, operating agreement. Exhibit 9 was text messages between the plaintiff and defendant. Something about receiving a $12,000 check on August 24th. Exhibit 10 was a text message showing something about a process being used This is October 7th, 2023 text message. Exhibit 11. Something about days off being acknowledged in a text message. Exhibit 13, November 22nd, 2023. I think it's acknowledging or something about a check received for $34.50. Exhibit 14, December 11th, 2023, text message between the parties. Let's see. That was 14. Exhibit 15 was an email to the plaintiff's daughter to process invoices. And I don't have it noted that that one was admitted, although I could check. Exhibit 16 admitted, that was a defendant shot plaintiff photos of checks.
No, that's, I provided it, but it was Denise, the plaintiff that provided those copies of checks.
Oh, okay, well, your name is Angela Hartsfield, you're the plaintiff.
Yes.
So you just said Denise the plaintiff provided the check.
Oh, the defendant, I'm sorry. You're right.
I have defendant shot the plaintiff photos
Yes,
of
ma'am.
checks.
Yes, Your Honor.
Exhibit 17. Something about plaintiff had emailed the defendant. Something about her doing math. Regarding what needed to be dispersed. Exhibit 18 was a text message. But it wasn't yet admitted, I have here. And this is something about a conversation about defendant saying she wanted a 1099 and she dispersed it. And the plaintiff saying she couldn't give a 1099, she wasn't paid yet. Anyway, that was not yet admitted. Exhibit 19 was admitted. I don't know what it was. It says something about coming back late on the 18th to try to resolve the matter. The police being called by the defendant, so I'm not sure what that exhibit is.
Is it
a police report? Yeah, I'm not sure because I didn't write it down, but I could find it. I've got them all here.
Huh? Which did you watch? What did I watch? What?
One.
The judges bind over very compelling. Which case?
17. Here's a police report. Yeah, that's 19, police report. January 24th of 2024. And that's all I have, Mr. Greenberg. And right after that came in, that's where we stopped. And it looks like my notes said after that, back in September, that the plaintiff still had to finish one small area of testimony and bring in some exhibits, I guess some more exhibits she wanted admitted. That's where we left it.
Yeah, I gotta watch my other judge. And I'm like, hold on, we gotta take her down.
So I would like to go.
She's boring. I gotta take my other judge. Hold on, y'all. Gotta get my other judge here. Hold on. We took going around the world. Gotta take my judge, Mr. Cedric Johnson. Y'all remember him?
Who's who?
They got my judge.
Your name, sir?
Ah,
Richard Rowan,
Rowan? Okay, and is it Estherlina? She
my
here?
wife.
Your wife, is she here?
She's occupied with the retail management of a local grocery store.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, so where are we on this?
Cedric.
We have a consent judgment, Your Honor.
Okay,
We are waiving the claim for back rent and fuels and so forth. And we have a provision that he remove all of the rest of the personal property that he has at the property within 10 days. And we have costs of $388, and that's it.
that's it?
That's it.
Okay.
As to Mrs. Rowan, do you want to,
I would do the same terms by default as
do you want to hit default then to?
defendant two, yes.
All right, I have a proposed judgment, Your Honor.
All right, sir, is all of that correct? Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Do you have any questions regarding this judgment? Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Are you okay? Do you have any questions regarding anything on this form?
No, I believe I understand.
You understand it all? Okay. I would only indicate, since you're not represented by an attorney, and this is a consent judgment, you have 3 business days to think about this judgment. If 3 business days.
Oh, I see.
And in those 3 business days, if you think there's a right you haven't asserted, some confusion on your part.
Thank you.
Or some misunderstanding, you'd have to file a motion with the court.
Thank you.
That doesn't mean that I would grant it, but you'd have that time. Okay? All right, very good. I'll enter the consent judgment and judgment by default as to defendant 2 along those same terms. And I've signed your judgment. Thank you, folks, for working it out.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great weekend. Okay. Sycamore Meadows versus Vernon Jantz.
Judge is tired. He tired. He could've had his-
Carrie Zandon, P 67390 on behalf of plaintiff.
Vernon Jantz?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Emily Rule. Would you like to get her request again?
No.
Okay.
It's like she just showed up here. So, no, go ahead. All right, what are we doing on this case?
You know, Judge, this is our 3rd time here. After the first hearing, which was, I think, council requested some documentation. It was on the 20th. We sent it on the 3rd as the office was closed. Their office was closed. So as soon as my manager was on site, she sent over. We did send everything over that was requested for pretty much almost all. There's about 5 that councils are on, and I think so. It's really all. You want to just deal with them all at the same time?
To just do all that.
There's Jantz,
Jantz, Poole, Bolton, Simmons, and Nichols.
yes,
Nichols and Simmons?
Simmons. Judge, yes.
Okay.
And then, so I sent everything, because I got it on 3rd. And then Wednesday, which is the 8th, this Wednesday at 9:54, I got an email for more documentation. We sent that over today, as soon as my client could get it together. I know they're asking to reschedule this again. I just want to, just for the record, and I know you're gonna, just let me do the record and I'll be quiet. These cases actually all had 30-day notices on the 7 days. You know, there was ample time to get this documentation if they needed it. We've gotten it as quick as we can. I understand there was a delay, but that was because of the holidays. That was out of our control. We would like to proceed today, but I know that they have all applied for assistance, is what I'm being told as well. And if you're not willing to give me judgments today, I would ask that we can come on the 28th, because we have 2 that are scheduled on the 28th, and I will block out that morning so that I can sit and we have this conversation with them as well.
He said you weren't here when the Arbor One cases showed up.
Oh, no, Judge, I kind of walked in the middle of it, but I didn't.
Yeah, that's also now on the 28th.
Okay.
So, I mean, I can set you on the 28th. It's just gonna be a day.
We will all be prepared to make it a day, Your Honor.
Well, I think.
Oh,
with the-
joy.
I think with the assistance, I think council and I briefly talked about that. We, hopefully by then we'll have an update as to the assistance and maybe we'll be able to resolve most, all of them.
So when you say assistance, you're saying through Hawk?
Right, also.
So do these people have appointments yet?
So I have answers for appointments for some.
Pardon?
I don't know if everyone has an appointment yet. Someone is on the 27th. So at least one is on the 27th. I don't have a date.
Okay, and the other reason I'm asking, I get what's laid out here, but I've got appointments with way into February, which is insanity to me. And I just don't want to get here, have everybody come on the 28th. You guys are anticipating that there's going to be assistance, but the appointment's not going to happen until whenever. I mean, okay, that was more me being frustrated than anything
Well,
else.
Your Honor, I will tell you that we will communicate with Ms. Zanin in between and update and resolve any that are able to be resolved. So maybe we won't have that many still.
Well, there's
hanging
5
out
and then
there.
there's 2, so there's 7 total. There's these 5 and then there's only 2 that we have scheduled actually.
Do we have the 2 set on the 28th?
We have 2
Already?
on the 28th. that
Those
we
are
talked-
my other 2.
Those are your other 2.
That involves these guys. Oh, okay. Then no problem.
Thank you.
Thank you.
January 28th, 2025, 9 a.m. for final settlement conference.
Can I say this without you getting me over my objection, of course, Judge?
Yes, it's over your objection. I'm doing that on my own.
Thank you.
Or does call the case Sycamore Meadows versus Ashley Patterson.
Again, Carrie Zanin on behalf of plaintiff, Your Honor.
Ashley Patterson?
I'm here, sorry.
No, not a problem. Okay. Where are we on her case? She was,
Yeah, she was supposed to make $1,000. She did make $1,000 payment. She made $1,000 payment on December 13th, and then she also made a $500 payment on December 30th. However, my dilemma, Judge, is that rent is still owed in the amount of $3,338 plus the court cost of $175. So I'm still at $3,513. And I know you don't want.
3513.
$3,513, and this is my 6th hearing, so I'm not trying to.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Oh, okay, 7.
See, they were wrong. If you can't count, then.
I gotta go. I gotta go. I went to law school because math wasn't my biggest.
Yes, I know. Me too. All right. So, ma'am, how are you intending on getting this paid? I mean, we're running out of room here to do anything.
So I just got back to work after holiday break, and my check estimated is only going to be $1,265. I have just checked again. I have $150 right now that I can give her, and then when I get my check on the 15th, we can just give you all of that. Then my car got totaled out, and so I'm waiting on the check from the insurance company of $3,000 to come in the mail. And I can give her that as well. So that should hopefully take care of the whole.
Okay, let me ask you, ma'am, let me ask you this. The 3,000 or the insurance check, when did they say they'd get that to you?
So they sent it out on the Monday before Christmas. However, they sent it to a wrong address. And so I had to get in contact with them, and he said he was going to send it back out. So this is Friday, Monday. It'll take 7 to 10 business days. And I also
So
let
they sent
Ms.
it out
Sheila
this
know.
past Monday or this upcoming Monday?
This past Monday.
Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna find that there's no tribal issue. I'm gonna issue a judgment for possession, lock in this figure at 3513. And I'm going to indicate writ is going to be the 30th of this month. Okay, over the objection of the plaintiff.
Thank you, Judge. I have a judgment that I brought. May I approach with it?
Yes.
Or I'll give it to your court officer.
So you understand that, ma'am?
Yes.
So that this amount just has to be paid before the end of the month, basically, okay?
Okay.
That's a better way of getting it done. All right, thank you.
Oh, Judge, I have a question. So
Yes, ma'am.
that doesn't mean I'm evicted yet. If I don't pay it, it means I'm going to be evicted. But if I do pay it, it means I'm okay.
Right, if you get it paid before the 30th or before, you're good.
Okay.
Okay, so I was trying to give out time because you pay when you say you can and when you can. But if you get that paid and then you're gonna get this check, I'm trying to stretch it out so you can get that check, get it paid, and you'll be good.
He's so
Okay,
good,
Thank you.
y'all.
Okay, thank
He's
you.
such
Have a great
nice
weekend.
judge. Oh,
You too.
wow.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Wow.
Sycamore Meadows versus Derek Hall.
Again, Carrie Zanon on behalf of plaintiff, Your Honor.
And Raven Walker. Hello.
Hello.
Your name?
Raven Walker.
Derek Hall.
Okay. All right, where are we on this?
Judge, rent is due in the amount of $4,694.
Thousand.
For cost of $212, so $4,906. $4,906.
That.
I thought it was 670.
I'm sorry?
You thought?
Thought it was $4,670.
No.
That's what we said the last time.
How much is your monthly rent?
We're at 0 right now.
There was a late fee that was added on the,
Yeah, but how did it go up?
I need you.
How long has it been 0?
Um,
To be honest, it should have been 0 because I've been out
since
of work.
October.
Since October or somewhere around there, but it was, okay, I got you. So,
It's a little spicy. You can tell me how you like it. I was gonna make the cornbread. We got something with it.
cornbread, yeah, put some.
We got some crackers too.
Put some sour cream with the cornbread.
Okay.
It's my fault. Judge, I did the math wrong.
It's
what
good.
about 4? You don't have a 4? Is that the end?
It's actually the total, Judge, is 4413.
4, her total is there, it's 4413.
4413, and that includes the court costs.
Costs. Okay.
So she was wrong. It wasn't that much.
All right. So folks, how were you intending on trying to get this done?
Well, to be honest with you, Judge, we have Call Hawk. We have to get the payment down before they can help us, like we told you before.
I know.
So basically we've
Have they even set an appointment with you?
no.
Okay, so somebody's got to make these rules consistent. Because some people who have an amount above the 3,
Yeah, I've heard.
they get an appointment.
Yeah,
And
but
then other people aren't getting an appointment.
so what we decided to do, my husband has reached out to his old job to go back to it. So he's just waiting on the start date. I reached out to my old job. I'm waiting on the start date. For the portion that we could pay down for them to help us, we wanted to just see if we could get more time and get a payment plan until we can start working. That's really all I can say at the moment, because we don't have anything. We have 2 kids and we don't have nothing at the moment.
The only thing that we could probably do on a side note is because I'm a volunteer at SOS, and I can see what they can do, or I can.
Well, here's.
He's not gonna put the kids out. He's gonna give them time.
So here's part of the problem. Part of the problem is that if they gave you the appointment and would tell you that they would pay it, we just have to get down below that, then we could work toward that. Right now, I don't know if you working down
No,
this
that was
amount,
with food.
and then what happens if they
$12.
say you don't qualify?
Well, we also have tax season around coming, so we're gonna file taxes, as well.
No, I know, and I'm just saying,
I'm honestly, Judge, we don't know, to be honest. All we can do is just go back to work and try to pay it to the court.
and
And I've been talking to my landlord or whatnot. She's willing to work with us. We called Hawk 4 times.
I know.
They tell us the same thing each time. And it's to the point where when I call, she writes down what I say. So they repeat everything that I said. They know who I am. So they're like, you have to get something with your landlord to get it down for us to even intervene.
When did your appointment was? I'm sorry, I was doing math, so I wasn't really listening.
Pardon?
When is the appointment for Hawk? Or they don't?
No, they won't.
They don't even give.
So they won't, they're not, that's what I'm getting at. They don't get an appointment. I got, however many people here got an appointment, but they're in the same.
This is rough, y'all. This rough.
Nope, nothing. All right,
This rough, y'all.
what was it? The baby?
The lady in the back, I think she sneezed.
Oh, that was a sneeze?
That was a sneeze.
Wow. I mean, God bless you.
You got distracted.
My mind is shot.
You lost.
Mind is shot, and I'm like, sounded like my cat when I stepped on that. But anyway, no, I'm kidding. I'm sorry. I should not have said that out loud. All right. Okay, folks, and I'm doing this over the objection to plaintiff, and I realize we've been here, but there's something patently unfair about what they're doing. I mean, if they get an appointment, they tell me the appointment's down the road, or they don't qualify, then fine, then we know what we're dealing with.
Right.
But this way, I have no idea what we're dealing with, and they're just trying. So I'm going to adjourn it out to the 24th, 2025 at 3 p.m. And where is she?
He's such a sweetheart.
I want an email to Hawk specifically about this one. And there's another case because I want to know why they are not getting an appointment. They're just not even put on the schedule. It doesn't make any sense.
Oh, and then on number 2, I had to file for an update for our bridge card and stuff like
the SER.
Yeah, but what she had told me, far as of like, because I told her like what we was going through, and I had said we've been denied twice, but she had told me that I would have to have a job to qualify for the SER. So
because they have to show sustainability.
Yeah, so that's why we said when we go back to work, we can try to reapply for SDR too.
I know, and here's the problem. Here's the thing that worries me about that. While you've been calling, trying to get assistance, you go back to work, you get yourselves back to work, and what really is going to anger me is all of a sudden you're going to get the Hawk because they're at a 30% thing, and they're going to tell you make too much.
Man.
So no,
I didn't even think about that.
Right. So,
we married, combined together.
Exactly. So, in the fact that you're in the unit, it's going to be combined together. So, it's okay. You guys keep doing what you're doing and trying to do the right thing. And I don't know what we'll figure out, but
I mean, so in the meantime, just try to work and try to
work and try to do what you can do. Absolutely.
Okay.
Okay.
I appreciate you for understanding, Judge.
Sometimes I can't do much, but that I can. I think. All right.
Thank you.
You guys take care. Have a great weekend. Take care of each
Good
other.
heart, y'all. That's a good judge.
What'd you say?
But I think he just likes that I'm coming here all the time.
Yeah, that's what it is. I keep letting Carrie down. Sycamore Meadows versus Kimyetta Hudson.
Again, Carrie Van on behalf of Hudson. She's coming. Isn't she cute? She's so cute.
Was this a sneeze?
Yes.
Wow.
I I misplaced the file. I have it, but sorry.
And I've apologized for what I said about you.
You okay?
That was quite a street. I couldn't see anybody at the time that it was. I'm like, what was that? Oh,
I'm cursed with that sneeze for the one.
huh?
I'm cursed with that sneeze. That's really adorable, but okay. Judge, I show that she owes $1,082.90 plus court costs of $175, so it's $1,257.90.
1,257. Okay, 90. All right. How are you going to try to get this paid?
I did apply to a whole bunch of jobs. I am waiting back to hear from them, and I did apply for the HUD thing. I am waiting back to hear from them too.
You
mean Hawk? Yeah. Did you get an appointment from Hawk? No, I haven't heard from them now.
What did they tell you?
They haven't called me at all. I called them and they said they was gonna call me back. from them.
They haven't called you back at all?
That place is so.
Is Amy on still? Or no?
Yeah, Amy.
Did she leave us?
No, Amy's here.
She's hiding, Amy.
Amy, are they just telling people to call back? What are they?
Your Honor, one of the stipulations is that if there's a, that balance that's about 20,000, if somebody can verify that they do have a plan to pay, then those are the ones that are getting those appointments.
Wow.
And in terms of Ms. Hudson, so it's just a language. If there is a plan that's been set up, that can be communicated, that allows them to accept them as good candidates for being able to be booked an appointment. So perhaps that explains the discrepancy that you're noticing with
Yeah, but I don't know who's making the decision of a good plan. But I get what you're telling me.
Okay.
But now, Miss
Hudson, I just need her permission. And I just
yeah, can she tell me about your?
Yes.
Okay, yes, she said yes.
Miss Hudson, had you called just a little bit before Christmas for an appointment? Oh no, you know, you and I had met.
Yes.
And I had done your intake, so you are actually booked for the 27th of January at 2 o'clock.
Oh,
They didn't even tell us.
Ask for Amy to come on.
yes, I'm glad you did. So you're booked for the 27th at what time?
It is at 2 p.m.
Got it? Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna adjourn your case to the 31st, 2025 at 12 noon. Let you get that appointment.
One
All
more
right.
thing regarding her appointment, the reason I had to intervene was because she had issues with her phone. Because this is a phone call appointment, she needed to have.
I did get it fixed.
Okay, if you can call back in with the phone and give us the phone number, or if you can communicate it to the clerk there, I can at least add it in, because that's the only way that you're going to be able to engage in this appointment.
You have a phone number now? Write it down. We'll send it over to Amy for you, okay? Thank you, Miss Hudson. We'll see you on the 31st. Pine to Clover Lane versus Cameron Rouch.
Again, Carrie.
And Skibaris and Stewart.
Again, Carrie Salmon on behalf of plaintiff.
Your name?
Cameron Rouch. Y'all hearing clink?
Judge, we've actually agreed to a consent order for conditional dismissal. Rent to retain $2,252.68. Court cost of $253. Total is $255.2505.68. Extended payday by January 24th, 2025. I explained to Mr. Rouch his rights under MCR 4.201J, his appeal rights. We've both signed the consent judgment or consent order for conditional dismissal. It is the 4B. I did explain to Mr. Rouch what would happen if he doesn't have it paid by the 24th, that I could submit the documentation for the judgment and the order of eviction to be entered as well.
All of that correct, sir?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any questions regarding any of this?
No, not at all.
None at all? Okay. And I'll enter it as it is, but I will also indicate default as to defendants 2 and 3.
Yes, thank you, Judge. Do you want me to submit a separate judgment for that or no?
No.
Leave it as, perfect. Okay, thank you.
Actually, I do have a question. This might be a question for my management, but as I'm here right now, I figure I'd ask you. Sorry. Scabarus is not on the lease anymore.
Okay.
That party should not be involved at all in any way whatsoever.
Okay, so what I would do is I would check with management.
Okay.
Okay. I'll just enter it this way. If they're not supposed to be, then somebody can try to
You'll let me know.
decide. But if everything comes out, it's not.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
And is that it for you?
No, I have Orchard Grove as well.
After that, it needs an interpreter.
So, got it.
Oh.
Donald Hammond versus Angela Hammond. Hammond. This one needs an interpreter. Oh, Spanish. Got it. Are they here?
Yes.
Okay, who do I have here?
Donald Hammond,
Okay,
representing for Angela Schnard.
I'm Donna Palma. I'm Angela Schnard's sister, and I'm here as her representative.
well,
She sent an email for her to do that.
yeah, but it can't really work that way, but okay. Let me ask you this. You guys are all related?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it works out.
I'm pretty smart.
Yeah.
Your last name. All right, so what are we trying to do here? What is,
Basically, I filed for eviction due to the fact we're trying to get her help through the state guardian because she's basically, I feel, not able to take care of herself anymore.
got it.
She has no money coming in. She's been living with me for over a year and a half now. And I'm not able to take care of her anymore. I am recovering from leukemia, with bone marrow transplant, and I'm just can't do it anymore.
Gotcha. How old is she?
taking
How old is
over
she?
Trying to help.
49 years old.
Okay.
She has active psychosis and is incapable of taking care of herself.
Okay.
I contacted Adult Protective Services a couple weeks ago. They've been out. They're recommending guardianship.
Yeah.
So there's a process for that. I've started disability paperwork, which she is not a willing recipient of support and help, unfortunately. So it's been, a bit of a struggle to get somebody, to get her help when she's not wanting it.
And you're trying to evict her. Okay, I get it. All right. Not easy calls on anybody's part, right?
It's not really what I want to do because I don't want her on the street, but I need to help. I try to get her help somehow.
Yeah.
And if she's not, deemed high priority for housing help, she's not going to get the help.
I hear you. Okay. Strange little system we have set up.
Awful.
Have you started the guardianship process?
So I talked to the adult protective service worker between Christmas and New Year's, and we talked about the recommendation for needing guardianship. She said she was going to be filing something on her end. She asked if I was willing to be a guardian of her, and I reluctantly am, but she needs support. So there's not really.
Did she say how long it would take for that to transpire?
She didn't.
She already came out to the house. She did a home visit and talked to me and Angela. I do know that right after Donna talked to her.
Okay, so here's part of the problem. I get it. I can't let you represent her. Okay. somebody who's an attorney could come in and do that. You can't do that. Secondly, like if you had not shown up at all, it sounds to me as though she is incompetent in some way, right? So even if just you showed up, I can't issue a default against her because I can't issue that against somebody that's incompetent.
Right.
So that's where we are right now. Okay.
Okay.
The best I can do is put it out. I mean, I get it would almost be an urgent type of situation. So I could put it out about 3 weeks, come back, check, see, did the guardianship go through and what can happen, and kind of do it that way so you don't have to completely start over.
If the guardianship goes through, can we just have it dropped?
Well, the case,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, certainly you can at that point, or you can go, if there's a consent that she's going to move, then if you're the guardian, you can consent on her behalf to then do that, you know what I mean? There are then solutions, however you want to do it. Right now, you're kind of just stuck because I can't help you,
right?
Like you'd want to be helped in this circumstance. Okay.
Okay, makes sense.
So let me do this, and why don't I just go to the 31st?
Okay.
See where we are at that point. January 31st, 2025 at 12 noon.
Okay.
Okay. So you don't have to come all the way down if you don't want to. If it looks like the guardianship isn't in, we'll give you Ann's email. Just email, and then I'll push it out another 3 weeks.
Thank you.
Okay, and that way you don't have to keep coming down. All right?
Okay, thanks.
All right, thank you, folks. Take care. Oh, court recalls case of Manchester Apartments versus Carrie Sloan. Are they on? Oh, they're here. Okay.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Andrew Cates, P78292 for Manchester Apartments.
Good name?
Sloan.
All right, where are we on this case?
Your Honor, I'm happy to report that we actually came to an agreement on this case. We would like to enter a conditional dismissal.
Okay, what are the terms?
There is rent due and owing of $1,623, court costs and fees of $156 for a total of $1,779. We'd ask that this amount be paid by the 20th of January. I'll catch her up through the 31st. If the amount is not paid, then 4B has been checked so that.
So you have a conditional order dismissal that has to be paid by the 20th.
Yes.
It's a 10-day.
Yeah.
But instead of a judgment, it's a COD.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So only thing is you're gonna have to change that date to the 21st because the 20th is court holiday.
Oh, yes. I will do that.
All right. Is that a correct statement of the agreement?
Yes, yeah.
You have any questions whatsoever regarding that agreement?
No.
All right. I do have to advise you, since you're appearing here and entering into this unrepresented by counsel, that you have 3 business days to think about this. If you believe that there's some legal reason, some right you didn't assert, some misunderstanding on your part, you'd have those 3 business days in which to file a motion with the court. You understand that? All right. All right. Thank you, folks, for working it out. And I've signed your COD.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a great day.
You do the same. All right.
I swear in the interpreter.
Hang on 1 second. Sycamore Meadows versus Evans, and that's a dismissal. I'll dismiss that matter. Yes, you may swear in the interpreter.
Good afternoon, Elizabeth. You're in front of the Honorable Jake Cedrickson out of the 14A District Court, Washington County, State of Michigan. We need your assistance with one matter this morning. Our number is 1423.
Okay, happy to help.
Thank you, ma'am. Can you please raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you'll interpret accurately, completely, and impartially, using your best skill and judgment, and to translate from English into Spanish and from Spanish into English in the manner now before the court to help you God?
I will.
Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, Madam Interpreter.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
The court does call the case of Orchard Grove Village versus Jose Sanchez Ronquillo.
Okay, el tribunal llama el caso de Orchard Grove Village en contra de José Sánchez Orquillo.
Attorney Carrie Zanin on behalf of plaintiff.
Did you need that repeated, Madam Interpreter?
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Okay.
La
That's okay.
abogada Carrie, de parte del el acusador.
¿Cómo se llama?
José Luis Sánchez Ronquillo.
Right.
Judge, I actually spoke with the defendant. He indicated to me, I did ask him if he needed an interpreter. He said he could speak with me, and we did.
Bueno, he hablado con el acusado y usted dijo que podía hablar conmigo. ¿Necesita un intérprete?
No.
No, he doesn't need an interpreter.
Oh. Okay, Madam Interpreter, then I will thank you very much for your help today.
You're welcome.
And
Thank
we-
you for,
All righty, you have a great day.
thanks for using our service. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay.
Judge, I spoke with the defendant. This is a termination for just cause termination in a mobile home park. However, we've agreed that he may remain on the property as long as there's no further lease violations or violations of the community rules. I put that in a just cause termination judgment. For 5, where it says order evicting, I've just actually put C paragraph 10. There's an addendum that goes over the reasons why this just cause termination was set forth and what he shall not do within. Basically, he had unauthorized pets and he cannot have an unauthorized or any pets for a year. And if he, after that, wants to bring in a pet, he has to get it approved through management. And we had that discussion. Guests cannot bring pets. And he also must power wash the home by April 15th. I have a copy of the addendum. There's other things like the trash that needs to be stored either in the garage, not on the property. Don't leave abandoned vehicles on the property. All of this has been delineated in the addendum. We've signed the consent judgment, and I explained his rights under the court rule that he had 3 business days before this was a final judgment, 10 days to appeal. He signed this.
All right. Sir, is all of that correct?
Yep.
Yep. Do you have any questions regarding this judgment?
No, thank you.
No.
The only thing I would say, Judge, if we have to move forward with a order of eviction, I will submit an affidavit with the and that's not in there, but I'm putting that on the record.
Yes.
As we're talking. So I would submit an affidavit with the order of eviction signed by my client.
Okay, very good. I've signed the judgment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Have an amazing day.
You do the same. All right, that's the last. That's the last of that. We got to run the tape again and then I can come right back out. For those of you that are waiting in my last small block, I'll be right back out. We got to run the video and then I'll come right back. I promise.
All rise. Rose and sit back. May we see it?
Thank you. It's so funny. The sneeze incident was the best part of the whole day so far. She's ready to go.
The recording is on and I am behaving myself.
What?
I said the recording is on.
Oh.
And I am
This is the
behaving
best part
myself.
of the day. It was the best part of the day. For me, at least.
They try not to sound like.
It did. And have an amazing weekend.
Thank you. Drive safe. Next week, there's no Tuesday. On the 14th. I sent it out while we were this afternoon. I have no idea who's on it. I don't think so. It's very small. Yeah, it's twice a week.
Welcome to the 14A District Court. I'm the Honorable Jay Centrison. And I'm about to provide to you valuable information regarding this current and other landlord tenant. This is the tenant or summary proceedings document. You are here for a retrial. Your landlord has made allegations and claims that you should be evicted because you have not paid your rent because they seek termination of your tenancy or lease violation. After today, you will come back for an additional hearing or trial on the case unless you and your landlord reach some agreement. During these proceedings, you have specific rights. You have the right to have an attorney. This could be one you hire or one from Legal Services of South Central Michigan. Legal Services can be reached by calling their hotline at area code 734-665-6181 or by applying online at lsscm.com. You can also visit them during their walking hours on Tuesdays from 10 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. and also on Thursdays from 2 p.m. to 3:30 p.m. You may also contact the Criminal Civil Litigation Clinic of the University of Michigan. Their phone number is area code 734-763-4319. Additional assistance is also available through the Michigan Legal Help website. In these proceedings, you have the right to have your case heard in the proper venue. 14A District Court is located in Pittsfield Township, Washington County, State of Michigan. 14A District Court also holds jurisdiction over the following cities, villages, and townships. In essence, anything in Washington County outside of the city of Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti Township is covered in this court. You also have the right to demand a trial by jury. If you want a trial by jury, you must demand it orally at the first appearance or in writing 5 days after first being advised of these rights and information. Jury fee must be paid when the demand is made or within 5 days after first being advised of these rights and information. You have the right to rental and other housing assistance. In 5 days of first receiving these advice of rights and information, you must provide written proof to the court that an application for assistance has been submitted for processing. Housing assistance and rental assistance may be obtained through the Department of Health and Human Services, commonly known as DHHS. They can be reached at their phone number of 1-877-696-6775 or through mibridges.mich.gov. Assistance may also be obtained by contacting Housing Access for Washington County, commonly known as HAWK. HAWK can be reached at their phone number of area code 734-961-1999. Additional assistance is also available through the Washington County Veteran Services. Their phone number is area code 734-973-4540. Also, you may obtain housing assistance and other resources, coordinated entry resources. Their phone number is 734-546748. You do not need a judgment to obtain assistance from any of these agencies. The summons and complaint are sufficient. Reach an agreement outside court. The Michigan and local community dispute resolution programs are a possible resource. Washington County Dispute Resolution Center can be reached at their phone number of area code 734-794-2125. To protect your credit and future rental possibilities, your case may be resolved by way of conditional dismissal in lieu of judgment, if that is approved by all of the parties in the court. It is important that you understand these rights. If you have any questions, please feel free to address the court during your meeting. You may be seated. Come on. Court does call case of Spencer Collins versus Corey Wright.
Ellis Friedman for the plaintiff, Your Honor.
Corey Wright, Your Honor.
All right, where are we on this, gentleman?
Mr. Wright was ordered to pay escrow for the month of January, and I don't believe he did.
No, you didn't.
I haven't been working. I did send in a letter to the court and to my landlord's attorney, basically explaining why I was contesting the eviction. Part of why I haven't been working was because there was mold in the house, and it had been there for several months. I had a very, very bad allergic reaction to the point where I basically lost my vision, which I still had.
I had ordered a written answer before. Did you file a written answer?
I filed an email because again, I can't really see. So going places is very hard for me. I sent an email to him, to the attorney's office, and to the court system.
I don't have a written answer. Did you?
I've not received a written answer, Your Honor, and nor did he pay the escrow. And I have a lab report that shows there's no mold in the premises.
Uh, That was probably done after the mold was removed.
Yeah, but you didn't file a written answer. I don't have it. You didn't comply with the escrow order.
I can show, I don't know if it didn't go through or what, but I sent an email. I brought my tablet, so it shows that I did send an email. Shows the date, the address and everything, and I brought the letter with me as well. I'm sorry that it didn't go through.
When did,
It was on the day, the 26th, our last court. And as a matter of fact, I did it at Legal Services, and I was helped by one of the aides there, again, because my vision's so bad that I can't really type anything myself.
I don't have any. Usually we might get a copy of it if you were sending it. I have nothing in the file. I don't have anything that was sent to my email. There hasn't been compliance with the escrow order. And nothing has been brought forward to show plaintiff's claims. The court's gonna find that there's no trial. Going to grant a judgment for possession. How much is, oh, I missed it.
1848.32 in rent and 232 in costs for a total of $2,080.32.
And I just wanted to say something. Part of my letter that stated that that amount is wrong by a lot.
That judgment was originally issued the 24th of January, 2025. Thank you.
thank you.
Harbor Woods versus George Jones IV.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Sydney Fontanella, PA 6316 for the plaintiff.
Your name, sir?
George Jones IV.
All right. And where are we on this case?
Your Honor, this is defendant's motion to set aside a default judgment. We are in agreement with setting aside the default judgment and submitting a dismissal. He did pay, and so I can submit that paperwork after court today.
You have no objection to setting aside is what you wanted. All right. I have, so did he pay that all to the landlord?
Yes.
The 1,019?
Yes.
Yeah, it was paid to the check was originally given to them back in November. And it sat on a counter for weeks.
Got it.
But eventually they did enter it into the ledger.
And so then it's paid. So the reason I'm asking, let me just make sure, is because I have 688 in escrow. What do you want me to do with that?
Your Honor, he does still owe for January rent. Is my understanding, unless Mr. Jones has paid that already.
No, I needed that, the money in escrow.
To pay the January?
It was for January, yeah.
Okay, and so how much is your monthly rent?
It's 688 plus
some utilities.
Plus a few fees.
Some utilities. Okay, so let me just do this.
I was already
judgment set aside. I'm gonna put release escrow to the plaintiff. So we'll just send this right to them.
Okay.
And then
how long will that take? Because I don't want to come back here again.
Wow. Oh man.
Your Honor, he does not want to see you or me.
The way he said that, it hurt. It wasn't. No, it should.
It's. I mean, I've seen you on the internet. I've almost starstruck actually, but
don't be.
But this is not a position I like to be in.
It should get out there in time to cover January rent, and they know it's on the way. So it's here.
Okay.
So it should be Should be only a few. Okay, all right, sir, thank you. Arbor Woods versus Shakira Lee.
City Frontinella for the plaintiff, Your Honor.
Shakira Lee. Oh, there she is. Thought that was you right there. Okay, and how much is owing at this time?
Your Honor, there is current rent due of $2,290.05, court costs of $240, for a total of $2,530.50 due.
How much is your monthly rent?
The monthly rent is $14.49, and then there's water and sewer charges, Your Honor.
Gotcha, okay. Hi, Miss Lee, how are you gonna get this paid?
It's paid. I have the money orders right here. I don't know if they were able to find the receipts. I don't know if they were able to find the check and the $400 money order that was for November or December. Because I haven't got in contact with the lawyer or the office people.
So hold on. What you're saying is everything is paid?
Everything is paid. I have proof of every money order.
Your Honor,
When's the last? Go ahead, I'm sorry.
You're okay. So on December 11th, I see that there was a $900 money order posted. And then on December 17th, I show that there was a $1,000 money order posted. And then another one on December 17th of $605. And that brought it down to $704.30. And then a late fee posted on the 20th, and now January rental charges have come due. So that's what I show is doing owing right now.
So the last time we were here, they were unable to find a check that was mailed in because the standing in office manager cannot access the mailbox. And then they had no idea what happened with my $400 money order that was turned into their Dropbox. And then January's rent was also put in the Dropbox as well.
Your Honor, my client, I believe, does have access to the mailbox now. They did confirm they don't have a $300 check from, I believe, Vincent St. Paul, and they also confirmed there was no money order for $380 that they received. I guess my question would be, when did Miss Lee drop off January rental charges?
January's rent was dropped off today.
Today?
Yes.
So that's why I don't show receipt of that.
That's why you don't show it. And then I'm at the 9. That would bring me back to basically just under 1,000. Or around 1,000. That would still be owing. And you say you have proof of payment of those.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
That doesn't show up here.
Right.
But you have what, the money order
I have
receipts?
the receipts, and then I have photos of the money orders addressed to Arbor Woods, where I signed it to Arbor Woods. So I don't necessarily have the money orders, but I have photos
Okay,
of
have you
them.
checked with the money order company regarding the cashing of those?
I have not, no. Mm-mm. So like calling them?
Yes, and
No.
they can run it down as to whether or not it's been cashed.
Okay, no, I haven't done that.
All right, I'm gonna give you a couple weeks because that other one should be in there. Her rental
For
payment.
today, yes.
So then we'd be at the same spot, but I'm gonna give you a chance. It should be on the back of your receipts, a place to call. So you can run down those money orders to see if somebody took them and cashed them or did whatever.
Okay.
Should be an 800 number on them.
I don't see one, but maybe I can Google it.
Okay. So I'll adjourn this out to the 24th, 2025 at 12 p.m.
Okay.
And let's see if you can get that and get something in writing, but you called them right away.
Okay, and she said that they did not receive the check
Which one?
from St. Paul.
That's correct. Yeah.
That was,
My client, they responded to me yesterday. They said they have not received that check from St. Vincent or Vincent St. Paul. So I don't know if you want to contact them and see if that was cashed or returned as well within that time frame. So maybe they can just reissue it if it wasn't.
okay.
Okay,
Okay.
so do that with those, and then they should have your January check.
Mm-hmm.
And then let's see if we can get you out caught up before everything.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, thank you, Ms. Lee. You too. Court does call the case of Arbor Woods versus Geraldo Morales.
City
Geraldo
Fontanella for the plaintiff, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. All right, sure. Okay, how much does he owe at this time?
Your Honor, I am showing that there is rent due for Mr. Morales of $4,547.90. Court costs of $185 for a total of $4,732.90, Your Honor.
4,700, I'm sorry.
$32.90, Your Honor.
All right. Sir, did you pay the 1,600 on the second?
We have the money order, sir, but there hasn't been anybody in the office and we don't feel comfortable dropping it off in the drop box again since they lost the one in November. But I talked to the maintenance guy when I got home today, and he told me that when my wife gets here, we can go drop off the money order to him and that he'd process it and give us the receipt.
Okay, but that's gonna only be 1,600.
Yes, and my hours just picked back up, so I was trying to get a hold of them to see if I could pay 800 a week until I get caught up, but I haven't been able to talk to management or anybody since they stopped having management here at the office.
Well, but you haven't worked anything out with them on that.
No, I haven't been able to get a hold of anybody.
All right, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna find no tribal issue. I'm gonna issue a judgment for possession for the total redemption amount, including costs of $4,732.90. Instead of having the writ issue on the 21st, I'll have the writ issue on the 22nd. You need to get in there and talk to somebody and see if you can work something out.
Yes, sir. I'm also waiting on the VA to see if I would be able to get assistance from them.
Oh my God. You're a veteran?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That kind of changes things a little bit. When did you go and apply with what branch?
Marine Corps.
All right. Did you go talk to the people at the VA?
I called them after our last court hearing, and they said they were going to get back to me, and I am still waiting to get that call.
Okay.
Your Honor, I don't have a problem if you want to extend the writ date out to give him some additional time to meet with veterans. Assistance.
Yeah, the only thing I'm worried about is okay. So here's what I'll do, sir, is I just don't know where the VA is at this point, but the thing is that they will pay. I mean, I don't, there's typically not a problem, but if he was trying to get through at the holidays.
Yes, it was during the
been
holidays when I was trying to get a hold of them.
Yeah. So what I'll do is I'll still issue the judgment finding no tribal issue. I'm gonna make his writ date the 31st.
Understood, Your Honor.
All right. And then I'm just gonna indicate no writ without a hearing because what I think will happen is that they'll act on the judgment and get to him, but I just want to make sure he doesn't fall through the cracks. Okay, so Mr. Morales, what I'd suggest that you do is call them, but also you know where one of the VA offices is. It's down by this court, by the courthouse in Ann Arbor.
Yes, sir.
Off of Hogback.
Yes, it's right there by the jail.
Yeah, get yourself over there. Okay.
Okay.
All right, and tell them that you have a judgment, and this is the amount. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Arbor Woods versus Artelia Reeves.
City Fontanella, plaintiff, Your Honor.
Hello,
Well, hello, sir.
what's your name?
Artelia.
Artelia Reeves. I've had my eye problems. All right. And how much is owing on this?
Your Honor,
I don't owe them nothing.
Oh,
They owe me.
Hold on a minute. Let me see what Ms. Fontanella, what do you say?
Your Honor, I'm showing that there's rent due of $1,620.39, court costs of $240, for a total of $1,860.39.
Are they kidding me?
Okay, so let me
Sir?
just, hold on.
Okay.
Just ask you this.
Okay.
When's the last time you made a payment?
Your Honor.
Sir,
Go ahead.
I'm talking. He asked.
Oh, ma'am.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
no, I run this place.
Okay, you.
Bottom
do.
line.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. This is your court.
Ms. Fontanella, when's the last time you have a payment?
Your Honor, my client confirmed that she did make a payment. You ordered her to pay $657 by 1/3. I don't see it on my ledger. So that's not reflected in the total, just because I don't have an updated ledger for my client yet on this. But my client did confirm yesterday that she did make that $657 on the 3rd.
She did make that payment. So the amount 1860 minus 1203.39.
Yep, that's right.
Okay. Now, what did you want to tell me, ma'am?
Sir, I feel like I have been jerked around. When I was in here on the 27th, you told me, you said, Ms. Reeves, can you do me this favor? Can you call MoneyGram and ask them for the information about who cashed these checks? One was cashed on the 7th, one was cashed on the 8th. I called last Monday. I said, Judge Simpson told you to go on and do this. I called them. They told me to send $18 per money order. I went to where I bought the money orders. I got all that taken care of. I talked to MoneyGram. They gave me 4 different stages to go through. I went through all stages. They told me that they would have this information to me in 3 business days. And here we are on the 10th. I called them the other day.
Hold on. So you're waiting on information from MoneyGram?
Yeah, I got my receipts to
All right.
show you, sir, that I did do what you asked me to do.
I got it. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to adjourn it to the 24th, 2025 at 12 p.m. and just see if we get that information regarding the MoneyGram.
You want to see the receipts, sir? That's all I
Your
have.
receipt. I know. That's all you
All I have is
No,
receipts.
get it. That's what you have, which is why I was saying to go to the MoneyGram to see who cashed them.
Yeah, yeah.
So we just are in a position of waiting for that to happen. You paid your rent, so the amount's not getting worse. It's just waiting for this stuff.
Yeah, because you asked me, you said, when are you
No, I
going to
know.
pay your rent?
Gotcha.
I said the 3rd. And you know the sad thing about it? When I went to pay it on the 3rd, the office was closed. I'm not sticking my money down in no slot no more. And I run into a disgruntled employee. They said it was supposed to be a camera looking down when people put their slots in, put their rent in, and they go to the office. They're supposed to have a camera looking at the person that take all this information. I want to know, why do they keep on losing people's stuff out there? It's incompetency.
Ma'am, I can't address that.
I know
All I
you
can
can't.
do on your case right now
I know.
is get the documents that you requested. Let's get them in, take a look at them, and figure out what happened as best we can for your account. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right.
And
we'll see you in a couple
accept
weeks.
my apology about getting irate in your courtroom, but I have had enough. I've had enough.
I understand.
I keep jumping through hoops. And you know what? Jumping through these hoops and not getting me anywhere. They
Okay.
supposed to send me the information.
Okay, they'll get it here. Let's just see if they'll get it here to us by the 24th. Okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Have a good evening.
You do the same. Northville Crossing versus Jessica Bradshaw.
Sydney Fontanella for the plaintiff, Your Honor.
I'm
Ms.
here.
Bradshaw. All right. And where are we on this? I was at,
Your Honor, if I may,
yes.
there is rent due right now of $2,020.35, court costs of $189, for a total of $2,209.35. At the last hearing, Your Honor, you had required Ms. Bradshaw to make a payment of $500. I did confirm with my client at about 2:00 today that they have not received payment.
I have not known.
Or of the 500, I'm sorry.
I did not know because my check was not $500, unfortunately, when I got paid. I only received a $400 check when I got paid.
Okay. Well.
And
there's
unfortunately,
no-
I have been out all week with COVID.
Gotcha.
And I
Okay,
did
what I'm gonna do,
I'm
go
sorry.
ahead.
I did email them and ask them to contact the lawyer to see how much I could pay in regards towards it with my $400 check. And the manager just said, bring me your $400 check. Unfortunately, I do have to go back to work on Monday, but I do have to provide for my 2 children and get back and forth to work on Monday. So I don't know how much of that check you would like me to take in.
Well,
to
here's what
them.
I'm gonna do, ma'am. You're gonna need to talk to your landlord and try to work something out. I'm gonna find that there's no tribal issue. I'm gonna issue a judgment for possession for the amount of the 2209.35.
I did,
However, hold on, instead of
sorry.
having the writ issue on the 21st, I will have it issue on the 27th.
I did get a Hawk appointment. It is February 10th.
Okay, here's what you're gonna need to do. I got you. But you're gonna need to call Hawk back and tell them there's been a judgment issued and you've got to the 27th.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Does that mean they ended it without even saying anything? Guys, it looks like they ended it. What y'all think? They ended it? Because they didn't even say anything. Yeah, it looked like they ended it.
And you've got to the 27th.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Yeah, they ended it. They just ended it so wacky. Yep, they ended. Oh well. That was good on that one. Let's see. Oh, it's not ended.
Start a fight.
Yes, it is. It's ended. Guys, did y'all have a good time today going traveling all over the world? They just ended it just like that. Let's see. Hold on a second. Let me see who else do we have. Hold on a second. I think I have another one. Seems like everybody else is done for the day, y'all. No more court. The only person we have is the one in California, and oh, hold on, we got one. Hold on. Oh, that one's over too. Hold on. You want to go back to Louisiana? Okay, let's go see. You like the hopping? I like the court traveling. I do too. Hold on, let's see. Let's see what we're doing in Louisiana. I think she's still going on too. Yeah, she's still live. Let's see what she goes.
Summary disposition motions. I don't know what it's about and I don't want to take up any time.
She still got it.
Shouldn't be too long. Let's start right there.
She's still at it, y'all.
Well, what's that date, the 13th? That's the 13th. Yep. And how's that, Mr. Green?
That's in Michigan, y'all. She's
2
still
o'clock.
going.
I'm unopposed to that. My only concern is we're gonna end up coming back.
Probably.
Okay.
But I'm trying to get as much block of time.
Okay.
See, we just don't have days, total days empty. That's the problem. So these civil trials just drag on because we can only do so much, especially when we don't have 2 lawyers. It just takes 2 or 3 times as much time. So that'll be our next date, February 13th at 2 p.m. And summary motion. Move the summary motion, call the parties to move it. And we note that Ms. Who's still testifying.
Man, imagine sitting there pro se, don't know what you're doing, and then sitting there all day like this.
$13.25 at 2 p.m. Oh, okay.
No.
Oh, okay, yep, I got you. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, I'm certain, you gotta go first, last name, 09, and you know that. All right, so I think with that, we're all set for today. And we'll see everybody on 2/13 at 2. Hopefully that gives us enough time to kind of get through a lot of it. We'll probably end up with another date though. All right, that'll complete our docket for today.
All right, they done too. Okay. So we finished with her. Let's see who else do we have. What else do we have, y'all? We've been all over the world. Uh-oh, you want to go back and listen to the guy in California? Want to go to listen to the guy? You said Louisiana was entertaining? We want to go back to Louisiana. Okay, let's go find Louisiana. Hold on. Chelsea, answer your phone. All right, guys, we're gonna go to the parole and pardon like we did with Louisiana, but now we're taking a trip to Connecticut, y'all. We're going to Connecticut for the parole hearing. All right, guys, y'all ready? Here we go. Boop, 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 boop. 2 days ago, this happened, y'all.
All right, we are live.
They are live.
Excellent. Yeah, I just need to. This is okay. Yeah, well, there we go. Admit all. And now you're gonna start seeing it all start. And all of other. At the top of that thing. There we go. See? They're all popping in. I believe that we have everyone in the hearing now. I'm going to ask everyone to please mute your microphones and we're going to get started. Good morning. This is the January 8th, 2025 absolute pardon session of the State of Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles being held via Zoom video conferencing and live streamed to our website. My name is Parole Officer Dickey and I'm the hearing coordinator for today's session. Additional board staff are also present to assist with the hearing. Presiding over the hearing will be Chairperson Jennifer Medina Zaccagnini, who will now say a few words.
Thank you, Officer Dickey. Good morning. My name is Jennifer Medina Zaccagnini. Presiding over today's hearing with me are fellow board members Rafaro Berry and Michael Paul. We're committed to conducting this hearing as smoothly as possible, and each of you will have the opportunity to speak. The people of the state of Connecticut have vested the Board of Pardons and Paroles with the power to grant pardons for convictions in the state. The board may grant an absolute pardon or a certificate of employability. An absolute pardon, if granted, may result in the complete erasure of your record of criminal convictions in the state. The board may, in some cases, deny an absolute pardon and instead grant a certificate of employability to a person it feels is not suitable for an absolute pardon. In such cases, the board is making a statement that the person is suitable for employment at this time. In considering whether to grant a pardon, the board looks at, among other things, the nature and seriousness of the crime, its impact on any victim, the length of time that has elapsed since the commission of the crime, and any and all efforts the applicant has made to become a productive, contributing member of his or her community. As applicants to be heard today, the board reviewed your cases extensively at a pre-screen session held previously. You've been selected from a large pool of candidates and represent those who have shown a serious effort towards rehabilitation. You are all to be congratulated for your efforts to rehabilitate yourselves while becoming productive, contributing members of your communities. Some of you may not be granted a pardon today. However, I would encourage all of you, regardless of the outcome, to continue on your path of rehabilitation and progress. Seek to make meaningful contributions to your society. Please remember that if you're not granted a pardon today, you may be able to reapply in the future. I wish you all the best, and the hearing coordinator will give you further information.
Thank you. Please note, if there has been any changes to your conviction status or you have had any new arrests since filing your application for a pardon with the board, you must disclose such information to the board today. If the board becomes aware of any undisclosed convictions or arrests which occurred between the receipt of your pardon application and today's hearing, your pardon will be revoked. As stated by the chair, the board may grant an absolute pardon, a certificate of employability, or your application may be denied. Without exception, all pardons granted by the board today are tentatively granted. Tentatively granted as used means the board may vote to grant you a pardon, but the pardon is not final until all record checks are successfully completed and your record has been cleared by the Connecticut State Police Bureau of Identification. It may take up to 10 weeks from the date of this hearing to securely and safely erase your criminal history from public record. Please note the board is not responsible for any information that may still appear on the internet or in third-party background checks after the granting of your pardon. Once the board has received notice your record has been erased, you will be issued a certificate of pardon by mail. Until you receive your pardon certificate in the mail, you should not assume your record has been erased. Please be careful about making any statements that you have never been arrested or convicted of a crime in Connecticut based on the result of today's hearing. Only after you have actually received your pardon certificate can you truthfully say you have never been convicted of a crime in Connecticut. Please pay close attention as the following information is often questioned. You will receive your results today at the time your case is heard. Regardless of how the board votes on your application, you will also receive a letter via email within 1 week of today's hearing informing you of the decision. If you did not provide an email in your application, a letter will be mailed to you. Additionally, the result of today's hearing will be posted to our website within 48 hours. There is no need to call the board to find out the result. As you are aware, your cases have previously been reviewed by the members of the board and they have read and examined all of your written submissions. The purpose of your appearance today is to allow you to make a brief presentation to the board while adding any information that is not already in your file. You are required to tell the board why you are seeking a pardon. Presentation should not last more than 5 minutes unless the board has questions about your case. If everyone is ready, we shall begin. All applicants, as part of your testimony, you are required to be sworn in. Please raise your right hand. The appropriate response to this testament is I do. Do you solemnly swear and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon the penalty of perjury?
I do.
I do.
I do.
I do.
I do.
I do.
Okay.
I do. I do.
Very well.
I do.
We will now call each applicant in turn. We will start with all the applicants who are represented by counsel. We will then complete all of the other cases. As you are called, you will be asked to state your name to the board. You may, with the board's permission, proceed to explain why you believe you are suitable for a pardon. Attorneys may also, but are not required to address the board. Thank you. Okay, first up, we have applicant Karen Palmer, represented by Attorney Bell.
Good morning. Attorney Jamie Bell representing Karen Palmer. There are no changes in my client's conviction history and no new arrests since the application was filed. Ms. Palmer is a 50-year-old woman whose last criminal conviction was almost 8 years ago. Ms. Palmer's personal history includes being raped by her mother's boyfriend as a young girl and witnessing her younger sisters being raped as well. Her mother didn't believe her and beat her. She had her first child at age 13 after being raped, and without family support and with no ability to support herself and her child, friends showed her how to scam and steal. By the time her rapist finally went to prison and her mother became ill and died, Ms. Palmer was left with the responsibility for 4 younger siblings, her own 2 children, and her sister's child, 7 in all, by the time she was in her early 20s. These are not excuses, but by way of setting some context. She continued a cycle of scamming and criminal behavior. It was what she knew how to do and could do between the ages of 20 and 29 from 1995 to 2003. Her last 3 convictions in 2008, 2014, and 2017 arose from mistakes, not intentional scamming, but her previous criminal history likely made her explanations not credible to the criminal justice systems. She has worked hard to overcome the violence, sexual abuse, and deprivation of her early life. She's been in mental health counseling for 25 years and has worked steadily in cleaning, maintenance, home care, and hair braiding, work she could get despite her convictions. She aspires to become a nurse. She's raised 7 children, including several that the probate court and DCF placed in her care, believing she had the ability and character to care for them. Her references strongly attest that she takes full responsibility for her criminal history and is a role model and helper to people like her who need to find a constructive way out of their horrific early circumstances. Ms. Palmer is an extraordinary advocate for herself, so I'm going to shut up and let her speak. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please state your name for the record, ma'am.
Good morning, board.
and Chairman. My name is Karen Palmer.
Okay, Ms. Palmer, just for the record, the Hartford State's Attorney's Office objects to you receiving a pardon. It's one of the many things that we consider. I think your application speaks for itself and your attorney did a very good job of summing it up. Is there anything additional you'd like to add, or can we ask you questions?
Yes, I would like to add, I thank you guys for hearing me this morning. I take full responsibility in all the charges and crimes I have committed in the past. I'm not proud of what I did. I didn't have the support that I have now to become a better person and advocate for myself, just speak in general for myself. Resources, I'm very resourceful, as I was just telling Councilor Bell. I have 7 kids, 10 grandkids, and I would like to become a nurse and also do real estate and help out the homeless people with housing, re-entry programs, things that I could have been doing and I needed help with, and I wasn't able to get when I was doing illegal crimes and committing crimes out there.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Palmer. Mr. Paul, do you have any questions?
Madam Chair, I don't. Last conviction, although it was 8 years ago, comes from something that happened 10 years ago. I'm fine.
Yeah, mostly financial stuff, and there was some restitution paid. Ms. Berry?
That's what I wanted to ask about, the outstanding restitution of $374. Did you? Was that addressed, Ms. Palmer? Did you?
Yes, it was. They took care of that. The parole officer, I sent over something and they cleared that up.
Okay. Thank you. That's all the questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. In the matter of Karen Palmer, I'll move to grant an absolute pardon. Mr. Paul?
Aye.
Ms. Berry?
Aye.
My vote is aye. The pardon is granted. Congratulations. Thank you, Attorney Bell.
Hey, she got
Thank you very much.
She got the pardon.
Okay, next we have Helen Caraballo, represented by Attorney Smith.
Good morning. My name is Attorney Natalie Smith for Helen Caraballo. I just want to start by thanking the board for considering her application for an absolute pardon. In the 13 years since her criminal involvement, she's worked hard to rehabilitate herself and become a person who contributes positively to her family and community. In addition to being the mother of 5 children, she's now working as a certified nursing assistant at a medical intensive care unit while also attending college classes, one of which she's actually calling in from today. An absolute pardon will enable Mrs. Caraballo to pursue her dream career as a registered nurse and allow her to use her experiences and skills to help others in need. I'd now like to give her an opportunity to address the board directly.
Okay, please state your name for the record, ma'am.
Helen Caraballo.
Okay. Did you have a brief statement, Ms. Caraballo?
I just wanted to say good morning to the members of the board and thank you for the opportunity and consideration today. This will be life-changing for me as well as my children, and I would be able to provide for them a stable financial life as well as reaching one of my goals. So I would like to thank you for the time and the opportunity today.
Thank you very much. So this record speaks for itself. We have 2 convictions for sales, conspiracy to sales. 13 years ago, she's been working in the healthcare field and wants to be a nurse. I'd like to help her do that. Any questions, Ms. Berry?
No, thank you,
Mr.
Madam
Paul?
Chair.
So would I.
Thank you. In the matter of Helen Caraballo, I'll move to grant an absolute pardon. Ms. Berry?
Aye.
Mr. Paul?
Aye.
My vote is aye. The pardon is granted. Congratulations. Thank you, Attorney Smith.
Thank you.
We have John Marshall, represented by Attorney Lipkin.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Nicole Lipkin. I'm representing Mr. John Marshall. Just wanted to say thank you for considering his pardon today. He has no additional charges or criminal convictions since the time of the application of his pardon. He's 56 years old. He's a father of 3 children, a college graduate. He has taken his sobriety extremely seriously over the past 15 years and not drank since the date of the incident. He takes full responsibility for his actions and would like an opportunity to be heard, and we would request that the board please grant his absolute pardon, but he would also like to be heard.
Okay,
Thank you.
please state your name for the record, sir.
John Marshall.
Okay, do you have a short statement or would you like the board to proceed with questions?
I'd like to at least have a couple of words. Good morning to the members of the Board of Pardons. Thank you for taking the time to review my file, application, and letters of recommendation, and my request for a pardon for the event on July 1st, 2010. Please allow me to provide some context for my request. The significant and compelling changes that I immersed myself in since the assault with a motor vehicle activity, and the lifelong lessons that I've learned to ensure that I would never commit such an offense again. As my attorney mentioned, I'm a 56-year-old father of 3 children, and I made an egregious error in judgment one evening almost 15 years ago. By way of background, I grew up in a single-parent household after the loss of my mother to cancer when I was 10. I subsequently put myself through academic scholarships both to high school and college. And in fact, one of my recommendations, letters of recommendations that came from a lifelong relationship that I grew since then. I present my contrite perspective of both the awful decision in 2010, the immediate and consistent changes that I made since that point in time, as well as the impact that it's had on my life today. Sorry. I take full responsibility for my actions at that evening. I fully recognize the severity of the crime, as well as the significant impact that it's had on the individual that I injured in 2010. Before I get into how I've learned from my mistake and the changes that I've made in my life since then, I would like to take this moment to directly apologize to the woman that I unfortunately impacted by getting behind the wheel after having alcohol that fateful evening, July 1, 2010. I'm fully remorseful and deeply apologize for my lack of judgment and awful decision-making for an event that haunts me, I think you can see, every day for the last 15 years. You'll hear, just briefly, I'll try to keep this short, how I purposefully and meaningfully turn my life around with respect to the cause of the events, and hope that you'll afford me the opportunity to rebuild my life as a father and productive member of the community. I've not had any alcohol since July 1, 2010, the evening of the accident. I immediately immersed myself in Alcoholics Anonymous, attending meetings in person up to 3 times a day, every day for years. I procured under the guide and tutelage of a sponsor, worked the steps successfully, and very diligent on maintaining my sobriety. However, while my focus on no longer being at risk for drinking and driving continues to be successful, the impact that the conviction has had on my family, my children, and employment prospects has been significant. I lost my career in finance, and I've not been able to find employment solely, I believe, due to the felony on my record for the last 12 years. I lost my marriage as my wife divorced. Filed for divorce and cited the lack of employment, quote unquote, unable to find a job as the reason. And while I've aimed to perform as the primary parent for a significant number of years for my 3 children, they've all grown up knowing my situation and long for dad to go back to work. I mean, there's a multitude of other situations, such as trying to find rental housing, et cetera, that that the felony conviction impacts, and as part of the divorce decision, the family home is in the process of being sold. I request the members of the board to grant me a pardon, as I'm 15 years from the date of the accident and 12 years from the date of conviction. I believe I've made the necessary changes as it relates to alcohol, never had another driving infraction, and surely no longer in a position to make the same mistake of drinking after driving. I've been a meaningful member of society since the event and fully believe that having a pardon will at least allow for me to re-enter into a wage-earning occupation. In closing, I'd like to thank you for your time and consideration in considering my request, and sincerely hope that my rehabilitative efforts will yield a positive and meaningful outcome. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Marshall. Ms. Berry, questions? No, thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Pohl.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My only question is, In your application, it says that you were going up to 3 times a day up until 2022. Are you still active in the program?
I'm still active in the program. With the introduction of COVID within society, as opposed to physically going to meetings, whether it's the Staples in Westport or God's Acre here in town, I ended up doing it online by and large.
So you Zoom?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, that's still that's the 2024 and 5 way of doing it, right?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Pohl. Mr. Marshall, how have you been supporting yourself?
Depleting my retirement assets.
Okay. All right. Okay, so we have this singular conviction. It's very clear through the application and statement here today that Mr. Marshall has taken his sobriety very seriously and hasn't committed any further crimes. It's been 15 years. I'll make a motion to grant an absolute pardon for John Marshall. Ms. Berry?
Aye.
Mr. Pohl?
Aye.
My vote is aye. The pardon is granted. Congratulations, sir. Thank you, Attorney Lipkin.
Thank you.
Okay, David Morgan, represented by Attorney Sherman.
Good morning, Ralph Sherman representing David Morgan, who is to my left. Mr. Morgan also has a single conviction. I hope the board will put it in perspective. He was 20 years old, going through a rocky time in his relationship with the woman who is now his wife, who, by the way, is seated behind us with their new baby. And I think in some ways, I would consider his wife to be the victim in this situation, because I think that they were going through a difficult time in their relationship. And that was a motivation for him, as well as it was just a stupid, youthful thing to do. He served a substantial amount of time in prison. He went to a lot of treatment programs. Been 15 years, and he's been a very productive citizen. Otherwise, I think you have his resume. He has established a good career. He went to college, graduate school, and I think the probability of him ever offending in this or any other way in the future is about 0. I know he would like to address the board briefly.
Thank you.
Please state your name for the record, sir.
David Morgan.
You may proceed.
Good morning. Thanks for the opportunity for the hearing today. I want to start by expressing my sincere remorse for this offense. It's something that I think of and deal with on a daily basis, and I have and will continue to stay accountable for my actions for my offense. It did stem a wake-up call in my life. I focused on personal growth and development immediately after release from incarceration. And today, I think I live a productive life with a strong support network that continues to get stronger over time. I started working full-time about a month after my release from incarceration. I received 5 promotions at that single employer, and I still work there today. I graduated on the Dean's List in engineering in 2015, and I went to night school and received my MBA in 2020. Community engagement has also been a focus. I've engaged by volunteering at the Danielson and Willimantic Soup Kitchens. I've done mentoring and industry judging for the UConn Senior Design Engineering Program. I've done a bunch of donating and fundraising for various nonprofits, both personally and through work over the years. And most recently, I've been getting engaged with the local church, going with my wife and son more recently. State programming that was completed through probation. I went to a few different AIC programs, one for anger management, one for substance abuse. Those were both out of the Danielson branch, which doesn't seem to be there anymore. And I also attended counseling through them as well. I also went to the Connection group treatment for multiple years and completed that successfully as well. Why I'm seeking a pardon today, really, I think it will continue to increase my employment opportunities to keep me on the career trajectory that I've been fortunate enough to be on sitting here today, and make sure that I ensure more stable income for my family. I also have some out of state and my wife has some family in Canada that I would like to be able to visit. And really, I want to just make sure that my mistakes can be left behind and that I can not have them impact my son's life, so that I can be the best father and husband that I can be moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Mr. Pohl?
Madam Chair, the application really speaks for itself. It's extensive treatment that's occurred here. There is a great deal of time between this 2010 event, or conviction or offense, 2011 conviction, and now, and I think that Mr. Morgan's done well in trying to make his way back, and I would support a pardon in this case.
Thank you, Mr. Paul. Mr. Morgan, how long was your treatment with the connection?
I believe it was multiple years. I put in multiple requests after watching your pre-screen to get the records. They didn't get those over to me, but it was at least 2 to 3 years. It's a long time weekly
Yeah.
treatment.
We tried to get records, but nobody seems to have the records anymore.
Okay. Yeah, well, you were on probation for 10 years, so I would assume that, to successfully complete it,
Yeah,
you would.
he complied.
participated. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Ms. Berry?
Thank you. And Mr. Morgan, you just finished the probation, well, a couple of years ago. And you were required to appear on this sex offender registry?
Correct, and for 10 years.
When did you finish that?
Same date. It was September of 2022, I believe. Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. In the matter of David Morgan, I'll move to grant an absolute pardon. Mr. Pohl?
Aye.
Ms. Berry?
Aye.
My vote is aye. The pardon is granted. Congratulations. Thank you, Attorney Sherman. Good luck with that baby.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next, Robert Valentine, represented by Attorney Palmer.
Okay, good morning, Madam Chair, members. I'm Attorney Russell Palmer. I did have a typo in the application. The date of the offense was in 2000. I had the wrong year. Other than that, I know you'd rather hear from my client than me, so I'm going to turn the hearing over to him.
Okay, please state your name for the record, sir.
Robert Valentine.
Okay, do you have a short statement or would you like the board to proceed with questions?
Yeah, first I'd like to thank the board for granting me the hearing. And, I'm 59 years old. This case happened 24 years ago. And I've been very upstanding and completed a lot of different things in my life. And I currently have a business that I've been running for 35 years. And I just like to, with this one conviction, I just like to have this removed from my record so I can move forward with my life with the clean record.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Valentine. I didn't see anything about treatment in your file. Were you required to do treatment while on probation?
No.
You didn't do anything? You just reported?
There was just classes that I had to go to. Yes.
What were the classes? Where were they?
Just a rehabilitation class course.
Rehabilitation for what?
Just it was for what my case was for down in Long Wharf in New Haven. Just a rehabilitation. It was just.
Was it a sex offender program?
It was not a sex offender program.
Okay. All right. So you have a sexual assault 4 conviction. Your explanation is that you were under the influence. You were under the influence of alcohol, returned home, and forgot you were sleeping on the couch. I mean,
Correct.
So what happened?
Yes. So I went out drinking with some friends one evening, and I currently, I just don't drink alcohol. And my daughter was having a problem with her mother at the time. So she asked, they was having their differences because she stayed with me at the time. So I said, yes, you could stay with me. So I gave her my bedroom, and then I took the couch. And so then I came home one evening, and I was drunk, and I forgot that my daughter was sleeping in my bedroom, and I just went to my bedroom and got in the bed. And then she got nervous, and she called her mother, and then her mother came over, and then they called the authorities. When they arrived, I was just in the bed drunk, and I was fully clothed.
So I don't understand. You were arrested for sexual assault 4 for sleeping in the same bed as your daughter?
Correct.
That doesn't really make sense to me. Nothing further happened?
There was nothing. There was nothing happening. My daughter got nervous and said that I came and got in the bed with her, and then they arrested me.
Okay, but did she claim that you were trying to touch her inappropriately?
No, she did not.
Huh. Well, that's interesting. I mean, if I go on a vacation or something and I share a bed with my adult son, I don't think that's grounds for an arrest or conviction. That doesn't really make sense.
Yeah, the mother just said, that she had me arrested, and I currently have an excellent relationship with my daughter.
Yeah.
Her kids,
Yeah.
she's currently
How
has
old was your daughter at the time?
15 years old.
Okay. Ms. Berry?
Madam Chair, that's the same questions that I had. I'm just like, it does not make sense to me. And you're saying now that you have a good relationship with your daughter. How did you deal with this moving forward after this happened? How did you deal with it with her to repair that relationship?
We just always had a relationship, and it was just something that, we have put behind us, and we just never had a lot of.
So you never discussed it? It was never, So Mr. Valentine, what we're doing here today is we're trying to gauge, one, whether or not you accept responsibility for what actually did occur, and two, what you learned from the experience in order to avoid these behaviors in the future. And what I'm gathering from our discussion here today and yours with the chair and your application, it's really like you're skirting around what truly occurred. And that's problematic for me. And I have to tell you, I mean, okay, so you didn't receive any treatment. You did get 3 years of probation for sleeping in a bed with your daughter. That doesn't make any sense. And also, I mean, how did you were arrested for doing this? You weren't angry with your daughter or angry with the mother? How did you bridge that between the time you were arrested up until to rectify what happened?
I know I was drunk and I just didn't recall, and I wound up in the bed there. And when I was awakened, family members was at my home. The police were there, and they said, they just took me from the bed and they arrested me. I've had since then. I've had an excellent, just a good relationship with my daughter.
Okay,
and
so, but how did you go from being arrested to reconnecting with your daughter? Was there any lapse in time that you didn't see her? She wasn't allowed around you? Any of that?
There was a briefly, I think, while I was going through the program, which I attended down in Long Wharf in New Haven. And then after that, we regained, our relationship, and we've always just speaking to each other and been helping and supporting her.
And your daughter's how old now?
She's 40 years old.
Okay, and she's never said, why did you do this? None of that. You've never had a conversation. It's just swept under the rug as if it didn't happen.
She's never brought it up to me.
Wow. Okay, I'm all set, Madam Chair. Thank you.
I mean, listen, we have a singular conviction here from 24 years ago. He got 3 years of probation, didn't do any time. Obviously, something a little more happened, but it is a sex assault 4. Maybe he was so intoxicated that he did not recall what happened. Mr. Pohl?
I'm looking at the rap sheet and it says nonviolent offense and
Right.
registry term exempt.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't have a problem.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, in the matter of Robert Valentine, I'll move to grant an absolute pardon. Ms. Berry?
Aye.
Mr. Pohl?
Aye.
My vote is aye. The pardon is granted. Thank you, Attorney Palmer. Congratulations, sir.
Very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next we have Antonio Vega Martinez. He is proceeding without representation today.
Okay.
Mr. Merck, there you go. Can you please state your name for the record, sir?
Antonio Vega Martinez, the third, to be exact.
Thank you. Did you have a short statement, or you want the board to proceed with questions?
I mean, I heard Ms. Berry say that. I guess I don't know if it's true for everyone's case, but it seems like there is a common goal, which is to try to see if we have accepted responsibility for ourselves and our actions, as well as what we've learned. I can say that I work every day on trying to be responsible. That's one thing I've learned just from growing out of being a kid, I think it's important to just, as a young man, not only hold yourself accountable, but hold the people who are around you accountable. So, I mean, yeah, I'm ready to proceed with any type of questions, but I just wanted to say that I may not be the most responsible, but I try to be responsible. And that's a learning process in itself, I think.
Okay. Ms. Berry, you want to
but-
ask some questions?
Thank you. So, Mr. Martinez, you have a standing criminal protective order with this victim. Have you seen her, talked to her since then?
No, ma'am.
And you said you reside currently in Florida. This happened in Connecticut, so there really should be no reason why you would see her again, right? Do you still
Yes,
have
ma'am.
family here? Do
I'm sorry.
you still have family here in Connecticut?
Yes, I want to say my uncle and his new family just moved back.
Okay. Tell us what you did for treatment to address for your 2 years of probation. Did you participate in treatment for problem sexual behavior?
Believe so. They had me take a class. It was not a long class. I would say it was less than 2 months. But the class was more so, it didn't have to do with like anything sexual. It was more so about just ensuring your mind was,
Making better decisions. Is that what you're
yeah,
talking? That's
yeah.
what it is. And how long was that?
I think it was 6 to 8 weeks. It was, I want to say, once or twice a week.
Okay. Well,
Um,
I mean, this isn't you're still very young, but this was an isolated incident, and you haven't, it occurred a few years back. So I'm assuming that you're done with this, and I see you have a girlfriend now and a son. So sounds like you have matured and moved forward. So I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Pohl?
What are you doing for Amtrak?
I'm sorry.
What are you doing for Amtrak?
Well, right now they actually hired me as a train attendant, so it's almost like a flight attendant, but on the train.
Okay, cool.
But the plan is by my birthday, come June 29th, I'd like to apply to try to be a conductor or an engineer. The engineer is just the guy who drives the train, so I think that'd be cool. But you know, I'm still on my probationary period. I just started with Amtrak in September. So come the beginning of February, I want to say February 7th is when I get off of the 120-day probationary period, and then I can apply to be a conductor or engineer. So that'll be what's next for me.
All right. I don't have anything further, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Pohl. So, Mr. Martinez, while you weren't required to do any formal treatment for this offense, what did you learn as a result of your conviction and 2 years probation? What did you learn about your criminal behavior?
My criminal behavior, I would say just that it's very important to listen to people who care about you. Oftentimes people are only telling you because they care about you. If they didn't, you might not hear anything. So I think
Did someone tell you not to engage in any type of relationship with this, your victim?
No, it was more so about, because at the time, I had just graduated high school, or not just graduated, but I want to say I graduated the previous summer. And my uncle, he was in the military, and he was just describing to me just like the difference between being 17 and 18. And I didn't, at the time, you know, I was still in high school, so I wasn't really listening to him in the way that I should have been as a young man. And
I'm referring specifically to your criminal behavior, your offense. Do you know where you went wrong, what you did wrong?
Oh yes, absolutely.
Okay, can you share with us?
Yeah, I would say just thinking that the age difference wasn't a big deal. Like that was where I first went wrong. I think you need to understand, as a young man, all young men, once you turn 18, it's a bigger deal than just age is not just a number, I guess, is what
Well, it's criminal.
I took away from that. Yes.
Right. Okay. All right. In the matter of Antonio Martinez III, I'll move to grant an absolute pardon. Ms. Berry? I think that was an aye. Mr. Pohl?
Aye.
My vote is aye. The pardon is granted. Okay. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you, miss. Thank you, guys.
Okay, next, Edwin Torres, represented by Jacob Zindow.
Yeah. Morning.
Morning.
Okay, good morning. Attorney, would you like to make a statement?
Sure. Let me say first, it's always trite in these situations, say thank you for the opportunity and whatever. I don't think I've ever appeared before the Board of Pardons before. I certainly haven't watched one of these. I must say that I'm just impressed with, one, the power that you have, and also the way you folks seem to deal with it. It just makes sense to me that you kind of weighed things out. So I'm representing Mr. Torres. It's just to my right. He'll be able to talk to you more substantially. But essentially, this, as opposed to some of the stuff the cases you've heard previously, the kind of one-offs, Edwin, when he was younger, had a number of problems. There was a drug problem, and there was a carrying a gun problem, a weapon and a motor vehicle problem. And that lasted for a period of time from like 01 to, I think it's 07 or something like that. And he was very fortunate that he never went to jail on any of those, quite frankly. He did go to jail, and you'll note, and I think this came up when you looked at the papers, in 15, there was a DUI, and he was in jail for 30 days on that. So that would be 10 years ago. The significant portion of Edwin's background in his application reflects essentially has turned his life around. He is now a business. He owns 9 separate entities. He owns a condo, a duplex condo. He owns a laundromat with some residences there. He has a son who is, I think, 14, 15 now, Edwin. He's 10 in New York City. His wife is employed as a paralegal in New York City. He's not been in any difficulties for 10 years, and more importantly, for the heavier stuff for years previously. He's out of the drug business. He is a businessman, and would appreciate the consideration from the board. I'll let him elaborate further.
Okay, please state your name for the record, sir.
My name is Edwin. Good morning.
Good morning. Okay, do you have a brief statement, or would you like the board to proceed with questions?
Yeah, I would like to start off saying thank you for the opportunity for this hearing. I was looking at my life in the past. I was a different man then. I take nothing back. I know I did what I did, and I'm guilty for what I've done. Going through my life, I've gone through ups and downs. What changed in my life was my son, which is 10 years old now. He very healthy, going to basketball. I spend all my time with him all the time. Almost out with him. I have no time. I'm always overwhelmed with all my properties. I run a laundromat, very successful. I have plenty of tenants, Section 8. I help people all the time. I feel like my life has turned like a complete 360 right now. If you would have seen my body the way I look then and now, you would never recognize me. I did like a complete lost over 30, 40 pounds already, live a very healthy and holistic life. I feel like I'm in a very good place in my life right now. And I really appreciate you guys for this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Torres. Mr. Paul.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Mr. Torres, I read about the health decisions you're making and such. Just wanted to check in. We had in operating under the influence, we had some drug charges and things like that. Can you talk about anything that you do that relates to that today? That's ongoing support for yourself.
Like I said, I'm always with my son. He's in basketball. I'm down here. I come in from New York. I drive maybe 2 hours every day here, 2 hours back. When I get here, I just deal with the laundromat, getting supplies from Restaurant Depot, fixing toilets, etc., all that stuff with all my properties. Then drive home, pick up my son, take him to basketball 2 times a week. And that's pretty much what my life has been ever since for the last 10 years, really.
Right. But in terms of like, there's an alcohol related incident here, conviction. and then there's some drug stuff here. And I'm wondering, like, specifically when it relates to that, do you have something that you do for yourself?
Oh, I don't even look at alcohol. I completely stay away from it. I don't even go to parties. I don't go out no more. Like I said, I'm with the family all the time. So I'm completely away from that scene in my life right now.
Okay. Madam Chair, I don't have anything further.
Thank you. So there was some discrepancy, Mr. Torres. In your application, you say you've been clean and sober for over 20 years, but then you have this 2016 conviction for DUI. So that's what we had some concerns about. Did you
Yes.
have a relapse?
No, at that time, my grandfather passed away at that time. And that was very bad because he's like very big in my life at that time.
Did you have a relapse?
No.
I don't understand. How did you get the DUI?
I was at a friend's house. I got the call. We was having drinks over there. My grandfather passed away, and it just shocked my head. I got in my car and I just started
So
driving
you were
towards.
drinking.
Yes, I was drinking at my
Okay, so
friend's
that
house.
would be a relapse. You can't be clean and sober for 20 years if you're drinking.
Yes, that would be a
Okay,
real.
so you went through a difficult time. So what's different now? How do you deal with difficult times without picking up a drink?
Oh, I like I said, my son, I just completely focus on his life. That's all I do. That's all I do. I have no reason to look at alcohol. It's a very, very bad part of my life. I do not like alcohol. I just going
Are
out
you an alcoholic?
No, no way.
You're not a recovering alcoholic?
Oh yes, I'm a recovering alcoholic, obviously, but it's been I wouldn't consider it an alcoholic because it's been so long. That's why I said it that way.
Okay, Ms. Berry?
So I'm confused too, Mr. Torres. So your application, in your application that you submitted to the board, you never referenced having any children, but when the officer did the interview, it looks like you spoke about your son. But the application also says that you currently reside with your mother in New Haven, but you live in, why are you living with your mother if you have?
The application did, I did place my son's name in the application and everything I just told you. I don't know,
I'm looking at your application now, I mean, it's in our summary. I don't see it in your application, but that's neither here nor there. Where do you live?
So I live in New York currently. At the time of the application, I was living with my mom, but now me and my wife live together with my son in New York and Brooklyn.
And are you legally married now? Because you
No,
said
we're not legally married, but we do have the same last name.
okay. Because I was just like, if you own all these businesses and you're doing all this good stuff, why are you living at home with your mom? Was there some issues with your relationship?
No, at the time, she was living far. I was running, start on my businesses. I was just trying to get everything up and running. I couldn't make it from New York and here at that time and everything. I was too overwhelmed. So, and then we finally made the decision to move in together. And I moved out to New York at that time.
And she's the mother of your son or no?
Yes, she is.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you.
All
You're
right.
welcome.
In the matter of Edwin Torres, I'll move to grant an absolute pardon. Mr. Pohl?
Aye.
Ms. Berry?
Aye.
My vote is aye. The pardon is granted. Congratulations, sir. Thank you, Attorney Dow.
Thank you, folks.
Thank you.
We appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Put it on move.
Okay, next we have Kiwana Caraway. Not sure if we have the attorney from Lady Jane Foundation present.
No.
Ms. Caraway, there you go.
Yes. Good morning. How you doing?
Good morning. Not sure if your attorney is logged in. I thought they did, but now I'm thinking not. Okay. Are you willing to proceed without your attorney?
Yes. Yes, I can.
Okay.
I just want to
Please state your
say
name for the record.
Kiwana Caraway.
Thank you. And if you would like to, give a brief statement, you're welcome to do so. Otherwise, the board will be glad to ask you questions.
Yes, I just want to say thank you, time, for doing my application. And I'm so grateful that you took your time to do my application. If you have any questions, you feel free to do your questions for me.
Okay. All right, thank you, Ms. Caraway. So it has been 20 years since your last conviction, which was quite concerning,
Yeah.
to be honest, that arson. Have you repaired that relationship? Do you have any contact?
Yes, I have contact with the people. Yes, I do.
Okay, you have children together? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and you're co-parenting?
Yes, we together. Me and
You're
the father,
together.
we together. Yes, me and
Oh, you're back together?
yes.
Ah, okay. I mean, there were a lot of people in that home and you were very angry. Did you take an anger management class?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, where was that?
I did it at CHS because that was part of my probation.
Yep.
So I did all my classes. I completed it.
Okay. And then your explanation for the risk of injury case did not match the official version. The version that we have is that your child was brought to the doctor with bruises. It had nothing to do with the arson case. Do you
No.
recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. What do you have any type of relationship with that child?
Yes, my oldest son. He's deceased now.
Oh, it was the same one. Okay.
Yes.
In the bike accident?
Yes.
I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. But you do have good relationships. I mean, you had repaired that relationship prior?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And you do have good relationships with your other children?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So, what do you do now with your time? Tell us.
I volunteer at the
Yeah.
Shiloh Baptist Church. I'm into programs, all types of programs. I'm still connected to all my programs since I've been home. I do writing program, Judy Doran, that I put in my applications.
Yeah.
I'm still connected to that. I'm in a church called Deeper Waters. That's been for a year. I'm still connected to all the communities. I still nonstop. I'm connected to my program. It was reentry. No, Community Partners Action when I came home. Now it's called reentry. I'm still connected to all my programs nonstop. I keep
Nice.
myself busy. I'm a full-time mom. Since I've been home, I have 2 extra daughters. They 13 and 10 by the same person, the father. I'm committed to anything. I changed my life around. I've completed everything I need to do. I'm still connected to all my programs. I volunteer. I be giving back to the community. Now in my church, we starting back to help homeless. I'm a
Nice.
person like that. I want to give out back to the community and stuff like that. This been going on since I was little, so I give back out to the community. I can see a person on the street. I'm be honest. I help somebody. I give them food.
Yeah.
I give them something to drink. That's
Okay.
just who I am. I'm changed.
Okay. I want to ask you a question, Ms. Caraway, because I'm reading in your application, you say you were caught up in an abusive relationship and that's why you committed this offense. But now you're saying that you're back together with that person. So how did that relationship become not abusive?
We worked on ourselves. We
Okay.
changed. He changed.
Mhm.
He was an alcoholic. Be
Okay.
honest. He's 10 years clean, sober.
Okay. Good to hear. All right. Thank you so much for sharing with me. Ms. Berry?
No questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Pohl?
I'm all set, Madam Chair.
All right. We've come a long way here. In the matter of Kiwanis Caraway, I'll move to grant an absolute pardon. Ms. Berry?
Aye.
Mr. Pohl?
Aye.
And my vote is aye. The pardon is granted. Congratulations, ma'am.
I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all so much.
All right. Best of luck to you.
You too.
Okay, Henry Orajema, represented by Attorney Olet.
Good morning.
Good morning, Attorney Olet. Would you like to provide a brief statement?
I would, yes. Good morning. My name is Mark Olet from Middlebury, Connecticut, and I'm here on behalf of Henry Louis Orajema. Mr. Orajema is 74 years of age. I will note that on the application, there was a 1969 arrest that was not included, was subsequently found when the record check was done and Mr. Orajema didn't have any recollection of that. It appears that it was some type of a motor vehicle offense that he paid a $20 fine for. I've discussed that with him since the application, and he still really doesn't remember the facts surrounding that, other than that he paid a fine. So I apologize. We apologize for that not being included, but we're glad that it was found. With regard to Mr. Orajema, he is a high school graduate from Crosby High, 1970. After 1970, and when he graduated, he went into the U.S. Navy. He served 6 years in the Navy, 3 as active duty and 3 as a reservist. Subsequent to the Navy, he attended Cater Tech in an electrician apprenticeship program, and has since been a journeyman electrician since 1974 until his retirement in 2000. Since his retirement in 2000, he continues to work part-time as an electrician. He's not associated or affiliated with any of the prior employers that he had. He does volunteer work as well as an active member in the Sicilian Social Club, where they raise money for scholarships for school-age children. With regard to his arrests, I've discussed them at length with Mr. Orajema. Isolated incidents in his past that he's not proud of. Both were more stupid things that happened than anything else, and he has accepted full responsibility for what he's done. He hasn't had any issues with substance abuse or alcohol. As part of his probation, he did complete classes on sexual awareness, which he feels he benefited from as part of that. He completed all of his probation successfully, and he is very humbled by this experience and requests that you grant him his pardon. He would like to make a very short statement, and then we will entertain any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, please state your name for the record, sir.
Henry L. Orajema.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you for hearing my application and hearing my application today. And for most of my life, I've been a law-abiding citizen. And this is very important to me that I received this pardon. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Ms. Berry?
Thank you. Mr. Orajema, what's the relationship now with you and your niece? What was her girlfriend's niece?
Yeah.
What was that?
It was your ex-girlfriend's niece was the victim of your crime, the sex assault?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. And although your attorney just referenced in his opening statement that it was an isolated incident, the official records indicate that it happened more than once. Is that true?
No, it didn't happen more than once. With the
girlfriend's niece.
No, just that one time.
Okay. And what did you learn about your behaviors through the treatment?
That I was very inappropriate, and I'm very sorry for what I did.
And are you involved with anyone now?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. I'm all set. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Pohl?
How are you with drinking these days?
No, I don't drink, sir.
You don't?
No, I don't.
Because this thing with your former girlfriend's niece, you stated that you were at a stag party and came home and were heavily intoxicated. So it would be a really good idea if you maintain that. So that's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you. In the matter of Henry Orajema, I'll move to grant an absolute pardon. Ms. Berry?
Aye.
Mr. Pohl?
Aye.
My vote is aye. The pardon is granted. Congratulations, sir. Thank you, Attorney Olet.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, as previously discussed, we are going to jump down to Michael Boyle, represented by the Sills Law Firm.
Thank you.
Hello, Attorney Julie Colbert with the Sills Law Firm, representing my client, Mr. Michael Boyle. Just as a brief statement, I would like to start by saying Michael has been working substantially on himself. He has dedicated himself to his family, his children, and this pardon would certainly be life-changing for him, but I will let him speak on his own behalf to share that information.
Okay, sir, please state your name for the record.
Mr. Boyle?
Let's see. Yeah, he's
Oh,
unmuted.
sorry. Yeah, okay, sorry. Michael Boyle.
Okay, please, very good. Okay, do you have a statement or do you wish the board to proceed with questions?
Yes, first, I just like to thank you for the opportunity. I made a lot of bad decisions, like started in 2015. I used the death of my father as an excuse to, go off the deep end using substances and alcohol. Since being released from short incarceration time, I've done everything I can to stay sober. I voluntarily see an addiction doctor. I get drug tested every 2 weeks. Since I started that in 2016, I have not tested positive at all. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Sorry. And there's group therapy that I still attend voluntarily, even though I'm not required to. I got my license reinstated from being revoked. So I have a ignition interlock that's in there. I've never had a fail on that. I maintain employment. I started as a carpenter apprentice. I'm now a carpenter would be my job title. I have 66% custody of my daughter. I have play an active role in her life. And I have my own apartment and vehicle.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Boyle. Did you say you have the interlock ignition device now?
Yes.
And when is that removed?
So it was a lifetime requirement.
Oh, lifetime. Okay. Very good.
So I can petition the DMV after 15 years.
Okay. All right. For the record, the New London State's Attorney's Office does object to your receiving a pardon. It's one of the things that we take into consideration. We do have victim input in this case, so we'll turn the hearing over at this time to the Office of Victim Services. Let's see, Ms. Vasquez, I think I saw there. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, board members. I did have the opportunity to speak with one of the victims of this case, and they would like for me to read on their behalf. I applaud him as he has done a good job. I already submitted a letter of recommendation to his lawyer, but wanted to say that he has done a 360 turnaround to his behavior, and I am okay with him getting a pardon today. This is all that I have for this case, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Vasquez. Wow, that was very nice, Mr. Boyle. It was very gracious of your victim. Okay, Mr. Pohl.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Mr. Boyle, do you do anything in terms of recovery?
Yes, sir. So the group therapy that I do monthly through the doctor's office.
Sure. Anything else?
I am on maintenance medication, Suboxone.
Okay. But any
And I
other
see the
kind of like
doctor every 2 weeks.
pro-social support outside? I mean, I read the, really, really good. I read the reference from your boss, I believe Jeff, and read, from Ashley as well. But I was just wondering, if there's any like pro-social support stuff that you do, like in AA and NA and all recovery, anything like that, where you have people in your life that can support you on a regular kind of basis.
Yes, sir. Yep. So people from that group I do keep in contact with, and we message and call each other frequently. Also, coworkers that I have, some of them have had a past as well. So we both, we all kind of talk together with that. If maybe anybody's feeling like making a bad decision, after a discussion, we all encourage everybody to stay on the same path.
Yeah.
Also family, my mother too. I'm in contact with her and she provides a lot of support for me as well.
Awesome. It was really cool to read Ashley's letter, and she said that your daughter is one of the happiest girls she knows. So
That's
it's a really cool thing. I don't have anything further, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Berry?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Boyle, can you share with us why you started using drugs?
so
and alcohol?
probably out of curiosity around the high school time. But then my father did pass away in 2015, and you know, instead of dealing with that in a normal way, I was young and I probably used drugs to, you know, mask the emotions I was going through.
Okay.
And
And so,
yeah,
so from high school up until adulthood, you were using opioids?
I tried them in high school for the first time. Yes.
Okay. And were there any periods or substantial periods of time where you did not use any drugs prior to your starting
Yes.
on this crime spree?
Yeah, short periods of time.
Okay.
Um,
And what were you doing at that time to maintain the kind it wasn't problematic for you? Is that what you're saying? It was just recreational use, or was it problematic? It's always been a problem.
It became a problem like around that time my father died. Before that, I'm sure I was skirting with it being a problem.
My issue with your application, sir, is that it's so many crimes, and you're still with the interlock device. And I'm happy that you're making progress in terms of your recovery, and you sound like you're starting to get your life back on track, and you really are working diligently. And I applaud you. It's just that the repeated behaviors are concerning, and I think for me, I would like to see some more clean time. I mean, you see people here today, they have crimes from 2005. Yours are more recent in nature, but it does sound like you are taking the necessary strides to maintain your sobriety. How much longer do you have on the Suboxone treatment? Do you know?
Oh, well, I mean, that's been the best solution for me. And me and the doctor I'm going on his treatment plan.
But they
So
don't
I'm
know
on a
the
very low
entry and
dose.
type?
I'm on a very low dose, and
Okay.
I'd rather be under the care of the doctor. He says he has plenty of other patients that have been on it longer than me. I see it has so many positive benefits. You know, all these achievements that I've been able to make.
And how long have you been on it?
Since about 2017, when I was released the last time.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Boyle, did you do a domestic violence program?
Yes.
Okay. Are you in a relationship now?
No, I'm not.
Okay. What is your relationship like with your mom now?
Oh, it's great. Yep. I see her probably 6 times a year. She comes up and sees my daughter and I,
Yeah.
like for the holidays, Thanksgiving, and then in between also.
Good. Okay. Well, you know, it is very apparent that you're working hard and you're committed to your sobriety. It's been 8 years since you last used, and it appears that you've found a program that works well for you. So stick with it. I would be in favor. Do I have any objections here?
I'm opposed, Madam Chair.
Okay.
I'm supportive, Madam Chair.
Thank you. In the matter of Michael Boyle, I'll move to grant an absolute pardon. Mr. Pohl?
Aye.
Ms. Berry?
Nay.
My vote is aye. The pardon is granted by majority vote. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Ryan Prentice, also represented by Attorney Culver.
Thank you, Attorney Julie Culver with my client, Mr. Ryan Prentice, who is beside me. I would just like to start by saying my client has a long history of sobriety. He has been working hard over the past 2 decades to turn himself around, do a 180, and be in a position where he is able to be a fantastic father, a fantastic husband, and a fantastic employee, but I will let him speak on his behalf to share that information. And
Okay, sir, please state your name.
Ryan Prentice.
Okay, do you want to give us a brief statement?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
Good morning, all. I would like to thank the board for giving me this opportunity. I want to express my deepest regret and empathy for the pain that I caused to the victim. I will be sorry for the rest of my life for the horrible things that I did to her and her family. My actions were terrible and disgusting. A pardon will not excuse my crime, and I will live with this terrible action for the rest of my life as I should. I'm just asking for a chance to continue to grow and be able to fit into society as a father and provider. I have been clean and sober for over 17 years. I've grown a lot from the teenager that committed this crime. I realize how terrified the victim must have been, and for that I feel so much remorse. The best thing that ever happened to me was going to jail years back and getting away from the people that I loved and I thought loved me. I learned how to take responsibility for my actions. I have love in my heart instead of anger. I would give anything to take back the hurt and pain that I caused. I truly hope the victim has been able to find some sort of peace. I'm very sorry for the trauma that I put her and her family through. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Prentice, for your statement. So, as you indicated, you were 18 years old at the time. Serious offense, of course. So you were using at the time, right? Using drugs?
Yes, I was.
Okay, all right. And how have you maintained your sobriety for all of these years?
At first, I would just work. I'm so busy.
Mm-hmm.
You know, plus with all the programs, I was constantly talking about my drug addiction and how I ended up in trouble, and it always led back to discussions over drugs. So, and then the urines, and then after the programs, shortly after the programs, I enrolled in school, and then, you know, you have to be clean to drive big trucks.
Yeah.
So, and then I drove big trucks for 60 hours a week, every week. You know, I'd even be pulling up to probation in the big truck.
Yeah.
That helped, you know,
Okay.
always
All right.
working, keeping me out of trouble and stuff.
You did do treatment for problem sexual behavior for 2 years, it looks like, with Connection.
And a year in prison as well.
Yeah, and in prison. Okay, you did the program. Good. We received one of your reference letters from your probation officer, which we rarely see. So he spoke very highly of you and your compliance. Really recommended a pardon for you. So I'm happy to see that you were able to turn it around and grow up really and stop using. Are you working now?
No, I'm at home with my son full time, but I manage the property and do vehicle maintenance as well for
Okay.
my family's vehicle.
Thank you. Ms. Berry?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Prentice, you had a federal conviction in 2010?
Yes, I didn't know.
What was that sentence? What was the sentence? 72 months and you had 60 months of supervised release?
That sounds about right. I'm not exactly sure exact times of.
So that's so
2
if you were
months.
sentenced in, when were you released from the federal custody?
10 years ago.
Okay. Okay, 10 years ago. 2015?
2014, January 11th, if I'm not mistaken.
And when did you finish your supervision with them? That's
5 years after that, I believe, or 3 years after that.
2019.
I don't know. I'm not sure if it was 3 years supervised release or 5-year supervisor release. I thought it
It
was
was
3.
I have 60 months, I think.
Yeah, so it had to
5
be
years.
5 years ago.
Yeah, okay. And you didn't violate that at any time, no relapse, none of that.
No.
And that was a drug-related offense where you were selling drugs to support
And-
your habit? Yeah,
And using them as well.
okay. All right. I just wanted some clarification, you know, you really have done well over the years. I mean, your most recent conviction was that federal conviction, but they all seem to be related somehow. And you, yeah. I think that's all that I have. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
You're
Mr. Pohl?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Prentice, any supportive people in your life?
Yes, my wife, my wrestling coach, and the whole wrestling team I'm a part of.
Yep.
And my wife's family is very supportive.
Okay.
Well,
All right. Yeah, I mean, it's just important as we try to maintain recovery in the community to have people there that are supportive.
yeah, I just started teaching a class on Sundays at the school, at the wrestling school I'm referring to. It's Team Squared. So
Good.
I appreciate them and they appreciate me. So
Good. That's all, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In the matter of Ryan Prentice, I'll move to grant an absolute pardon. Ms. Berry?
Aye.
Mr. Pohl?
Aye.
My vote is aye. The pardon is granted. Congratulations, sir.
thank you so much.
One more for Attorney Culver.
Yes, Mr. Frank Testa, represented by Attorney Culver.
Thank you, Attorney Julie Culver, representing my client, Mr. Frank Testa. In this case, I would like to say my client has done substantially well to turn his life around. He has worked hard to raise his 3 kids. His focus has been on his employment and improving his life, and I will let him speak on his own behalf to share more about that.
Okay, sir, please state your name for the record.
Frank Testa.
You may proceed.
Thank you to the board for hearing my appeal and to Attorney Culver and Sills Law Firm for helping me through this process. It's something I've been trying to do for 7 years on my own, and it's been a long process. So I'll just go back and talk about, I went through a rough time in my life from the age of 15 to 20, getting arrested a lot, running with the wrong crowd, not understanding how to deal with my emotions. My parents were going through a divorce at the time. It was not easy on us, me and my brother. And then my grandfather died at the same time, and I did not respond too well to that. But at the same time, I always took accountability for my actions. Even when I went to jail for 18 months, I used that time to get my GED. I started taking college courses. I actually got confirmed in prison. I put my head down and tried to make the best out of a really bad situation that I put myself in. And then when I got out, I did get arrested again. And I just thought that my life was over. I was granted a blessing of a second chance. Then my daughter was born, and it changed my life forever. I currently have 3 kids. My daughter, I spoke of, is 21 years old. She's graduating college this year. I have an amazing support system. Since I got out of prison at 19 years old, I've been employed at FK Bearings. I still currently am employed there for 26 years. I started as a shipping and receiving manager and worked my way up to a quality control manager. I have a team of 13 employees under me. They're amazing people at that place, and they really helped me along the way. I'm very loyal to them and thankful for the opportunity to change my life, to support my children and my family. I've also coached youth sports for over 14 years. It's something I'm very passionate about. I love helping younger kids, help them through these emotions that they're going through. As you know, I've coached always from 6-year-old kids all the way up to 15, 16-year-old kids. I still see many of them today that refer to me as coach. And that's why I'm doing this. I definitely take accountability. It was my fault. I went through a very rough time, but I want to use it for good to help other kids and help my community. I speak at the Red Ribbon Rally every year as a coach to help. It's run by the STEPS program in our town. It's a drug awareness, and I just try to help the youth to let them know that it's the wrong path to go down drugs. But if you get caught in those bad situations with the wrong group of friends too, it's hard to get out of, and there are repercussions. We've been a member of a Cornerstone Church in Cheshire for over 3.5 years. I attend a weekly men's group there on Wednesday morning because it really helps me stay connected with some really good men. And I have a great group of friends and family that take care of me, that help me through everything. And I really look forward to the chance to further my coaching career, I hope. And it's hard to do that with my record, as you'll see. And I know you have looked into it. I've had to go through extra steps to be a coach. And I've always been honest with them up front when they do the background check. That's going to come up, and I have no problem answering any questions with them. And I have amazing people that have helped me through that. And I think that's all I have. Thank you so much.
Mr. Testa. We do have victim input in this case, so at this time, we'll turn the hearing over to the Office of Victim Services. Ms. Vasquez, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was able to speak with one of the victims, and they submitted a statement that they would like for me to read on their behalf. And it reads like this. I've been torn about speaking up or saying nothing at all yet. I didn't have a voice back then, so I am speaking up for her, the child I was when this happened. I am an extremely forgiving person, sometimes to a fault, and don't wish to condemn others for their poor decisions. However, it's just difficult to forgive Frank when he has never shown remorse nor apologized for things. Even after all these years and having children of his own, including a daughter, and I think it's fair to say he will be totally beside himself if something like this ever happened to her. Something my father has had to live with, feeling like a failure for not having protected me enough from it, which was beyond his control yet. That's the helplessness he admittedly has lived with all these years. Back when all this happened, I was an innocent 13-year-old girl who had honestly never even kissed a boy, never mind all the things Frank was insisting I do with him. I said no several times. I wasn't kicking, screaming, and fighting, but I 100% said the words no, N-O, and I don't want to, more than once, making it known that I did not want to do what he was requesting, more so demanding. I feel confident enough to say if the police had not pulled up when they did, Frank would have continued to be forceful. Nonetheless, he certainly took my innocence that day. After this incident, I went into my freshman year of high school being attacked, bullied, and called a slut, whore, as a virgin still, mind you, all by people that Frank was friends or associated with. I was cornered in the bathrooms at school, taunted, threatened, had drinks poured on me at parties, as did my older sisters. I was willing to say and do anything to make it stop. When Frank was released from jail, he wrote me a note, which I'll never forget, having the audacity to tell me that he forgave me for sending him to jail and that it was just a case of wrong place, wrong time. Nothing that reflected even an ounce of remorse or accountability for his actions. Furthermore, he toyed with my 14-year-old mind and said I owed it to him to finish the act since he served time and never even got to fully have sex with me. Foolish as it sounds, again, I was willing to do whatever to make this somehow go away, or maybe have him tell others to leave me alone too. I went along with it. Afterwards, he concluded by telling me he would mail the used condom to my father. I don't know who Frank is today yet. I can tell you he was not a good person at the time in his life. I have often found myself excusing his behavior, assuming he must dealt with a lot in his home life, also from hearing rumors about such. I'm a natural empath and can understand that sometimes people are dealt difficult cards and struggle as a product of that. What I can't seem to get past is the fact that Frank has had over 25 years to attempt to make amends for what he did and has chosen not to, which to me tells me he either truly believes he did nothing wrong or simply doesn't care or has just moved on. I wish it was as easy for me to move on yet. It has affected every fiber of my life, more than Frank may realize, even in my own marriage today. When your first sexual assault encounter is a form of abuse, it has a way of forever staying with you, unfortunately, and it has created many insecurities over the years. What has done that summer night forever impacted my life, and I live with lifelong trauma from it. Therefore, Frank, living with lifelong consequences for those actions does seem justifiable and fair. Even with all this being said, I do wish for the court to show his mercy and grant the pardon he is requesting. Only God can judge, and that'll be who he needs the real pardon from when his day comes. Thank you for allowing me pardon me. Thank you for allowing my voice to be heard on this matter. Beth McCarthy, formerly Magura. Thank you, Madam Chair and board members. This is all I have for this case.
Thank you very much. What a powerful statement.
It really was.
Ms. Berry.
I don't have any questions, that was very gracious of the victim to be forgiving, but I mean, she'll never forget, and I'm sure that Mr. Testa will never forget. I hope, but that's it.
Can I say one more thing? I'm sorry if I'm
Go
speaking.
ahead.
So I couldn't contact her. And when I was in prison, they actually took me into segregation because people were threatening her on the outside. And
Yeah.
it wasn't for me. I mean, they recorded all my conversations. They saw my letters and they said, you're innocent of that. I didn't know how to go about reaching out to her without violating. And I didn't want to rehash it. And I just didn't know how to go about that. You know what I'm saying? So when I got out, I never attempted to reach out to her because I didn't know if it would violate my probation. And it was just tough. So hearing that was
that makes sense, but I hope that you can appreciate hearing that.
Yes.
Just how much your behaviors impacted her even now.
Yes.
And I mean, really, you treated her so horribly.
Yeah, you did.
And being a dad, you should now appreciate, you wouldn't ever want someone to treat your
No.
children that way.
Ever. Not my daughter, not anyone. No.
Okay, Mr. Pohl?
Madam Chair, there's a lot of grace there.
Yeah.
And, one of the things that I heard in the letter was that, or the statement was that the victim hopes that Mr. Testa has really changed the type of person he is. And, all of the evidence that's in front of me says that he really has.
Yeah.
And again, doesn't do anything that will ever, as she said in the statement, to take away from what she still lives with.
Right.
So
Thank you. And I do hope that the victim was able to hear your apology.
Right.
And that she'll take that. In the matter of Frank Testa, I'll move to grant an absolute pardon. Ms. Berry?
Aye.
Mr. Pohl?
Aye.
My vote is aye, and the pardon is granted. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you so much.
I think, Officer Dickey, I think we have Attorney Sorokin with us and his clients, but
Well, so I don't
No?
believe he's there. I think the clients are there watching.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so can we take a 5-minute recess at this time? Because we're done with attorneys for now. We'll take a 5-minute break and come back.
Okay,
Yeah.
please,
Thank
everyone
God.
that is on this hearing, please be mindful of what you do in front of the camera as we are still live. And please stay muted.
So were you in Oh no, he was 15. This guy was 15. He was 15 years old. That guy was at 15. I think about the other one was 18. This guy was 15. And she was 13. Messed up. Real messed up. Because they were in the same school. The other guy was 18. The other young one. This one here was 15. That was my mistake, Kyrie. That was my mistake. I was putting 18. But it still was wrong of him what he did, you know, still wrong. On a break. They're on a break. We're gonna be doing a lot of paroles and pardons so we could see the whole how that stuff works. Hold on a second, y'all. They still on the break, huh? All right, guys, we've been here 4 hours. I need to get off this live. Okay, let me check. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Are they coming back? It is very interesting, isn't it? Y'all, we learning a lot with the whole process of everything. We are the bomb. We are the bomb diggity. We are the bomb diggity, y'all. We're gonna be the lawyers and parolee, parole bar, pardon board. Look, we're gonna be just like them. We're gang experts too. We all that in a bag of chips. Oh my God, I ain't know so much stuff. Whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, it's in my cabinet. I've been MIA. Do you do this? Yes, we're gonna be doing this daily now. Yes, yes, yes. My team and I decided we're gonna be doing something different. We don't want to stay in Georgia all the time. We want to go around the world. This is what we call exploring America's most ironic courtrooms and all that. A journey through justice. That's our new thing. Journey through justice. Yeah, that's our new segment in the channel. A journey through justice. You see, I'm on the plane, Kyrie. You see me on the plane? Do you see the thumbnail of me on the plane going all over the world? Did you see me? Look and see the thing. Come and see it, Dallas. Hold on. No, my camera's not on. Nobody wants to see your face. Come on, come and look.
This beautiful face still here.
Look.
I like that.
Isn't that cute?
All right, are we back?
Oh, they back,
Yes,
y'all.
ma'am. All right, thank you.
Who's this one?
You don't have to shampoo with that one.
Well, I got a shampoo.
Oh, okay, then do a cold.
I'm gonna just do this one after.
Okay, I believe we have all our board members back. Here we go. Next is Shanika Cave.
Good morning.
Morning, please state your name for the record.
Shanika Cave.
Thank you. If you have a short statement, you may proceed. Otherwise, the board will be glad to ask you questions.
I would like to start off saying that I do take full responsibility for everything I have committed. I have did a whole lot of growth. I have been committing myself to church every other Sunday. Not there all the way for every Sunday. But every other Sunday, I do attend church. I'm a full-time mom of 3, 1 special need. And, you know, I try to keep myself out of trouble. I don't even try. I keep myself out of trouble. I work for a law firm, been there for the past couple of months, and I keep myself very, very busy.
Nice. All right, Ms. Cave. Let's see if we have questions. Mr. Paul? Oh, I think we have victim input in
We
this case,
do.
actually. All right, let's turn it over to the Office of Victim Services. Ms. Vasquez, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, board members. I do have a statement from the victim that wishes for me to read on their behalf. And it reads like this. Good morning. I was the victim of a violent attack by Ms. Cave over 10 years ago, and to this day, I still think about it. I was left with lasting anxiety over continued retaliation, a reminder every year of the event as it happened on a special anniversary for my family, and physical injuries that took weeks to recover from. Knowing that there are multiple victims leads me to believe that she is habitually violent. Thus, from this information and my personal experience, I would not recommend clearing of her record. Thank you. This is all that I have for this particular case. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much.
Whoa!
Okay, Mr. Paul.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the victim input on this case. And certainly that's a long-lasting
Oh, well.
thing, as many of these offenses are, because they're victim related. I'll tell you, one of the offenses here that really concerns me is the cruelty to animals offense that occurred here.
Cruelty to animals?
I'd really like an honest explanation as to what happened here, because I really don't believe, I'm having a hard time believing what's in the application.
So I still have the email from the parties where I purchased I didn't even purchase them. I had got the dog from the young lady that the dog was definitely not doing too well. I agree of helping taking care of the dog. I still have the emails. I still have the photos of the dog from the time I received the dog. The dog were not doing healthy at all. The young man that I was speaking to at the time was trying to help us nature the dog back and forth. We were basically split like it was like a kid to us. So we'll split custody with the other party. We'll, you know, let the dog go over. I took full responsibility from the dog, from the young lady, because the dog was left outside roaming the streets. She couldn't find the dog every other day when it was there with her. I moved into a home where they were infestation with mice. I have reports from the courthouse because I took her to court. I have proof that the house was infestation as well. The landlord came into the home, had put down mouse. They were baits, like a green little bait. We have left the cage open because the dog was basically home trained. We never had to worry about the dog using the restroom in our home. The dog was not doing well at the time that she put the traps, the baits down. So I'm not 100% sure if the dog got a hold to the baits. The dog was not eating anymore after over the time. We were bottle feeding the dog. We were trying everything under the sun to get the proper paperwork from the young lady for the dog, because she has gotten the dog from her husband when they were together. Don't know what happened with that. I have tried everything. I never had any bad things with animals. I always had owned animals. I had an animal. My parents have the animal now ever since this case, because I had to surrender my dog to either the animal shelter or I had to give it to someone else to care for. And I have a micro teacup Yorkie that I had from birth, and my parents still have the dog to now.
So, however, it's like the record reports, right? This isn't something that somebody said, right? Because often you find in a police report, somebody said something and who knows if that's accurate or not. But when somebody writes the conditions that are there, that they see, and it says that the cage was filled with layers of feces, urine, and other fluids. The mess also covered the floor surrounding it. It was reported that the cage didn't appear to have ever been cleaned, and the dog was observed to be extremely underweight, with his ribs, spine, cheekbones, hips, and other bones visibly protruding.
My house is very clean. I always keep a clean house. The dog cage was not filthy. The dog cage was never clean. The cage was always constantly clean. The facility that the dog slept in actually was pretty better living condition than we were living at that time. The dog had an open,
lying.
I call it a sun porch. Some people probably call it a den. The dog had the whole den.
Liar.
It had the whole sun porch. It had anything that the dog needed. The dog
She's not
was,
taking
they wanted me to remove the dog. I couldn't remove the dog out the cage. So they felt like, because I kept calling and calling and calling and calling, I have called over 12 times for them to come remove the dog. And they said that that was my responsibility. And I'm pretty sure that they got upset that I kept calling. And right before the dog passed, the dog probably did use the restroom in the cage, but the dog cage constantly stayed clean.
Wouldn't you take an animal like that to the vet?
Yes.
When I received the dog from the lady, like I said, me and the young lady was basically split in the dog, because I agreed with her and her husband that, you know, we will help with the dog. She was a friend to us at the time. I kept asking her for the paperwork for the dog. The young lady and the husband had multiple dogs. It wasn't just this dog. It was multiple dogs.
she making
We kept
excuses,
asking
y'all.
and asking and asking and
Now
asking.
you can't do
And she kept saying, I
animals
can't
wrong.
find it. I
be
can't
with
this.
you on that
I
one,
can't
lady.
that. And right before I got to the point where I'm not gonna be rude about it, I was really, you know, teed off. Come get your dog. Right before then, she was able to come get the dog.
Come get
The
your
dog had
dog, she
passed away.
said.
We've been begging. I have emails,
She
text
didn't
messages,
take care
and
of
everything
both y'all.
stating that I've been asking for her to give us the paperwork for this dog.
Do you currently have any animals?
No, sir, I don't. I only have the micro teacup Yorkie that I had from way before the incident occurred, and my mom has that dog.
Girl.
So you have no other animals?
No,
Do you have
sir.
plans on having any animals?
No, sir.
I don't have anything further, Madam Chair.
They don't like her.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Poole. Ms. Cave, I'm concerned about this Walmart parking lot case.
You got a whole bunch of
I
cases,
mean,
y'all.
You basically beat up a stranger in a Walmart parking lot.
I admit to me assaulting her, but also she assaulted me by spitting on me. When you're following somebody from out the door, this is exactly what and I had 2 of my kids at the time, because I didn't have a 3rd child yet. She followed us out the door, like literally outside Walmart door, calling us nigger words, being very prerogative. And I'm like, all right, go about your business. You know, maybe she was having a bad day. It's normal for people to have bad days. She physically followed us all the way out the door, all the way to
Hey guys, the whole thing came down. My guys, listen. Hold on, my whole computer went down. Hold on, let's go get it. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Hold on, y'all. I don't know what happened. Every power in the house went out, and then my computer went out too. Hold on. Trying to get it back up. Hold on, y'all. We waiting on all of my stuff to come back up. They just screwed us up. We were having a good time. Good time. And then all of a sudden it just... Hold on, we gotta come back to it. Hold on. All right, let's go back to it, y'all. Sorry. Here we go. We were getting all into this lady's business, and then all of a sudden, okay, here we go.
Multiple dogs. Multiple dogs. It wasn't just this dog. It was multiple dogs. We kept asking and asking and asking and asking. And she just was totally...
Your vehicle, you would have drove away, Ms. Cave.
She was, at that time, yes. Once we walked away from the whole argument. And
Well,
I
you
never...
said that your children were with you.
My children...
Well, she's not required to. Why Ms. Cave would...
Go about your business, you know.
You basically beat up a stranger in a Walmart parking lot.
I admit to me assaulting her, but also she assaulted me by spitting on me. When you're following somebody from out the door, this is exactly what and I had 2 of my kids at the time because I didn't have a 3rd child yet. She followed us out the door, like literally outside Walmart door, calling us nigger words, being very prerogative. And I'm like, all right, go about your business. You know, maybe she was having a bad day. It's normal for people to have bad days. She physically followed us all the way out the door, all the way to our car, blocked the car, like stood behind the car. And I got out the car. I'm like, do you know, just move. Like, why are you standing here? Why are you calling us niggers? She started a whole like crowd of like people just watching, and then she like spit from the bottom of her stomach. So then that's at that time, with my ignorancy of being so young and naive, I reacted to it. By you spitting on me, that triggered me to like, okay, now you just was totally disrespectful. Do I apologize? Absolutely. I do apologize. Did she attend court for me to apologize when they asked her? No, she did not.
Well, she's not required to. Why, Miss Cave, would someone be following you around Walmart calling you names?
I honestly, it wasn't in Walmart. We were coming outside the Walmart exit doors. We were not in Walmart at that time.
Why? Okay, even more so. Why would someone follow you around a parking lot calling you names?
I honestly do not remember the whole thing, but I know for sure we did not even cross more than 3 words before.
Well, the official version is that she was attempting to intervene when you were fighting with someone else because she was concerned about a child that was present.
No.
Have you read the police report?
I did read the police report, and it was never intervened with anything with a child. And
well,
I never
said that your children were with you.
My children were with me, and I do not have do those type of behaviors in front of my children. I have 3 of them, 18, 15.
Well, clearly you did, because you beat this woman up in front of your children.
But at that time when I was young, and I just admitted to me by being young and naive and ignorant at that time, yes. Once we walked away from the whole argument. We walked into our vehicle with my mom. My mom was there, and also my sister-in-law were there. We are walking to our car. The argument was done. You followed and came behind us and kept going and going. We were already in our vehicle with our children. My kids were at that age 7 and 4.
Oh my God, y'all.
3 years apart. 7 and 4.
Jesus.
If you were in your vehicle, you would have drove away, Ms. Cave.
She was behind the vehicle. I just stated that the first time when she was literally standing behind
the
vehicle.
Ms. Berry, do you have any questions?
No. Denied.
All right. So let's see where we stand with this. We have a victim who's still suffering from anxiety over an attack. In my opinion, we have poor explanations today that do not match our official versions at all.
She's done.
I have some concerns. So, Mr. Pohl, where do you stand?
Denied.
Perplexed. Because
denied.
I absolutely do not like the animal cruelty.
Me neither. I'm with you with the animal.
I'm comforted by the fact that Ms. Cave does not have any animals, nor does she have plans to have animals.
Well,
I agree
yeah,
with
I
you.
mean, that can change.
And,
My
you know,
son can have them.
and then we're going 13 years prior to get to the assault third. I mean,
Shit,
the problem
Peach, that's
here
stick with me
is
too. I'm
the
sorry, because animals don't do
um,
anything to anybody.
collateral consequences that go with this.
Talk last said that curtains ad. She's too aggressive. She don't.
I would reluctantly support a pardon because of the collateral consequences.
Okay.
Um,
Okay. And I would not, because for me, it's very important in these pardon hearings to see that an applicant is demonstrating significant change,
She does not
taking
demonstrate
responsibility
change,
for their
Talk Last.
actions and
I
showing
don't care how many
remorse.
years
And
it
I
is.
see
She does
none of
not
that.
seem.
Ms. Berry.
I agree.
She has not.
I mean, based on the
Last.
crimes alone, it was a difficult ask, but in the response in the question and answer phase here today, that was even more concerning to me.
Yeah,
So I would
yeah.
not support the pardon either.
I don't support it
All right,
either.
let's look at reasons for denial. The injury and impact to the victim.
Yes.
Minimize responsibility.
She does not take responsibility. I don't care how much she said, oh, I'm sorry. But the
And
attitude.
seriousness of offenses. Okay.
She said, you followed me.
Let's see. In the matter of Shanika Cave, I'll move to deny an absolute pardon for the following reasons. The injury and impact to the victim. You minimize responsibility for your actions. The seriousness of your offenses would be diminished by expungement of your criminal history. Ms. Berry?
Aye.
Mr. Pohl?
Aye.
My vote is aye. The pardon is denied. You can certainly reapply, but I would encourage you to get involved in some treatment and
yeah.
try to get
I
back
did
to your
attend
community.
treatment.
You see
I
that?
did attend treatment and everything that I was supposed to go to.
Ooh,
Okay. Thank you.
I did complete everything.
she already going in on the people.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Officer Dickey, we're all set.
Okay, next is Jennifer Cruz.
She's still gonna beat somebody up, y'all.
Hello.
She gonna
Hi,
beat
please
somebody
state your
up.
name for the record. Jennifer Cruz.
Thank you. If you have a brief statement, you may
Smiling.
proceed, or you may choose to have the board ask you questions.
Yes, I have a brief statement. First and foremost, I would like to thank the board and the members for considering me for a full pardon. I'm asking that you please grant me a pardon due to the fact that when I committed these crimes and offenses, I was in my youth and it was over 20 years ago. I am now 44 years of age. I currently have 2 children. I am actually living my dream job. I just got a new job as a payroll accountant for a wonderful company. And I would like to continue my education and be able to advance with the current company that I'm with. I also, during the time that these crimes were committed, I had a very, very rough upbringing. I was born and raised in New York City in the Bronx. I was a victim of abuse by the hands of my father. He was a heroin addict and an alcoholic. He abused, tortured, and we had a rough life, me and my mom and my siblings. So my mom actually moved us to New Haven, Connecticut, to a domestic violence shelter.
Aww.
And she tried to give us a better life. And we escaped him for a little while. So for that time, we were able to get on our feet, to get an apartment. And he actually found where we were living at. And he came and moved back in with us. My mom was very afraid of him. So she didn't have any support for anyone to help her. She was afraid to call the cops. She was afraid to do anything. It was even a blessing that we were able to get out of the situation that we were in. So during that time, when he returned, I ran away from home.
Oh.
Then I was put in DCF custody for about 5 years. So for 5 years of my life, I was moved from placement to placement, different foster homes, different shelters within DCF. And during those years in DCF, the DCF workers had, I would say, about anywhere from 80 to 100 cases that were assigned to them. None of my DCF workers throughout the years ever really remembered my name. They always had to open a file to see who I was. So I felt neglected in life.
Oh.
I felt that nobody wanted me. I felt that nobody cared. The system failed me. And I used all that and I internalized it and turned it into anger. And I was a very angry teenager. And I used that and I committed these crimes that I'm now very remorseful for. I ended up getting into a bad relationship, which caused most of my charges, my domestic violence charges. But I believe that through this time and me getting arrested for those charges and offenses, it helped me to realize that I was my own worst enemy. And through the court, they had me do a domestic violence program. They had me do an anger management program and also a substance abuse program. I completed all of these successfully. I also had another conviction for sale of narcotics. During that time, I was very young. I was about to have my first child, and I thought that I could make money real quick by selling drugs, which was the worst choice I ever made in my life. And that once I was convicted, I received 4 years probation. I never sold another drug again in my life. It actually helped me to realize that all I needed was this time to take and realize that I'm now a new mom. I have this son that I just had. He completely changed my life. Once I had my son, I became a different person. I went back to school. I got a GED. I went and became a medical assistant, and I just changed my whole life around. I completed my 4
we
years
have all this
probation.
information. I'm sorry, I hate to
Yes.
interrupt you. We have all this information. I don't want you to torture yourself.
Yes.
It's been over 20 years since your
It
last
has.
conviction. You clearly turned your life around. More importantly, you want to give back. I think your experience and empathy would make you an excellent foster mom, and I'd like to help you get there. Any questions, Ms. Berry?
Oh, I agree.
Mr. Pohl?
Agree.
All right. In the matter of Jennifer Cruz, I'll move to grant an absolute pardon. Ms. Berry?
I agree.
Mr. Pohl?
I agree.
My vote is aye. The pardon is granted.
Yay!
Congratulations, Ms. Cruz. We wish you the best.
Beautiful.
Okay, next, Michael Gar.
Now that one deserved it. The other one,
Mr. Gar, please unmute.
Hello,
There we go. Please state your name for the record, sir.
Michael Gar.
Thank
Good
you.
morning.
Good morning. Do you have a short statement or would you like the board to ask you questions?
Just thank you for your times that you've given me, for the opportunity to pardon me.
Pardon me.
I do take full responsibility for all my past actions. I've cleaned up my life. Basically, a pardon would help me. I'm uneducated. I did graduate school and grade schools, and then I went to some vocational centers and stuff. But to help me maybe proceed with a better job or more income. But I'm 62 years old. I'm going to be 62, so pretty much the end of my life. But
End of your life.
taking all this time to straighten it out, and I got a lot of stories. Don't want to bother you with them unless you ask questions. So I'm just
said
going
I got a
to thank
lot
you
of
again for your time. And if
Thank you, Mr. Gar. I certainly hope it's not the end of your life at 62. I would think you have a long way to go.
I hope so too, but you never know these days. You drive
know,
out
right.
the road, and that's it.
Ms.
Okay.
Berry?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Gar, your file was one of the files that we could have administratively approved a pardon for, but it was the fact that you have a number of driving while under the influences, and your struggle with alcohol is really what was very concerning for us. Can you explain to us now how you maintain your sobriety and how you finally got to the realization that alcohol was a problem for you?
It all started basically, I guess my mother, I got all kinds of excuses. Mother was an alcoholic, so they think it was a genetic thing. And she was raped when she was 70 some years old. I was the youngest of 5. My dad passed when I was 14. That basically when she was raped, I started drinking then.
Raped?
And then just
Who the heck would rape
looking
a
for
old
excuses
lady?
to keep drinking and whatever after that. Other than that, fast forward, I just had a stroke a couple years ago, nothing to do with that, but I'm having problems with the speaking. So this is, everything is basically like a learning, or I have, because it was in the left part of my brain, so it deals with memory and stuff. But I have a partner that's excellent support. I volunteer with a nonprofit Animals for Life program. Basically, go around picking up cats, bringing them to shelters, and feeding them. And I have a great job. I like to supplement my income if I can, because I am older. I have not any real savings saved up for. I'm not depending on Social Security, so I'm just trying to and apologize for all my actions.
You have, I appreciate that. You know, these are cases that we really do believe are serious, because, you know, it's fine to sit in your house and drink, but when you get behind the wheel and decide to operate a motor vehicle, it becomes a public safety issue. So what's the status of your license currently?
Currently, I'm sorry?
Is your license currently valid?
Yes, ma'am. It's been valid for years. Yes.
Okay. And are you required to have any devices in your car to monitor your riding? Were you ever required to do that?
Yes, back I want to say almost 9-10 years ago, I had to have the breathalyzer.
And how long did you have it in your car?
I want to say about 2 years.
Okay.
About 2 years. Yes.
Okay. And so when was the last time that you had a drink?
Probably 4 years ago. 4 years. I do go once in a while. I attend AA meetings. They're very helpful. Went through 12 steps a few times. I have a good support. That's all I can really say, is I have a real good partner that supports, and family and her friends. Any place I go, basically I changed my habits.
Okay. So when you drank 4 years ago, what was the occasion?
Social, just you know.
So you think you're okay to drink socially, sir?
No.
Do you think yourself do you think you're an alcoholic?
Oh, I know I was an alcoholic, and I still am a recovering alcoholic. So
Okay.
I choose not to anymore. So I don't find I wasted a lot of my life.
So when you drank socially 4 years ago, how did you stop?
I attended last 2 years ago, started to take programs to self-help myself. I wasn't told by anybody to attend programs, so I went to HELP. This is a Connecticut place.
So Mr. Gar, I hear you saying that you have support in your family and your partner, and I appreciate that. But are there any other things that you do to maintain your sobriety?
You take the 10-step, lady. You're not listening.
Like attend AA? Do you have a sponsor? Those things are all.
You're not listening.
What we're looking for.
Yes, I mean every day. Basically, I wake up and I enjoy waking up, not having a hangover. It's just simple stuff. I don't know what else to say about that.
So do you have a sponsor?
Yeah.
Well, my partner is basically my biggest sponsor. But
is your sponsor a recovering alcoholic?
No, ma'am. No.
So what do you do when you have cravings or urges?
I honestly don't have them no more. I drive by packing stores every day, going to and from work. I have no desire to stop. And if I think about it, it's like, why did I waste so much of my life doing this? And I see people still, and I don't understand it. And I say, I do speak out sometimes, and it's like, why are you doing this? You know, I mean, just, I don't know how to explain that. So,
I mean, it just seems that it was it was so problematic for so many years.
Yes,
you know, in Florida, you have several DUIs. Now here in Connecticut, you have several DUIs, and you know, you were caught for 2 of them. I can only imagine how many others there were. And to hear that you drank 4 years ago and you were just.
Well, I also have failing health. That's, I mean, granted, failing health, you know, issues. I've congestive heart failure. I had a stroke a couple years ago, like I said. So that was another big reason.
Great. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Madam Chair.
She's like,
Thank you,
shut
Mr.
up
Paul.
now, shut up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A lot of the questions that I was interested in, Board Member Barry got to. Mr. Gar hasn't had a DUI since 2015.
That's a long time. That's 10 years ago.
No, and the piece here is Mr. Gar heads into retirement age.
Mhm.
Just because we pardon here doesn't make the motor vehicle record go away. So if there are any further instances of that involve drinking and driving, if that were to happen again, when the state's attorney would pull the record, they would have available to them any and all past offenses. So since it's been going on 10 years,
10 years,
I would
exactly. Come
support
on,
a
give the
pardon in
man a
this
stretch.
case.
He said his health is
sir.
bad.
Mr. Gar, have you maintained contact with the McCaw Foundation at all?
They actually changed, and I recently just trying to find out. I graduated from them, but I have not really recently called them or talked to them, but I did try to find out about my records because I didn't have it.
Okay.
Other than that, they changed ownerships.
Yeah.
I gotta remember, he had.
Is your girlfriend in recovery as well?
No, ma'am.
Okay. How old are your kids now?
My 32 and 30.
Okay. And are they local? Do you see them?
No. I see my son. I seen him this year. One of my oldest brothers passed, so we're all at the funeral for that. But my daughter is off and on with a relationship that I think I failed at years ago.
Right. Right.
That man's
Well, it's
very
important to
honest,
have
y'all.
support around you, to work
Yes.
on relationships that you do have.
My brother, I do take care of my brother. I often every year go to Florida just because he's disabled, he's diabetic type 1, and so I traveled there and help him like I help him out with his house. Like he got in trouble with the hurricane, so we had to redo his house. He's right on the Coosawhatchee, so he got flooded out. Can't get him to move up north because it's too cold for him up here, and he
Yeah.
only got like this one leg, one eye.
Oh,
One
geez.
Yeah,
leg,
he's
one eye.
65 and he's outlived his time too, basically. But he's
Outlived
never
his
been an
time?
alcoholic. It's just I got stuck with that, and I accept my responsibility for that. I don't.
All right. Well, keep working on yourself. Yeah. I'm going to make a motion in the matter of Michael Gar
Here we
Senior.
go,
I'll
ma'am.
move to grant an absolute pardon. Ms. Berry?
Aye.
Mr. Pohl?
Aye.
My vote is aye. The pardon is granted. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you very much Pete, for taking my time, taking your time. Thank you.
He's still talking, y'all.
Next, we have Samantha Gotnier.
He does
Hello.
tell it all.
Hi, please
He
state your
likes
name
to
for the
tell it
record.
all too.
Samantha Gantner.
Okay, do you have a brief statement or would you like the board to proceed with questions?
I do. I just want to say good morning and thank you for reviewing my case. I struggled with substance abuse since the age of 13.
Whoa.
Sorry, I'm like a little nervous. I've been sober for 10 years since 2015. In the beginning of my sobriety, I attended an intensive outpatient program 3 days a week. And when I completed that, I attended a relapse prevention program once a week, which I successfully completed as well. I attend AA meetings 3 days a week, still to this day, volunteeringly. I have a sponsor. I help other women in the program to get and help them stay sober. I see a psychiatrist once a month. I have not had any arrests since my conviction in 2014. I completed probation successfully in 2017. I take full responsibility for my actions involving my convictions. The reason why I applied for this pardon is so I could go to nursing school to help others and so I could have a more financially stable life for my family. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Gantner. Mr. Pohl?
No questions, Madam Chair. I'd support a
You
pardon in
answered
this case.
everything.
Thank you. Ms. Berry?
No questions, thank you.
Yeah,
They
I hope you will go to nursing school because you have the experience. You can help so many people. In the matter of Samantha Gantner, I'll move to grant an absolute pardon. Mr. Pohl?
Aye.
Ms. Berry?
Aye.
My vote is aye. The pardon is granted.
Hers was
Congratulations.
fulfilled.
Thank you so
She
much.
filled out
Thank you.
everything. She answered every question, so there was no reason for them to ask questions.
All right, next we have Bobby Mann.
Let's see. There he is.
Mr. Mann?
He's trying to unmute.
Hello,
There you go.
Mr. Mann, please state your name for the record.
He looked familiar,
Bobby
y'all.
Mann.
And do you have a short statement or would you like the board to proceed with questions?
I would like to say a few words, please.
Okay.
First, I would like to thank the board for allowing me this opportunity. I also would like to take the time to express how sorry I am to the victim, to her family, all the pain I caused. I truly regret it. I relived that horrible mess I made of my life and theirs. Not only that, but when I saw my record, I couldn't believe what type of life I was living back then. I was misguided. I was young, doing a lot of reckless things with people I grew up who was in the same similar situation as me, growing up without a father, didn't know what a real man was, how he's supposed to carry himself. It took me a while to find myself, but I actually been working on myself. I've got my license. I never had a license. I've been keeping full employment for almost 9 years, with the exception of 3 or 4 months. I was let go from my previous job, but my union business rep actually got me the job where I'm at now because he used to work there. I just work, come home. These last 2 years been kind of good for me. I've seen a little light of hope in myself in the future because my son's mother actually allowed me to have contact with my son for the last 2.5 years. And just recently, she allowed me to talk to him direct. I don't have to go through her phone, call her to talk to him. She's starting to let us hang out. And I just want to continue that. I want to be the father that I never had. I just want to continue to do more. I want to make my mother and my family proud. I would like to put this horrible past behind me and actually I have potentially a better career opportunities. If I could get this, also a better residency in a better neighborhood, I would love to have my son to come live with me or at least stay weekends if we take it slow. I want to feel for joint custody of my son if I was blessed enough to have this. I have so many big plans to move on with my life in a good way. I've been working on myself and
He made me want to
I
cry.
am truly remorseful, and I finally grew up and matured. I can honestly say that I take life much more seriously now. I'm about to be 50 in a couple of months, and I don't want this to be the end of me when I pass away. This what people would think of me. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mann. So I took issue with some of your explanations in your application, sir. So for instance, for your sexual assault second conviction, your explanation is that you didn't ask for her age. Well, you're 34 years old and you don't know that you're dating a 15-year-old? I find that very hard to believe, sir.
Well, at that time, I was just only seeing her at night and I was drinking a lot at that time. I was still going through some issues of losing my little sister and not having my son in my life because he was already born. It was just, I was just going through some things in my life and I was reckless. I was reckless. There's no excuse for it.
I can understand. You saying that you were reckless and making poor choices, I can understand. Telling me that at 34, you didn't ask for her age, so you had no idea how old she was, I will not accept.
Well,
that was my excuse.
I just didn't ask at that time because I didn't. I guess I didn't care at the time.
Exactly.
I guess I didn't care.
That makes more sense. You didn't care, right? And also, since you brought up the alcohol and drinking too much, there was some contradiction there too. You said you hardly ever drink anymore because it was an issue, but then you say that you never had a problems with drugs or alcohol. It sounds like it was a problem at one point.
No, I mean, I drunk a lot back then, but
Right.
if I wanted to stop, I could. It wasn't like I had to have a drink. I just drank too much at the time, and I don't know. I don't have a drinking problem. I really don't. I did drink a lot back then, but
Mhm.
I could quit. I could have had quit at any time, but I was just lost mentally. I was lost.
All right. So how'd you get found?
Well, actually, once I started working and I've been employed for a good while, and I just wanted to do right, and I finally just came to my senses, and then I always been hoping and praying that I'll have a relationship with my son, and then 2.5 years ago, that I was blessed for the opportunity. His mother actually started letting us have contact with each other, and that just gave me hope to keep doing what I was doing. I've been trying to stay out of trouble, so I've been working on myself.
Okay. And you understand why the contact was stopped for that time, right? You weren't a good influence for anybody.
I wasn't, but I understand. But at the same
Yeah.
time, I told her I would never intentionally put my son in any danger. But I understand where she had to make sure. I understand that. I accept the mess I made of my life and others. I fully take responsibility for that. I'm ashamed of that. When I saw my record, I'm still ashamed. It's something I have to carry with me, even if I was granted it. It's something that it still haunts me. It still haunts me.
Okay. One more question and then we'll move on from the offense. You violated your probation because you refused to report who your sexual partners were. Why?
Because at the time when I first had that probation officer, when I sat down, she would talk down to me. She was very rude. So I knew at that time, I was thinking that there would be no way I could talk to her logically and calmly. She would just, I will violate you for anything. That's what she said to me. So after a while, when I did start to have sexual contact with women, I told them about my fence like I was supposed to, or she told me to, the PO, and she wanted to meet her. But the young lady did not want to come down, and I couldn't force them. So I never told my probation officer because of the initial talk we had when I first met her. I knew she would be hardball. So at that time, I still wasn't thinking clearly. I was just so upset of how my life was. I was almost gave up on life, honestly. I almost gave up on life. So I never reported it, but I ended up reporting it at the end because I got tired of telling her that I wasn't having sex. And it was almost a year. She knew I'm a grown man, I'm gonna have sex. So I just told her because I wanted to get off my chest because I was tired of lying to her about not having sex. It was just the ladies did not feel comfortable coming down and I couldn't force them.
Okay. Understood. All right. So here's the good news, Mr. Mann. It's been, 15, 16 years since your last conviction. You've done really well since then, working, reunited with your teenage son, staying out of trouble. So you've found a way to turn it around. And we're happy to hear that, to see that. What do you do to give back? Do you volunteer at all anywhere?
Well, no, because I still feel when I go out, people automatically see me and think of my past history with my offense. So I pretty much stay secluded. If I'm not working or doing errands, I'm home or I'm at my aunt, my father, and my cousin's house. I really don't even enjoy going outside because of the madness. I feel safe at home.
Okay.
So I stay
maybe
home.
we can help you out with that and you could get out there and volunteer and try to give back. Ms. Berry?
No questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Pohl?
None, Madam Chair.
Thank you. In the matter of Bobby Mann, I'll move to grant an absolute pardon. Ms. Berry?
Thank you.
Mr. Paul?
Oh, he's crying, y'all.
And my
Look
vote
at
is aye.
him.
The pardon
He's
is granted.
crying.
Congratulations, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
He crying,
Thank you.
y'all.
All right, next we have Mr. James Mikichi.
He cried.
Mr. Mikichi, please state your name for the record.
James McGeechee.
All right, do you have a short statement for
crying
the
too,
board, or would you
Rachel?
like them to start their questions?
Stop crying.
Yes, I have a short statement. I would like to
Don't he look like
say
Maurice,
thank
y'all?
you for this opportunity.
He look like Maurice.
For the board. I was awarded the state as far as like being in foster care at Children's Village. I got taken away from my mom. They got 10 or 11. Been pushed around from different foster homes, group homes. Didn't really know my moms that well. Didn't know my dad that well. Was homeless after I got kicked out of the system. Then I met my wife. 18 years married now. We have 9 children together, 9 kids.
9. Dang.
One on the way.
Yeah. Well,
My oldest daughter's 18. The youngest one right now is 3. No, 2 years old. I don't really affiliate with a lot of people. I graduated from anger management class. I'm from New York.
you know what? Him and
You
I
ready for our
are the
questions?
same.
We're ready to
Yeah.
ask questions. Thank you.
She
Yeah.
said, "Shut up."
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. McGeechee, I heard you say you participated in anger management and you are, and your wife are still having children. How do you discipline your children now when they are out of line?
Oh, it's totally different now. So basically, they have laptops and certain stuff that they like to play with. So the minute they get out of hand, they don't get their snacks. They don't get certain free times. It's either they go in a room, they read a book, or they help each other out to clean up as far as like clean up around the house. So basically, they have to earn stuff now. So when they act out, they don't get special privileges and stuff like that.
Okay. And so, no other, I mean, I understand it's a cultural thing, but no longer do they get beat with anything
Nah,
for being disobedient or, okay. And you gave up your parental rights to this victim?
yes.
And so do you know how she's doing or any idea what's going on with her?
No,
Wow. No contact with the mother either. I'm assuming it's a different mom.
no, it's the same mother.
Same mother. Does your wife speak to her?
No,
Wow. Wow.
it was basically she has really bad mental health issues.
Mm-hmm.
So when the last time I spoke to the worker, she said that it's up to her if she wants to reach out, or it's up to her attorney if they want to allow her to reach out to her siblings. But as far as with that, last time I heard, she's doing really good in school.
Sure. How old is she now?
She's 18.
Wow. Okay. And I heard you say your wife is pregnant. Is your wife working?
No, my wife has scoliosis.
Okay.
She has a crooked spine.
Oh, she having all the baby. She has scoliosis.
And are you working?
Not at the moment right now. I'm in between like side jobs because I do security. I have my security license,
Okay.
so I do security work. So
how do you support 9 kids?
we get help from the state,
Wow.
like food stamps and stuff like that. Medicaid.
Wow. So, I mean, okay. I'm all set. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Paul?
I don't have anything, Madam Chair.
All right, so here's my concern, Mr. McGeechee. In your application, you say the information on your application was submitted incorrectly by the preparer. Who prepared your application, sir?
Oh, it was a pastor from Waterbury, Rashawn
Okay.
Dunbar.
Okay, but you signed off on it, right? So you should have read it. And you say that you deny ever hitting your daughter, and the victim lied to DCF, and that the bruises were caused by a cat.
Oh no, that was a mistake. That was a mistake.
What was a mistake?
It was a mistake on my part by me saying that. I shouldn't have said that. So basically,
the officer here called you and said,
yes,
this is what your application says, and you say, no, that's not true.
the
messed up my application.
No, the first situation, as far as it was with the cat, but the second situation is when she grabbed the cat by the throat. That's when how can I say, like, when you discipline her, like discipline a child, I discipline her, but the wrong way.
How did you discipline her?
Spank her.
It was with a little, what do you call that? string wire from the jacket.
Okay, so the official version says that she touched your computer, so you hit her with the computer cord.
No, it wasn't a computer board. It was an extension. It was like the thick plastic thing from the jacket, from the pants. You know how when you have like the sweatpants on, and sometimes they have like the little cloth, and then they have like the plastics. It's like a really thick plastic, but it's a string that goes around your waist.
So you took the string out of a pair of sweatpants to hit her with it?
No, it was already out of the sweatpants because I was
Okay.
kind of using that to hold up my weights because I work out. So I kind of used that.
And that left bruises on her?
Yeah, because it's plastic. It's a really thick plastic.
Uh-huh.
He's lying.
It's like a wiry
Your
plastic.
rights were terminated. That's why you have no contact now, right?
No, we gave up. It says they was terminated, but we gave up our parental rights.
Well, regardless, your rights
Yes,
were
yes.
terminated. I don't care how it
Yes.
happened.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
so, all right. I mean, I'm concerned. There's some inconsistencies here. You have all these other kids that you need to take care of. Did you go through a parenting program?
Yes.
I went through anger management.
Did you go through a parenting program?
The parenting program I went through was, I think it was with CCA in Waterbury, and then it branches off to anger management.
How long was the parenting portion of that?
30 days,
That's
30 or 60 days.
Okay. Because our records indicate there have been quite a few referrals to the Department of Children and Families regarding your children.
It was basically my daughter.
Not basically. I mean, you know, there were reports from the other kids too. So,
Uh-oh.
I mean, I guess, how do you abuse one and not the others?
Yeah, I understand.
Well, that's a question. How do you abuse one and not the others?
Well, I was basically taking stuff from them too. I take like they toys away. I won't allow them to go to their friend's house.
That's not what
when
we're asking, sir.
Yeah, that's not
Huh?
abuse. That's not abuse. I mean, I would say
screaming,
that's
screaming,
appropriate discipline.
screaming and yelling at them.
Calling them names.
You know, having them stand in the corners and stuff like that.
Yeah.
People.
How old is your youngest now?
Dada is 2.
Dada.
Okay.
You just said he turned at 3, but go ahead.
And
Sorry.
the oldest, the oldest.
He's 2. He's born July 4th.
All right. How old are the other ones?
Zaire, I think Zaire is okay. Anissa's 14, Zaire's 13. Nefertari is, I think she's 11. Naya and Tahira, I think they're 2 years apart. 4, 3.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a lot. And that
Yes.
can't be easy to care for all those kids, to discipline all those kids. It can't be.
Yeah, there's a program that we attend to. It's called New Opportunity.
Yeah.
And we're affiliated with them, with Olivia. I forgot her name. It's Olivia something, but she comes frequently over to the house. You know,
Okay.
she talks with us. You know,
Okay.
she's like a family advocate. She you know, she talks to the
Yeah.
kids and stuff like that. You know, she suggests like certain stuff that, okay, when the boys get out of hand, it's best to do this. When the girls
Yeah.
get out of hand, it's best to do this. Even if we have to call her, we'll call her
Yeah.
to ask for advice.
So are you still receiving services from the Department of Children and Families?
No, not as of yet. No.
What do you mean?
We
as of
was,
yet?
but we
Okay,
was not as of yet.
when was your latest case closed?
As far as with my daughter,
No, any.
on the 6th.
On the 6th of January?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay, let's see. Did I already go through everything?
Yeah, that's
I
a
did, right?
hard thing.
Okay, what are your thoughts,
What do y'all
Ms.
think, y'all?
Ms.
It's
Berry?
hard. That's hard, y'all.
This is a lot. I mean,
they ain't working too.
There's so many children already, and you're still having more children, and disciplining them and still being involved with DCF and not working and both at home.
Not working is the part that gets me.
It's concerning. It's a lot. I just, while I would like to support Mr. McGeechee's request for a pardon here today, I'm just concerned that the behavior may still be occurring. I'll hear what you all two think. At this point, I am undecided.
Yeah, I mean, I think it might be a little too soon myself. I think continued services are probably in order here.
It's hard, especially when you're dealing with kids, y'all. I don't know, y'all.
Yeah.
He seemed like
You
he
know,
lied.
it's a lot of kids, and you know, I would
Because he's
hate
talking about he hit him
to
with the
fail anyone in this
little
family.
cord from his belt.
Mr. Paul, what are your thoughts?
So it concerns me the latest case was just closed on the 6th.
The 6th. Lord have mercy.
The arrest on this was going on 8 years ago.
Right.
Trying to is there a reason to keep this one offense on his record when DCF will have this anyway?
Exactly.
I just don't know.
He's gonna give it
I'd
to
be
him.
really interested in what the chair has to say.
I mean, I don't know, and I don't know their expungement process. You know, it's been years since I've been involved with them, so
I don't think that there is an expungement
There is.
process because it's an administrative.
It's not.
no, there is an
It
expungement
stays-
process.
No, it's
with
not. It
DCF,
stays
yeah.
on there, lady.
Yep.
They leave it on there for a while.
I think it might be important to revisit this at a later date.
I agree, Mr. McGeechee. I mean, honestly, you can reapply when things are a little more
Get a job. That's what they're trying to tell you. Get a job.
more like things, solid plan. It's all over.
They want you to get a job because jobs is
So
usually the reason
it
why
doesn't
men
negate
want
the
to beat
good
up
work that he's
women.
already done. He's remained
No.
out. I do appreciate his honesty and his candidness.
Yeah.
However, I still think that there's more. There's a higher the level that of change that we are expecting to see when we're granting these pardons it's just not met right now.
Yeah. All right. In the matter of James McGeechee, I'll move to deny an absolute pardon at this time because the seriousness of your offense would be diminished by expungement of your criminal history. Ms. Berry.
Aye.
Mr. Pohl?
Aye.
My vote is aye. The pardon is denied, but we would encourage you to keep working on your parenting, get involved with community programs, and reapply in the future, okay? We wish you the best, sir.
He didn't even say thank you. He didn't even say
All right,
thank
next up we have
you. He didn't even
James
say
Newsom.
thank you, y'all. He didn't even say thank you. He got bad attitude.
Mr. Newsom, please state your name for the record.
Good morning.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Newsom.
James Newsom.
All right, Mr. Newsom, do you have a short statement or would you like the board to begin questioning?
I'd like a little short statement.
Okay, proceed.
Well, for instance, thank you for calling me. And I wish to say that I'm in the AA and I go to Apex and I want to ask the board to pardon me so I could better myself and working with other people. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Newsom. Mr. Pohl?
I think enough's been said.
Right. Me too. Yeah.
It's a quick one.
All right. Yeah, we're going back 30-something years.
30 years.
and,
Yeah, they're approving him.
Yeah, I think it's about time. In the matter of James Newsom, I'll move to grant an absolute pardon. Mr. Pohl?
Aye.
Ms. Berry?
Aye.
My vote is aye. The pardon is granted. Congratulations, sir.
All right, bye,
Thank you.
Mr. Newsom. Look at him.
All right, next up we have Mr. Mark Paeva.
That was a quick one, y'all.
All right, Mr. Paeva, please state your name for the record.
Mark Anthony Coney, people.
No,
I wonder, was he a sex offender, this guy?
My name is Mark Anthony Coney, people.
He looked like one, y'all.
You hear me?
Is he one?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Do you have a short statement or would you like the board to proceed with questioning?
Yes, I have a short statement. I suffer from seizures, so I
I
forget things.
can't understand what you said.
He's
Yeah,
suffering from
you're
seizures.
something's wrong with your audio.
He
Can you
said
turn
he
it up a
suffered
little?
from seizures, y'all. He said he suffers from seizures. Didn't y'all hear the man?
It's up. It's all the way up, man. It's up to 100.
Oh, okay.
Can you hear me, man?
Yes.
Okay. So I put some down. Can I go ahead? Or
Yeah.
okay. Hello and good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name is Mark Anthony Piccone Pava, inmate number 277955. If I may, before
He
addressing
still
the
think
board,
he in jail.
I first and foremost would like to take a moment to apologize to all the victims of my crimes, including and not limited to the town of Nauvoo, Connecticut, town of Waterbury, Connecticut, and all surrounding communities.
What?
And people that all my crimes impacted. Now, if any, now, if I may, I would like to address the members of the State of Connecticut Board of Pardons. I would like to sincerely thank the State of Connecticut, along with the State Board of Pardons, for the opportunity to present my request and furthermore for granting me permission to speak today. As I continue to walk through my own continuing rehabilitation, I would like the board members and anyone listening today to know unequivocally, I, Mark Anthony Piccone Pava, am a felon and ex-offender, things I'm not proud of. I sit here today mentally not the same person or individual who I was when I committed these crimes, for which I was ultimately incarcerated for, in addition to the ones that I was not incarcerated for. I did it. I was irresponsible. There was and will be never any excuse for reasons for my actions and or crimes. I'm truly regretful and apologetic to that all I affected by my actions, and I undoubtedly believe that punishment that was handed down to me by the judicial system was 100% deserved. So today I pled guilty up until the day of my release for incarceration, and even up until this very moment, I will continue on a daily basis to take responsibility for all my actions, crimes, and mistakes. Upon my release from incarceration, I only took a brown paper bag in a white box with my belongings. I also took the desire for change within myself. So rather than just letting time pass and doing nothing, I was determined to define my future by my past mistakes. So instead, I took initiative of these unfortunate situations that I put myself into and turned into a learning experience. I took my lessons from meetings with therapists, Department of Correction employees, counselors, mentors, and volunteers while incarcerated, all of which I still do today as part of my rehabilitation process. And completing over 50 plus programs while incarcerated, just to name one, school clerk for the Unified School District reentry class tutoring and helping others get their GED, a class of which was run by Mr. Robert O'Connor. I took these programs coupled with working with other inmates, along with the special tools, services, and new opportunities, resources, training, and vocational trade experience given to me by the State of Connecticut Department of Correction and in its counterparts, and turned it into a guide of skill sets to return to society with the knowledge to help create a successful future and re-entry into society, which I've been building and which I might add, continue to grow. Today, my new and second chance at life is one of motivation to change and do things differently. Upon my release, I dedicated myself to making every day count and being better in life. I've told myself every day that I'm a unique individual and believe wholly in myself and the process of rehabilitation and hope. I believe every day and 100% that as long as I don't quit, look back towards the life or the behaviors of my past, I know that life can be beautiful if I continue to look at it. I've taken the life that I've created for myself with my help, my new community, loving family and friends, along with many others. I've come to the conclusion that I would choose this life over any life returning back into a jail cell. While in the custody of the Department of Correction, I set goals for myself, but one stuck out in particular. I wanted to take what I learned from vocational trade services offered to me during my incarceration and something that was part of my family background. I wanted to be a licensed plumber, something I worked as a plumber in the Department of Corrections facilities and also have work
Slow
performance.
down. Why don't you slow down just a little bit? Just
sorry.
it's okay. But you're going really fast.
I know I read it to someone, they told me to go slow. I'm sorry, okay. It was something that I had roots to when my father was a licensed plumber and surprisingly an ex-offender and felon. Proof that what I am reaching for has already been achieved and can be achieved as long as I stay the right course and he and many more have been. I shared this and many other goals such as becoming an OSHA 1035 certified during my original parole board members for my original parole hearing, which I'd like to note I've completed, but the goal of being a licensed plumber stuck out. This was special. I studied plumbing books while incarcerated, which I still have to this day, and will give them to my son once he joins the union if he so desires, as I received my father's from him before his passing. Upon my release from Drapewick Center on 12/22/2016, I was fortunate for a job placement program called Stride, ran by Sue Gunderman, the pre-employment training program conducted by Mr. Ed Brown, Daid McKnight, who oversees and runs reentry programs. All of those I completed, which incarcerated, along with Governor Malloy's Second Chance program, provided me with employment opportunities and continuing education to succeed. All along, even with suffering from a severe seizure disorder, I grew this for a manufacturing and machining program from Asnuntuck Community College. I worked for 3.5 years for Jet Tool and Cutter, an aerospace and defense manufacturer who is now owned by Black Hawk, before COVID caused the end of my employment at the company. After that is when I decided to look forward with my goal to apply for the UA Plumbers and Pipe Fitters Local Union 777 to become a licensed plumber. I was not selected in the first application process due to the lack of the job training in field and due to my criminal history. But I did not let that break me. I was determined to be that licensed plumber. I then entered into Industrial Management Training Institute, studying in plumbing. After 2 years of school, I graduated again on the dean's list with a certificate in plumbing, but not the apprenticeship and license I set out for as my goal. I then applied to a local plumbing company for an apprenticeship. Now that I have had some more education, it was great. I was hired. I was given an acceptance letter, starting date and starting pay. But unfortunately, due to my criminal history background check, the employee opportunity was rescinded. Still, I did not break. Shortly after, through an employment outlet of Indeed.com, I was given an opportunity to join the UA Plumbers and Pipe Fitters Union Local 110 unit in the state of Virginia, as long as I was committed and dedicated to the move, school, and to do the work to succeed. Seeing I successfully completed my court-ordered stipulations for parole and probation, I took the opportunity and moved to Virginia. And after 2 years of experience, I was sworn into the UA Plumbing and Pipe Fitters Union. In spite of my criminal history working in the state of Virginia, I was allowed to work on naval bases and in and out of outside naval bases hospitals. I was approved and granted identification cards for access to naval bases in the state of Virginia by the Department of Navy Local Population Unit, of which controls access to the Department of the Navy, Department of Defense, and the United States Marines Corps units. In the coming months, shortly after being sworn into the local union, I requested a transfer back to the state of Connecticut and Plumbers Union Pipe Fitters Local 777 to be the father that my son and I missed out due to my mistakes and my incarceration. I'm almost done, I promise.
Listen, I haven't cut you off yet because I can tell you really want to get this out. This is for you, not for us. We know all this. Go ahead.
Thank you. I was sworn member apprentice of the United States Journeyman Apprentice Plumbing Pipe Fitting Industry of the United States. My transfer was accepted Connecticut Plumbing and Pipe Fitters Union, where I completed the next 3 years of schooling and on the job training. During those 3 years, I managed to overcome my struggles and turn my unfortunate experiences into positive experiences for the future. Ironically, I've had the privilege to work in some of the state of Connecticut state trooper barracks, holding cells, fixing the same types of toilets I fixed while incarcerated. And for the Department of Correction, revamping kitchen piping systems, all for the independent contracting companies, but nothing in the union where my career is. And after all the ups and downs, on October 7, 2024, I graduated with a certificate of apprenticeship completion from the state of Connecticut Apprenticeship Council of the Consumer and Protection Labor Department. Since then, I've applied twice to take the P2 exam, Journeyman's Mechanic Plumber examination, with still no decision on the second one. The Department of Consumer Protection allows you to submit the application for the test, and then right after, a green letter is issued. You're stating you're completed 8,500 hours on job training. You're allowed to take the test. Unfortunately, though, I was not allowed to do it because the time lapsed, 30 days lapsed, because they requested more information in regards to my criminal history. Since my release and coming home close to 8 years ago with my sentencing, or 15 years ago, I have stayed out on the right path, not just for myself, but also for my family, friends, and community. I take pride in how far I've come in things I've been and continue to evolve today, such as St. Jude Children's Research, Hospital since 2015, National Autistic Society Autism Speech and Awareness since 2006, and American Society since 2005. But the reality is that my record continues to hold me back from employment opportunities and housing opportunities I and others believe that I am ready for. It's sometimes frustrating at times to know that despite doing the right things during and after the incarceration, that this one part of my life still stands in the way of my progress. I prove it to myself and to those around me that I am capable of more, but having this on my record limits my ability to fully move forward and provide the life I want so badly for myself and loved ones. I am requesting this pardon not because of who I was in 2008 and before, but because of who I am today and who I plan to continue to be in the future. I'm asking for this pardon because I've worked hard to rebuild my life and prove that my past does not define who I am. I may have started my criminal record, but I also ended that record by acknowledging my mistakes, taking responsibility for them, and starting all over. A pardon, last two paragraphs. A pardon would mean more than just cleaning my record. It would mean doors to open employment and housing opportunities that have been closed for me for years and up to including until this very day. I'm not the same person I was in 2008 before. I've taken responsibility for my mistakes, and every day I try to live in a way that shows that I've learned from them. This isn't just about personal growth. It's about showing others that real change is possible. I want to be an example to people who might feel like their past mistakes are permanent. I'm proud of the life I've built, but I know I can go further. Things I once thought were out of reach for someone with my background, I now believe those things are in fact possible. I put in the work, stayed focused, and accomplished more than I ever imagined before. I believed and still believe and am doing. So I come to you now and humbly ask that you please grant me this request for an absolute pardon. I can and will continue to prosper and help others, such as my family and friends, and but importantly, I will and can be example for other inmates being introduced or exiting the custody of Department of Correction. Though my criminal history partially defines what I've done in the past, I am determined not to let it define my future. I believe we all make mistakes in life, some bigger than others, but all of us have made mistakes, should strive to be better and seek a second chance. I know for a fact that the people can be reformed if they want it, and I want it. If it's my hope, and I pray that the members of the board sees an individual who took his time of incarceration to reevaluate, utilize, study, and learn all the special tools, resources that are assisting, inspiring, empowering, and enabling myself to move forward from incarceration to independence and hopefully reclaiming all of my rights. I committed crimes and made mistakes that have had terrible consequences to others, something I deeply regret. So I plead, when making a decision, please base it on not who I was, but who I become and the potential I have continue growing if given this privilege of a pardon. In closing, I'd like to thank you for taking the time out, your demanding and busy schedule to hear me speak today. In addition, I would like to thank you for your patience and for continuing this matter under consideration.
All right, Mr. Pava, take a deep breath now.
Thank you.
You stole all my questions. I have nothing to ask you. Listen, Mr. Pava, you've come a long way, right? From that, I mean, obviously the most serious, that stupid and unnecessary act 15 years ago that you got involved in. You took advantage of all of the programming within the Department of Correction and through parole and probation, and you've completely turned your life around, and now you're going to be a very successful plumber.
I am.
So I'm certainly not going to stand in your way. Ms. Berry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have any questions. I just want to say, Mr. Pava, you came before the parole board when I first started here at this agency. I'm so proud to see that over the course of 10 years, you've been able to really turn your life around. I commend you on your efforts. Job well done. You're deserving. True story. Even though you read like
Look at him, y'all.
I'm sorry.
You listen, like the chair said, that was for you.
Yeah.
And I'm glad that you had an opportunity to write that and understand that you have come a really long. It takes a lot of hard work and dedication, but you've shown that it can be done.
Want to cry.
Kudos to you.
JT, look at you with the heart.
Mr. Paul?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Cheers, y'all.
So you had your release about 8 years ago, and what's incredibly impressive to me is you told Mr. Murphy and Mrs. Camp and Mr. Borgenson what your release plan was, and you stuck to it.
Yeah.
And what's standing in your way right now are these convictions which are creating collateral consequences. And I'm happy to vote to take those convictions and pardon them today.
Oh,
Thank you. In the matter of Mark Anthony Pava, I'll move to grant an absolute pardon. Ms. Berry?
Aye.
Mr. Pohl?
Aye.
And my vote is aye. The pardon is granted. Congratulations, sir.
To retire that number of 277.
I know, don't say that again.
Can I say one more thing?
I was
to you
trying
guys?
to figure.
These are all my original certificates from 8 years ago in prison from the Department of Correction. These are all my support letters from my parole hearing. I kept them because I knew this day was going to come. I mean, I wasn't going to stop. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Officer Swanson, let's jump down to 29. Ryan
Oh,
Tapp.
yeah. Done.
All right, Mr. Ryan Tapp.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. After this one, I'm done. After this next one, I'm done.
Gotta unmute Mr. Tapp. All right, Mr. Tapp, please state your name for the record. Can you hear me, Mr. Tapp?
He's frozen.
Yeah, he's frozen.
No, he's moving.
Oh,
there we go.
Can you hear us?
Mr. Tapp, can you hear us?
Nope. Something wrong with the sound.
I don't know what happened. He was fine this morning.
All right. I'm going to end now.
It looks like he's unmuted and we can't hear him as well as him not hearing us. I would suggest we try and reach out and have him disconnect and rejoin.
All right, back to the top.
All right.
Raquel Reeves.
It's Raquel Reeves.
Hello.
All right. Y'all want to see this lady? Or do y'all want to? Yeah, let's see this lady and then we'll end it. Let's see this lady.
Ms. Reeves, please state your name for the record.
Raquel Reeves.
All right, and do you have a short statement or would you like the board to proceed with questioning?
I did write something down if it's okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. I am writing to respectfully request your consideration for a pardon for my past crimes. I believe that receiving a pardon will greatly enhance my prospects for better job opportunities and provide me with a chance to rebuild my life. Over the years, I have been burdened by a series of charges related to domestic violence and criminal mischief. Regrettably, these charges have had significant impact on my ability to secure employment and find suitable housing. Despite my sincere effort to move forward and make positive changes, the presence of my criminal record continues to impede my progress in these areas. As the time passes, I recognize that the increasing importance of leaving behind the mistakes of my past. I am committed to personal growth and have actively sought to learn from my past actions through various rehabilitative programs, counseling, and self-reflection. I have gained valuable insights and developed the necessary skills to become responsible, law-abiding citizen. Receiving a pardon would not only allow me to move forward clean slate, but would also signify the recognition of my efforts to change and reintegrate into society. It would enable me to pursue meaningful employment opportunities, contribute positively to my community, and provide a stable and secure environment for myself and my loved ones. I am genuinely remorseful for the harm I have caused in the past, and I am determined to live a life guided by principles of integrity and responsibility. With the weight of a criminal record lifted, I will be able to fully embrace the opportunities that lies ahead and continues on the path of personal growth and contribution. Thank you for considering my request for a pardon. I am hopeful that you will recognize the strides I have made and grant me the chance to demonstrate my commitment to a better future. I have undergone a remarkable transformation. The person I used to be, filled with anger, is no longer recognizable. I have acquired the ability to manage my anger and distance myself from individuals who provoke me. With age come wisdom, and I have learned valuable lessons from my past experience. Now I chose to respond in a constructive and optimistic manner.
can't even
I
read
would
the words
also
she's
like to
saying.
extend my sincere
You know she didn't
apologies to
write
all
that.
who have been affected by my past behavior. I acknowledge the harm
didn't
I
write
may
that.
have caused and take full responsibility for my actions. I am committed to making amends and ensuring that such behavior is never repeated. Thank you so much for hearing me and
Thank
considering.
you. Thank you, Ms. Reeves. Ms.
I
Berry?
didn't write that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Ms. Reeves, I appreciate you taking the time to prepare that statement and for sharing it with us today. You have to know that our desires for you as well is to be, that's why we do this work. We want you to be law-abiding, contributing members of your society, of the community and society. I want to talk to you about this criminal mischief, your most recent conviction that you received in 2018. Your description of the offense differs greatly from the official description. Did you know that?
I'm sorry, you said my what?
Your description of what occurred in your application differs from the official description of what happened. Can you share with us what happened that day?
What happened that day? I was dealing with the defendant. Well, I was dealing with Matthew. I can't think of what his last name is, Mr. Matthew. And he kind of snaked me.
No, okay. So you say I bought a lemon from this dealer and he wouldn't take the car back. So you scratched it intentionally. The official description says that you went to this man's house. And you scraped his car.
That's what happened. I don't know what happened in the application, but what happened is the second part to what you said.
How did you know where this man lived?
I was dating him. That's why.
Oh.
No, I was dating him. He's the person I bought. Basically, he lined me up to, and I got angry and didn't know how to handle myself.
Mm-hmm.
And it brought me back to where I was coming up as a child so I thought I would go defend myself. When I got there, I was on the phone with a friend, a mutual friend of both of ours, and they did instruct me to leave, but I let my pride get in the way, and I thought I was defending myself. But then I realized I just was putting myself in a better situation.
And you went from not receiving any kind of convictions to a more recent one, and you just threw everything away. I mean, potentially all the hard work that because you were struggling with addiction, and it looks like you overcame that. So I don't know what made you go back to, like you said, your pride and anger, right?
It's just my pride, my anger, and the person I thought I was. You know, I didn't give grace.
Yeah, but
you know,
taking anger management, right?
Yeah.
Have been free from any substances. What's your sobriety date?
I am clean occasionally because I have medical condition. I might, for pain reasons, I might, smoke marijuana here and there.
Oh, you were using crack cocaine, no?
No crack cocaine, no alcohol, no none of that. No.
You were using crack cocaine. Okay, and I saw that you went to marijuana is legal now, but and so is alcohol. That doesn't mean it's not problematic. You went to Project a program in 1998, the App Foundation, is it?
Yeah.
That was for marijuana use?
No, it was for crack cocaine.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Mr. Pohl?
I have no questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. In the matter of Raquel Reeves, I'll move to grant an absolute pardon. Ms. Berry?
Aye.
Mr. Pohl?
Aye.
My vote is aye. The pardon is granted. Congratulations, ma'am.
So much. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, at least she's
Do you want me
honest.
to see if Mr.
Okay.
No, we can keep going because it doesn't look like he's ready. Thanks.
All right. Next.
Oh Lord, I'm gonna end this one. Y'all, didn't y'all have enough? We done after that one. Oh my God. What I'm laughing at is the way she said it. She took her finger out. She says, you know, I had a little she said, oh my God, y'all, that was great. All right, so let's wrap it up. LOL. Yeah, it's time to go. We've been on here 6 hours. Oh, we gotta go. We acting like we watching a trial. It's time to go, y'all. It's been real. You guys have been fun. I gotta get on my TikTok and go outside and play in the snow. See, I made me miss all the snow. It's dark now. But all right, y'all. You guys, welcome. That's what we're going to be doing. We're going to be going around the world to see different cases. And we're going to do more of the parole stuff. Today was fun, though. Let's sow this game real soon. Yeah, addiction is very hard to overcome, but it is able to be done if you work it. Amen. You're welcome, y'all. This was great. This is what we're going to be doing, going around the world. We didn't have Fulton Friday today because there was nothing happening in Fulton. But you guys, peace out. Thank you for coming. We guys, you know what? Where are my folks at? Like Green Eggs, No Ham. I don't see her. Where's some folks at? I did talk to T-Mac, but where are some people at? Definitely, we're going to pray for LA. I see a lot of people lost homes. A lot of people lost home. A lot of people lost home. Father God, we thank you. We ask you, Lord, to bless those who have lost their home. Help them to rebuild, Father. Give them the financial resources for them to rebuild. In the name of Jesus, we pray. Amen. I'm here just in the background. Okay, Dream, you're here. All right. Later, y'all. See y'all guys in the morning. See you guys in the morning. What time y'all want to do affirmation? Since tomorrow is Saturday, do y'all want to do it later? Tell me what is the best time for y'all? Because someday I need to ask my scribers. That's why I need to have a meeting with my scribers, because my scribers is who I be waiting on. No, Green Eggs lives here. She don't live in the West Coast. She lives here. She lives in Georgia. Green Eggs, No Ham lives in Georgia. She lives right here. I was able to purchase my prayer guide. I get it on the 15th. Amen. Yay. We can have a scripture put onto a community section so we can read it later on too. Okay, we could do that. Sylvie, can you check if Jess from the NAP is blocked? I'm going to unblock everybody. Hold on. We're going to unblock everybody. This is a new year. I'm going to go in and unblock everybody, even the people. Huh? Dallas said, don't unblock the people. Dallas, don't be mean. No, they was mean to you. That's why they got blocked. Dallas, we're being nice now. We got to unblock. It's a new year.
That don't mean nothing.
It means something.
It means learn from last year and keep them blocked.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Tell her, Kobe.
Kobe.
Tell her, Kobe. Yeah, tell her, say,
Kobe,
keep
you
them
gonna
blocked.
sing? You gonna
Say,
sing?
keep them
You
blocked.
ready to sing? You wanna
Keep
sing with the
them
people?
blocked. Keep them
Go,
blocked.
say hello.
Kobe, keep them
Is it
blocked.
me you're looking for?
Kobe, say, keep them blocked.
Say
Keep
no.
them blocked. Keep them blocked.
Say no.
Keep them blocked.
Come on, sing, Kobe. Say no.
Keep them blocked.
We are not
Keep them blocked.
blocking.
Don't be blocking them folks.
We are not block. Oh my
Keep
God,
them
there's a
blocked.
lot of people blocked. Lord
Good.
have mercy.
Keep them blocked.
Let me see.
Don't block them. Then they gonna try to come in and talk crap. No.
Oh, some people I'm not unblocking, but there's some I'm unblocked.
Who? Why?
Because they got blocked by accident.
Did they really get blocked by accident? Or did
Mhm.
they say something and got blocked?
They got blocked by accident.
How you know which one?
Because she just sent me, it wasn't just sent me a message to see if somebody got blocked. Let's see. Hold on. Let's see if she got blocked. Hold on. Okay, real. Okay, let's see. No, I don't see Nap. She's not blocked. Nap is not blocked. Nope, Nap is not blocked. Nope. Let me go check the other group. Switch. Colby, what's up? Nope, she's not on here. She's not on here. She's not on here. Dallas, they say you don't play. Why is my thing not? What's going on with my Oh, they doing AV riding. Did you see Shannon and they did some AV riding. Kayla and AV. All right, y'all. See y'all later. We gotta go. Birthday people, one more time for your song. Here we go. Birthday folks. Don't forget to send me your birthdays.
Infa family January birthday celebrations. Celebrate January birthday fun with my Infa family. Join the celebration as we ring in the new year with the January birthday bash like no other. Get ready for a fun-filled day with my Infa family, filled with laughter, love, and unforgettable moments. From birthday cake to presents, we're sharing it all with you. So sit back, relax, and get ready to feel the joy and excitement of this special day. Happy birthday to our January babies. Ash, January 3rd, Robert Kelly, January 8th, Miss Fat, January 11th, Tracy, January 15th, Angel, January 19th, Stein, January 21st. Happy birthday to you. Ash, January 3rd, Robert Kelly, January 8th, Miss Fat, January 11th, Tracy, January 15th, Angel, January 19th, Stein, January 21st. Happy birthday to you. Ash, January 3rd, Robert Kelly, January 8th, Miss Fat, January 11th, Tracy, January 15th, Angel, January 19th, Stein, January 21st. Happy birthday to you.
All right, guys. I'll see you guys later. Have a blessed one. Good night. Good night. It's fun. See you guys in the next trip around the world with the courts. Bye.
Thank you for watching the infamous Sylvia channel, where laughter and fun make up our panel. Together we build this digital spree. We appreciate you and our growing family. With mods by our side and chat flowing free in this online space. It's just you and me, we laugh until tears roll down like the rain. In this virtual world, you ease all my pains. We're a family, not just a show. Every click and comment makes us grow. Mods and chat, keeping the vibe so right. Together we shine like stars in the night. We cherish the moments, the highs and lows, from the latest gossip to stories untold. You're more than a viewer, you're part of the crew in this space of ours. It's all because of you. This digital world where emotion is shared, every post and reaction showing we care. The love is real in this virtual domain. With every sign, enjoy joys will begin. We're a family, not just a show. Every click and comment makes us grow. Mars in check, keeping the vibe so right. Together we shine like stars in the night. We're a family, not just a show. Every click and comment makes us grow. Mars in check, keeping the vibe so right. Together we shine like stars in the night. This digital world where emotion is shared, every post and reaction showing we care. The love is real in this virtual domain. With every sign, enjoys what we'll gain.